The first place in the list of the most inveterate murderers of the whole world is occupied by the Jack of Hearts. Such a code name was obviously given to him for a rather eye-catching image. The whole face was covered by a mask, on one half of which there was no place where a small red heart would not perch, on the other, a huge heart, as if replacing its wearer's eyes, which were not visible because of the mask. On his head is a long magician's hat, in which several playing cards were also inserted. In the reflection of the mirror, it can be seen that while the killer admires himself, his victims breathe their last breath. The Jack of Hearts is the perfect killer. He, like a circus acrobat, walks on a thin rope, and the highway stretches below. Even if a person somehow survives, losing his balance, then one of the machines will definitely do its job and will not leave a wet spot from the Jack. While the man is walking on a tightrope and reading something in his small notebook, a panoramic building explodes behind him. The night city is disturbed by loud sounds and glass flying in different directions. In addition to the fact that the killer is very graceful and knows how to control himself, his physical fitness is comparable to that of trained athletes. This is proved by the case when the Jack, still wearing his hat and mask, ran along the treadmill, pointing his gun at the face of the marathon king Belmondo. The athlete was sweating with fatigue while all his killer cared about was the hat that flew off his white hair. The man's IQ level is 152. Which automatically makes him a genius. Once he was standing on the roof with a scientist who was crying with happiness that the killer had proved the Hodge hypothesis. So now the professor can die without regrets. The Jack looked bored at the scientist's papers flying down and asked not to delay. He was in too much of a hurry. At home, a man, still wearing his mask and hat, but already dressed in a red housecoat, enjoys the company of his pets, several dozen adult cats and kittens, a sleeping leopard and a tiger which serves as a soft pillow for the owner. There is a cup of tea nearby on an expensive carpet, so we can say with confidence that this is a man who adored cats with all his heart. This is the most beautiful evening. His rest is interrupted by a TV that suddenly turns on the screen of which a man sitting in an armchair appears, darkened so that his face is not visible. He reports that there is a case, a special milking of the Jack of Hearts to kill the director of the hero's high school. But the killer is not going to listen to him. He'd rather spend this time with his cats, and someone else will take care of this case. Jack turns off the TV. However, the person on the screen is not going to give up just like that. The TV is somehow turned on again, and the coordinator asks to wait, and then asks if the mercenary does not want to hear what the reward for this task is. But the owner turns it off again and categorically informs that no, he is not interested at all. The man on the screen shows a toothy tiger that kills its victim and reports that it is a cute toothy predator cloned using genetic technology. This man knows exactly how to bribe the Jack of Hearts. Even through the mask with hearts, you can feel how excited the killer is. His face is covered with paint from delight. According to the information that the mercenary received, the High School of Heroes is a completely closed school with its secrets, which unites young superheroes from all over the world. It has always been closed from the rest of the world, but recently the unknown happened. The School of Heroes responded to the student exchange program, and now an ordinary high school student was chosen to enter this school for training and exchange of experience. Jack reads the comments on the social network under this news, where every second dreams of going there. The killer thinks that this place is as strict as the prison in which he should have been a long time ago. An image pops up in my head, where a guy in his underwear is sitting tied hand and foot. Nevertheless, the Jack is looking forward to all this and completes his disguise. The Jack is not a fool to go in his original form on a secret undercover mission. Now he looks like a simple schoolboy with a cunning squint, ready to commit murder. On the ship, the Jack gets to the Paradise Island, truly divine, because it is all covered with greenery, surrounded by an azure sea, which makes it almost impregnable, and even from a bird's eye view you can see a high waterfall. The situation in which the Jack got turned out to be not at all what the killer expected. Girls in swimsuits with water pistols are running along the sandy beach, frying so much that the new student looks almost ridiculous in his white shirt and classic trousers, standing under a palm tree. He is greeted by future classmates, dressed in the same clothes as himself, with red ties and joyful smiles on their faces, while the Jack stands with such a dazed face that at the time to ask what is wrong with him. Confetti is flying around, it's noisy and fun. The Jack is put on an elephant and escorted to school. Walking through the corridors of the school, the guy can't help but realize that this place is too demonized by the outside world. Jack is approaching Class F, in which he will have to study for the next 3 years. The killer opens the door to a new classroom. even a little glad that the High School of Heroes is more calm and happy than ordinary educational institutions. The guy smiles and waves to the team, radiating an aura of friendliness, and introduces himself as an exchange student named Jack Chen. However, the newcomer does not have time to finish saying that he arrived here on an exchange, as a whip hits him on the cheek. From a strong blow, the Jack falls, immediately grabbing his wounded cheek. Unlike the warm greeting with which he was greeted upon arrival on the island, it was completely different now. A creepy-looking woman with a blindfold over one eye towered over the new student. She informs him that Jack was 12 seconds late, indignant that he dared to do so. Even exchange students have no right to violate the iron law of their Class F. Jack is told that he has 2 minutes to introduce himself, and Jack, nervously looking in her direction, stands in front of his new team. Forcing a smile, the killer again calls his name, most likely fake, and says that he is an exchange student sent here from Kingbei School. Jack says that he is an ordinary person who has always admired heroes and hopes that he will be able to study and make progress with other students in the future. However, he abruptly admits that all of the above is nonsense, and he came to kill the director of the Heroes High School. After that, he points at the teacher, stating that this woman with a rare breast size F, who just dared to hit him with a pointer, he is going to dishonor. There is a tense silence in the classroom. As it turns out, Jack did not control his speech flow at all, and now he practically feels that death is breathing down his back. What happened to him now? The teacher looks at him with a red eye and admits that this is really very ambitious for a student like Jack Chen. The guy panics, hunching over and sweating. Why were his thoughts spoken out loud? But there is absolutely no time to think about why this happened. We urgently need to come up with an escape plan. Jack on the move comes up with the idea to throw a smoke screen and jump out the window, even if you have to break the glass at the same time. The woman's pointer passes over Jack's chin and asks why he had thoughts about changing the director. Did rumors reach that Class F is the most dangerous and the worst? The teacher leans closer to him and talks about the last part of his thoughts. The desire to spend time with her usually comes to the mind of teenage virgins. She is almost used to it. Xia Xingtong's ability is a mental torture that she apparently applied to a new student. The reaction of the class was also not at all what Jack expected from them. They were not even particularly surprised that this man wanted to kill their director. They were more excited by the words about their teacher, as a like-minded person was found. The bald student leans back in his chair and says that he almost forgot that the homeroom teacher was his old dream. This woman is really the devil. She applied mental torture to an ordinary person. Xintong waves his hand and asks not to focus attention on the words of the boy, demanding him to find a place for himself. The Jack seems to be beginning to realize why he was assigned this particular mission. Even the best of the best had problems at the initial stage. What will happen next in this case? It's scary to imagine. A bald student, who is also the only one in the class wearing sunglasses, asks the newcomer to sit next to him. Jack does just that. He doesn't even have time to sit down at the table as the boy introduces himself as Wei Guangzheng. Jack politely greets him and asks him to take care of himself. The kind face of the classmate immediately takes on a hard expression, while Jack thinks that in any case, first you need to find a warmer place, then do your dirty work. Wei looks at the newcomer with predatory eyes, saying that he really is a real killer, but Jack tries to continue to deny his words and even tries to translate them into a joke. Wei says that even though he doesn't know how the director transferred Jack to this place, but their class is full of the most dangerous scum with superpowers. Wei puts his hands under his chin and informs that he is the head of the Council of the Dark Round Table, codenamed Black Light, and he himself hid in this school to kill the principal. The student offers to join forces. Jack looks at him suspiciously, not realizing how seriously he is talking. Wei, meanwhile, continues, for him, the order in this world has been controlled by elites for too long. Ordinary people can only accept their enslavement, and the High School of Heroes is part, if not the center, of this rotten order. Jack, after hastily analyzing his micro-facial expressions, realizes that he is not lying. Nevertheless, he does not intend to unite with someone and quickly gives a refusal. At the same moment, something heavy flies into the student. The teacher screams afterward about how many times she forbade the guy to wear sunglasses in class. Is he really looking for death? Jack shudders and begins to worry a lot about why, saying that his nose is bleeding, but the guy, trembling and putting his hand to his nose to somehow stop the bloody flow, says that nothing terrible really happened. A woman in any case when someone will pay for it. Forcing a smile, he tells Jack that there will be a meeting on Monday morning where the director will make a speech on the podium at the sports field. Wei asks the newcomer to keep the director on stage for at least 5 minutes, after which the bald man will kill him. Jack continues to stand his ground. He continues to tell the legend that he is a simple high school student. But Y interrupts him, saying that he is never wrong. Chen is the best guy who could only come to their school to kill the principal. On Monday, students gathered at the stadium. At this point, Jack talks about how it looks like he's not the only guy who wants to kill the headmaster of this school. The information Jack had was quite extraordinary. They say that the principals of the School of Heroes secretly managed to take pictures, but the face was always laid out with a mosaic, and today everyone will finally be able to see his real face. Jack is looking forward to this meeting. An airplane appears in the sky, which informs about the appearance of the director. The cargo compartment opens in the plane, inside which there is a car. The car rolls down from there and goes into free fall. Even through the darkened windows, you can see that a man in a blue suit is driving. Every student is looking at the sky, and Jack's head is spinning with only one question. Is the sports field really one big stage for the director? The car is flying down at a tremendous speed, and it is even impossible to say with accuracy where the car will land. On a free part of the playground or directly into a crowd of students. A parachute opens, which will save the director and the car from imminent death, and the students cannot close their mouths from shock and surprise. The parachute is detached from the car, and it gently lands on the podium, specially prepared for transport. It is immediately obvious that this was planned in advance. Jack smiles, not that he likes this person, but the director looks like a guy who loves to show off a lot. The driver's door opens. A patent leather man's shoe steps onto the podium, after which the man himself in a blue suit and with a glass of yogurt in one hand. Jack hastily estimated that, judging by the figure, the director takes care of himself and takes care of his own health. When it came to assessing the facial expression, it became immediately clear that it would be impossible to do this. Just like in the paparazzi photos, the man's face was in pixels, so you can't even tell if he's smiling or not. The principal, meanwhile, greets all his students, rejoicing that everyone is so energetic. The face in the mosaic almost physically makes Jack feel bad. How can this thing even move together with the elder's face? The director spreads his hands to the side, saying that it's time to start the morning exercise of love, but he is rudely interrupted. One of the crowd of students shouts that this is a fake, disgusting love. This student turns out to be none other than Jack's classmate, Y, who says it's time to put an end to all this farce. At this point, it becomes clear that the director's feet are glued to the stage to the floor of the podium. Jack is elated that his plan has succeeded and cannot restrain the predatory smile that spreads across his face. A few hours earlier, he had taken the opportunity to leave the classroom due to diarrhea, which, of course, he did not have. After that, he quickly found the location of the chemical laboratory, where he found an industrial-grade glue that was made from ready-made materials. In the end, without knowing it, the director will smear glue on the podium where he will have to speak. In order for the man to definitely not go anywhere, Jack also placed ultra-thin needles with snake venom. Even if the bald man misses, the special snake venom will kill the director in just 2 minutes right on the stage. Of course, the Jack of Hearts wouldn't be such a brilliant killer if he didn't have a plan B just in case. But before implementing it, Jack wants to assess the strength of the Dark Round Table, which is headed by Y. Returning to the present, the killer watches in amazement as his classmates put on sunglasses, grumbling that this is happening again. None of them answers the newcomer's questions. Standing on the dais, Y throws aside the loudspeaker and takes off his glasses. His face instantly acquires a belligerent expression. Wreaths swell on his face, and he himself invokes his power, the disappearance of light. A golden hieroglyph lights up on Y's forehead. The only one looking in his direction is Jack, who still doesn't understand what's going on here. He wasn't even aware that a classmate's bald head can glow. All the light, like a spotlight, gathers in a small figure of Y, who calls on the whole world to feel pain. Jack continues to stare. The next second, the Jack falls to the ground, rolling on it from side to side and holding his eyes. Unlike the others, he didn't have sunglasses, and besides, he was looking directly into the center of the light source. The principal takes off his glasses, listening to the screams of some students about who, like Jack, began to look at Y. Teachers are asked to take the wounded to the infirmary. The director clicks his fingers loudly. The mark on Y's forehead immediately goes out. A light steam comes from it, as if cold water was poured on hot metal. 3 figures appear behind Jack's classmate, and it is unclear what made the would-be killer strain more, these 3 people or the fact that his ability was so quickly and easily neutralized. He slowly turns his head to look at them. There were 3 women standing there who wore a full face mask against the gas. They wore identical armbands on their hands, clearly indicating that these 3 were keeping order in the School of Heroes. The tallest of them, a woman, reports that in the 59th Ra, an illegal use of the superpower of light was used on campus. They will no longer accept any apologies for this. Now women will use physical punishment for the first time. Y smiles with a humble face and only asks not to hit him in the face, but even before he has time to finish the sentence, the stick of one of the women flies straight into his cheek. All the other students can hear Y's screams about how he is in pain and please not to kick him. The killers return to the classroom beaten. Jack has bandages over his eyes, but he is not particularly worried about his wounds. He is more concerned about the fact that the snake venom did not affect the director, and Y's plan failed too easily. Jack closes his sore eyes. It seems that it will be more difficult to cope with the headmaster than expected. Y, sitting on the side, informs that the Jack is now a member of the Council of the Dark Round Table. The mistake they made at the sports stadium turned out to be a small accident, because now they need a new plan. Jack grimaces irritably. This glowing bald head is worthy of the beatings that came to him, and even more. Never in his life has Jack been so annoyed by a man. Y himself is sitting with a box on his head with a specially made cutout for his face, not noticing how snot flows from his nose. 10 years ago in the desert in the Middle East, Adidas, the leader of the terrorist organization Desert Eagle, demanded from his subordinates an expensive bottle of wine. 1945, sitting surrounded by 2 ladies. In his hand he held a pistol made of gold. A girl of about 5 with blue hair was standing in front of him. Behind her was an aquarium twice the size of a girl who told her father that it was a medicinal wine that she had prepared especially for her. A huge monster was swimming in the jar, tangling its huge body in the algae. The girl is interrupted by a subordinate of Adidas who ran into the room with a machine gun hanging behind his back and shouts that something has happened to the boss's wine in the cellar. The boss shows how much he is straining because of this information. The girls recoil from him when he jumps up and asks what's wrong with his wine. The subordinate was trembling with fear, unable to say what had happened to the master's wine. He points a trembling finger at the jar that was standing behind the boss's daughter, as if that should explain everything. The girl remained the only person in the room who didn't worry a bit. She tells her father how it was. It turns out that a few days ago the girl heard her blonde sister, now sitting next to Adidas, chatting with her younger brother about the fact that the owner had become weak. She also heard the words of an old cook who said that in ancient Chinese books there is a magical medicinal drink called 9 dragons. Further, it was said that it should be made from rare lizards and snakes, as well as precious wines. The blonde, in a voice trembling with fear, asks Adidas if he is going to believe what the little girl says. With all her behavior, she shows that she herself is perfectly aware of what the child is talking about. Adidas, despite the woman, even with his peripheral vision, presents a gun to her forehead and shoots. The girl continues. She asked her brother, one of her father's subordinates, who is in this room, to smuggle the Komodo dragon after she explained the whole situation. The boss's daughter points her finger at Big Beard, the man who let her go into his wine cellar for a drink. After her words, he tried to hide under the guise, because he did not want to rake in for looting the cellar. The old man turns around and tries to say forgiveness, sweating profusely. A shot is fired, which the girl does not pay attention to, and at least 2 bullets end up inside the subordinate's chest. The baby pours her own wine to take to her father. With a reverent look, she hands the boss a cup, asking him to try the decoction. However, he does not intend to show mercy to his own daughter, and with a hard movement knocks the cup out of her hands. The cigarette falls out of the man's mouth, being bitten into 2 parts. He grabs the girl by the neck, making her gasp with horror and fear. The man shouts at her, calling her a dirty, pathetic, and smelly child, sending her to hell. Tears appear in the girl's eyes. How can he treat her like this? They are family. She tries to say these words to him, but the hand on her neck squeezes harder and harder, and soon not a single word can fly out of the girl's mouth. The air has completely run out. The legs go into convulsions, the eyes roll inwards, and the forces are about to leave the body, having expired. However, contrary to the expectations of a man who clearly believed that killing a 5-year-old girl would be as easy as taking candy from a child, his daughter's hands grab his own with force. The girl's blue hair turns red, as if someone pours scarlet blood on her head. Her eyes have acquired the hue of a hot flame, from which bitter tears of pain and disappointment in her own father flow. There is an explosion. Currently, Jack is sitting in class, hiding his face and sore eyes behind a small notebook. Y sniffs loudly, leaning back in his chair, and one glance is enough to make a decision. he must find a more adequate person to find at least some useful information about the director. Sly eyes scan the classroom. A jock sits in front, who holds the bar with one finger. Turning his head to a classmate, he smiles and therefore immediately disappears from the list of the jack. Next, the guy's gaze falls on a strange man holding structures of small cubes near his face. Jack also throws him away. He has a social barrier, therefore he will not go. Underage Loli, another of his classmates with quirks, is also excluded. Sitting in class, she feeds a strange creature growing in a flower pot. There are also triplets, similar to each other guys with glasses who cooked a tank right in the classroom. Jack closes his notebook. Based on all this, there is only one person left. This person turns out to be a blue-haired girl sitting in a glass dome, about the purpose of which Jack has no idea. The classmate does not pay attention to the killer, continuing to draw in her notebook. In the office there is a Xingtong with a folder in his hands. It turns out that these were independent works of students. She asks the leader to take Jack Chen to the dorm during lunch break after the independent, so that he leaves his luggage there, and after that he can even walk around the campus. The girl he has his eye on is his partner in murder. Jack puts down his pencil and jumps up, telling the teacher that he understood her and will do all of the above. Everyone in the class, though not very obviously, is straining, maybe because this girl gave her voice or because she was entrusted with such a mission. Jack doesn't notice all this. He is only pleased with the fact that she turned out to be the leader of the class, because he has more reasons to get closer to her in order to eventually get information about the director. The girl presses a button on the side of her desk and the glass dome surrounding her entire desk and herself descends. The leader stands in front of the Jack's desk and politely asks him to go with her. She even asks if he doesn't mind taking a car for the convenience of moving. Against the background of the rest of the class, she seems to be the most pleasant person. Jack himself also can't help but notice her attractiveness and grace, and even blushes at the fact that she talks to him. The girl turns to one of the triplets, who is still standing by the newly assembled tank, and asks him if it is possible to take his car. The classmate, without turning around, throws the keys and asks to leave them on his desk when they finish with the tour. The couple goes outside. Jack says she shouldn't have bothered so much, they could have just walked. Of course, he takes the opportunity to get acquainted with the local situation. The girl, in turn, does not even pay much attention to him, she just looks straight and is silent. She speaks only when they approach the transport on which they have to get to the campus, and Jack expected to see an ordinary passenger car. Instead, there was a huge combat vehicle on the road, where a group of special forces could easily fit. Jack was stunned. Did their class have armored vehicles? Was that a good sign, or did it show how bad they were? The killer scratches the back of his head and asks if it's too much to just move his stuff and explore the campus. But the girl is adamant and patiently explains that a trip by this car minimizes the risk factor of their trip, because all Jack needs is just to get inside. When Jack finds himself inside, he, like any normal person, wonders what is so dangerous about this school, which needs to be inspected on such a military monster. The leader puts a box filled to the top with some things in the back. Jack wonders what kind of big pile it is. The girl says that everything that lies here is the things necessary for their trip. Chewing gum with xylitol, which relieves tension without causing tooth decay. There are exactly 12 bites in the elastic band. Then she shows a strong fixing pillow for the neck, which perfectly protects the neck, and can also be used when doing homework. This thing causes the newcomer more questions than the previous one. Is the condition of their school's roads so bad? Then, in the hands of the leader, there is a quick-acting pill to relieve a sudden heart attack, which promotes the activation of strength and blood circulation in case of severe fear. Now Jack doesn't even try to ask her anything, the girl doesn't answer him anyway. The leader shows him a new type of defibrillator, which is needed if the pills that save the heart do not help. Jack begins to doubt that they are going for a simple walk around the campus. The last lot in the box turns out to be the latest military-style combat exoskeleton developed by Mr. Lin. Even such a professional killer as the Jack of Hearts, such a set for an ordinary walk around the campus bothers him. After the leader finishes with the demonstration, they move out on their way. The girl provided the new guy with a pistol and turned on the background music with a very strange song. Jack smiles awkwardly and asks if they can change the song, but the leader replies that it is played automatically by default and cannot be turned off until the end of the trip. Jack says they can't even see the scenery around the campus. The girl presses a button on the remote control, and observation glasses appear over the head of the newcomer. The Jack immediately puts his eyes to them, listening to the leader ask him if he can see the surrounding situation well. Jack says that he can clearly see the student's body temperature. Suddenly, machine guns appear on the roof of the car, which are about to be ready to attack people walking down the street. The system in the car reports that carbon-based creatures have been detected within a radius of 500 meters, and the Alpha Plasma Annihilator cannon has begun to charge. The countdown begins, which throws Jack into a cold sweat. The face of the girl opposite is also grimacing. She nervously apologizes because she seems to have tuned into the thermal imaging weapon homing system. Jack screams for her to turn off this thing. The girl starts nervously pressing the control panel, but the computer, despite all her actions, gives an error that the leader cannot solve. She's starting to panic more and more every second. The guns, meanwhile, begin to smoke from how much they have heated up. Jack tries his best to remain calm and hands the girl a jar of chewing gum, which she herself advertised to him earlier, and persuasively asks not to worry. Just let him try to solve this problem. All she needs to do is relax. Jack grabs the remote control and realizes that if something happens now, then his murder plan, which is already not easy to carry out due to the fact that people with superpowers and brains on the side will come to an end. The girl does not pay attention to his muttering. Her hair is covered with red paint, as it was about 10 years ago when her father tried to kill a little girl. At the moment, she could only think that she had ruined everything again. Everything had gone wrong again. Jack is trying to figure out a solution to the problem. A rather complex example, even at first glance, is displayed on the remote control screen, which is necessary in order to solve the problem. Within 20 seconds, it will need to be turned off if it does not want to commit an unplanned murder. Since Jack is a genius with a high IQ, he quickly draws disappointing conclusions. He has a nonlinear equation consisting of partial derivatives in front of him, but he has too little time to solve the problem. The countdown only gets on your nerves more. The girl is also in no hurry to help him. She holds her head while her whole head continues to be covered with paint. When there is 1 second left until the end, Jack still turns off the system, having literally managed to do it at the last moment. The computer informs you that the system is disabled, which you can use next time. Jack exhales calmly. He did it, you can relax a little. Jack decides to move on to the problem he has been thinking about since he chose the leader as his victim, and says that he wanted to ask something about the director, squeezing out a kind smile. But the expression on his face becomes confused again when he finally sees the changes in the leader. Already completely red hair, as if from a gust of wind, swells. Outside, students can observe how a strong explosion occurs inside a military vehicle, so much so that they light up the street for several meters in different directions. After that, the car shatters into fragments. All that remains of Jack Chen is a burnt body covered with black soot. His face expresses complete shock that he found himself in such a situation. A little more, and the Jack will begin to regret that he agreed to this mission at all, even for the sake of a beautiful tiger. A panicked girl bends over a classmate, only now she is not wearing outerwear, only underwear. There is black smoke around both of them. So, Zhao Yong's ability is a white explosion, and Jack was able to experience it for himself. Onlookers crowded around the black and yellow tape, which was wrapped around the area of the incident. There were tiles left in the asphalt. Doctors arrived here and laid Jack on a stretcher. From a tall building, the director, whose face is still covered with pixels, looks at his fresh milk stuffed salmon. The man talks out loud about the fact that an exchange student brings much more energy to Class F, as he, however, expected. In his office there is a panoramic window from which you can see the azure sea surrounding the island. When Jack opens his eyes, the first thing he sees is a woman's breasts, and above it a golden ceiling with a chandelier. Jack can't help but think that he has already somehow ended up in heaven. His head is lying on the lap of a girl who looks more like a nymph. She was playing a small harp, and the music filled the room with a sweet sound, seemingly made entirely of gold. Jack mentally wonders if this is an angel in front of him. Someone is disturbing their peace. Someone's voice greets the Jack in Class A. A man with long silver hair in a white suit appears in the room, and behind him are 4 girls dressed in a dress similar to those worn by an angel, on whose lap Jack turned out to be. They praise the strength, beauty, justice of the current class leader, but they do it with such a face, as if they themselves do not believe in it. The leader's name is Kirapanov. Jack gets up from the girl's lap and grabs his body, where there were wounds from Zhao's explosion before. Where did all his numerous injuries that were just a few hours ago go? They wouldn't have recovered in such a short time. Kirapanov answers the unspoken question. The wounds recovered so quickly and regenerated with the help of the sound of music played by the girl. This was the ability of Freya, who is the deputy commander of the Leshen squad. Jack looks at the healer with shock. Her power is able to completely turn the modern medical world upside down. After that, Jack asks if Kiripanov knows where the leader of his class is, but the guy interrupts and asks Jack to allow him to invite an exchange student to inspect class. Kiripanov points to the red door, the exit from the golden room, and for some reason the Jack does not refuse him. Kiripanov smiles slyly, which indicates his impure intentions. Outside the building there are their own disassemblings. A guy with a flame burning on his head, named Lai Kai, demands that the fish from Class F stop, because he can't let them inside. Now he is in Class A, although he used to belong to the lowest class of their school. Y shows Tom the middle fingers and demands not to forget that he was also near them before. Small fish in his opinion. One of the twins is fixated on Lai Kai's hair, which he wants to shave off and study under a magnifying glass. Only Zhao Yong was worried about Jack Chen and asks just to tell what happened to their classmate. Suddenly, the twin hands her a microphone and, adjusting her glasses, advises her to use it. Meanwhile, Kiripanov continues his tour and shows the exchange student the study area of Class A. Jack turns his head around. His eyes are almost blinded by the amount of gold per square meter. Then they move into the living area. Of the 5 girls in the leader's retinue, only 2 remained, who quietly accompanied the 2 guys. The dining room, of course, turns out to be such as is worthy of a royal palace. Servants walk with trays, marble tables, golden columns. Jack is seated at the table with Kiripanov and served Gixia coffee from the Emerald Estate, which is located in Panama. He even wonders if the guest likes the taste. Jack sips his tea, taking his time to answer. From the drink he feels the aromas of bergamot, jasmine, lemon and honey, definitely worthy of being a manor, better known as the best coffee house in the world. They intertwine so well and sweetly, as if the hand of an angel caresses his taste buds. Of course, Jack can't answer this way. This answer is more suitable for the Jack of Hearts, and not for an ordinary exchange student. Therefore, words fly out of his mouth that this tea is clearly better than the instant coffee that he drank before he got to this wonderful place. Zhao chooses this moment to use the microphone and ask the new guy if he's okay. From the strong sound that spreads throughout the dining room, windows break, and the fragments carried by the sound wave only miraculously do not hurt anyone. Kiripanov, clearly very angry that his rest was interrupted, stretches out his hand to the side and clenches his palm into a fist. Shards of glass crumble into fine crumbs at the same second. The girls next to him cover their ears with their hands. The sound has clearly cut too much into their eardrums. Jack, covering his ears himself, looks with admiration at how the class leader not only stopped the broken glass, but also crushed it. Only when the first shock passes, Jack realizes that the voice calling him was very familiar. From the former window, you can see how Zhao and the twin are standing on the street, who managed to get headphones from somewhere and put a laptop in front of him, while Y just lay foaming at the mouth, even twitching a little more. For him, like for many, the sound turned out to be so strong a big surprise. The girl repeats her question. Gemini announces that the 11th test of portable weapons for lethality with the lowest available power is beginning. Lai Kai demands to stop using terrorist weapons as a daily necessity, although everyone understands perfectly well that such things can be killed even without the presence of superpowers. Jack shouts to the leader that everything is fine with him, the girl can stop worrying. Zhao smiles. You can see from her face that this news made her incredibly happy and took some part of the burden off her shoulders. She asks him for forgiveness, because it was because of her inability to restrain the ability that the guy almost died. Jack decides to play on her feelings of guilt. It might help in getting information in the end, and again asks Zhao not to worry, since the girl's intention was to allow him to visit the campus safely, so let him stop taking everything so close to his heart. Kiripanov, wiping his mouth with a white handkerchief, approaches Tom from behind with a gloomy look. He throws the handkerchief aside and begins his speech by saying that since the principal founded the Heroes High School, Jack Chen is the first and only ordinary exchange student who was generously allowed to enroll here. By such an act, the director took upon himself the important task of building bridges between superhumans and ordinary mortals. Kiripanov points his finger at the student and informs him that there is a fairly high probability that those who study in Class F will eventually become powerful criminals, which will eventually lead to the outside world becoming afraid of real heroes, such as Kiripanov himself and the rest of Class as well. He ends the monologue with an unexpected offer. He asks Jack to join Class A, which is the only one from the whole school that can present a real image of heroes to an ordinary person. Zhao perfectly hears what her competitor is talking about, and reminds her that only the headmaster can make the decision to transfer Jack to Class A. Kiripanov himself has no right to do this without permission. Y enters the case, who tells the girl to stop communicating with such hypocritical guys who only pretend to be the elite. The guy has long understood a simple truth: false light can only be corrected by darkness. He tries to remove the box from his head, but nothing works for him, no matter how much force he puts in. Then Y decides that negotiations can be held, and the best place for this place will be a class restaurant. Classmates, of course, quickly guess his intention. He just wants to go to a luxury elite class lunch. Kurapanov perceives what has been said as a challenge to a dispute. He makes a decision and immediately informs the competitors about it. If they win, he will return Jack to them. Y betrays his intentions to Zhao, tells her that their leader might as well agree right now and hand Jack over to Class A, and in return they could freely use their restaurant throughout the day, so they don't lose anything anyway. Zhao strongly disagrees with him, because she understands that Jack Chen is an important exchange student in their trash class. Y nods, saying that this is true, because he gives another important advice to his leader: they should change the right to use the restaurant for at least 1 week. Zhao roughly punches him on the box that was put on his head as punishment. The girl accepts the challenge and asks Kurapanov what they are arguing about. The class leader creates a transparent sphere on his hand and demonstrates it to everyone present. He sets a condition that Zhao must destroy his sphere. His ability is the power of thought. The twin clicks on his glasses, analyzing the opponent. After the analysis, the guy informs Zhao that according to the collected data, an explosion with a capacity of at least 200,000 tons in TNT equivalent is required to compensate for this force field. Jack's mouth opens slightly in shock. 200,000 tons is equivalent to 20 atomic bombs. Even if such an effect can be achieved, the island will be wiped off the face of the earth, respectively, and all its inhabitants. Freya behind Jack asks Jack not to worry. She explains that Kurapanov is their #1 in martial arts. He is also a beloved son of God who has unprecedented power of thought. Even if Zhao uses a nuclear explosion, it will only be a small spark for the leader. Freya adds that moreover, even if a nuclear bomb could kill Kurapanov, Zhao would not be able to create such a powerful explosion anyway. Gemini also draws disappointing conclusions. Zhao's record for the biggest explosion since she entered school is only about 11 tons in TNT equivalent. It turns out that with a probability of 99.9%, the leader will lose this bet, and they will have to give a class a Jack without the possibility of a refund. Zhao, however, does not intend to retreat. Jack is already a student of Class F, and she will be responsible for this guy until the end. She promised to do it. In the hands of the newcomer, somehow, there is a cup of tea and even a saucer. He addresses the class leader and reminds him that harmony is the most important thing. Kurapanov should not forget about it. The future hero smiles at him and says that he will allow Mr. Jack Chen to understand who can really represent the high school of heroes. Kurapanov waves his hand, his face darkening. The flow of air caused by it lifts the barefoot Zhao off the ground, looking down with a panicked look, because, of course, Kurapanov did not try to warn about what he was going to do. The guy himself also takes a step behind the window frame. He did it all so that the explosion of the girl did not spread to the campus. They should continue in the air. Unlike the confused Zhao, Kurapanov elegantly climbs up with her, and Jack and the others can only look after them. Freya and her friend praise the beauty of their leader and even wish to fly on his strong arms like this. Jack's head is filled with thoughts that he has now seen the true power of Class A. The wardens, who recently chastised Y for using his ability, are playing cards on the roof of the building. The third of them stands a little apart, watching the unfolding dispute between the leaders of the two classes. She asks the director if she and her partner should stop it, but the boss asks her not to worry, because Kurapanov has a sense of proportion, and besides, this does not happen every day. The woman still insists that the students should be punished. They violated the 8th article of the school rules, according to which students are prohibited from using superpowers for fighting without permission. The director grumbles about the fact that he has taught the supervisors so many times that as long as it is within a controlled range. Of course, in any case, women should wait until it is confirmed that the school rules have been violated before they can be properly punished. The supervisor replies that everything is clear to her, but she clearly does not take the director's side. Her job is to monitor the implementation of the rules and punish those who violate them, even if it is the leader of an elite class. Meanwhile, Kurapanov and Zhao are climbing several tens of kilometers, most likely ending up in the stratosphere. The guy says that they are about 18 kilometers away from the school, so Zhao can safely use his ability. He creates a sphere around himself, his sphere, which used to be the size of a palm. Before she explodes, the girl says that after learning about her abilities, all normal people will feel fear and disgust for her. The only person who was not afraid of her, did not feel disgust or dislike for her, it was Jack Chen. He is a completely different matter. It is for this reason that she does not want the newcomer to leave their class. The girl strongly hopes that one day they will become friends. The hair, like last time, was covered with red. Now even the space around the girl was flooded with scarlet, as if sprinkled with blood. The space between the two leaders is deprived of all colors, a sure sign that the explosion will be stronger than the previous ones. And Kuporanov's confused face only confirms this idea. There are no details visible on Earth, however. When Zhao explodes, a second sun appears in the sky, eclipsing the first. When it's all over, the twin estimated this explosion at 480 tons in TNT equivalent. Which means one thing, Jack goes to Class A, because Zhao lost. The chief of the wardens, who from the very beginning considered it a bad idea to leave the children to sort it out alone, raises her hand up, creating a protective barrier between the blast wave and them. Zhao lands on the parquet floor in his underwear. Her hair is gradually returning to its natural color. Not far from her lies a burnt body. It doesn't take much time to guess who it was. Undoubtedly the leader of Class A. It seems that Kuropanov's sphere still could not withstand someone else's explosion. Freya rushes to him to heal him. Zhao looks at the opponent with disbelief. Did she really defeat him? The girl, although she tried to give her best, but she still can't believe that she succeeded. How could this be possible at all? Someone says that Mr. Kuropanov actually lost. The third speaker cannot believe that an inferior student of Class F defeated the first student in combat power. All this was something on the verge of fiction. Freya muttered that this couldn't have happened, not to her beautiful class leader. He's ahead of the whole planet. However, immediately her face suddenly twists. She quickly covers her nose with her palm. Some unpleasant smell began to spread, and it's not even the stench of a burnt body. Looking closely at the trousers of the Kuropans, it becomes clear that the stench comes from this man. It seems that Zhao and her explosion scared him so much that the leader of the elite class took a shit. How pathetic he is after all. Only one person among those here knows the true reason why Kuropanov's trousers turned out to be in sewage. A little earlier, Jack served the leader tea with a laxative, and now understands that he may have overdone the number of pills. He was not interested in studying in Class A. The strongest heroes are concentrated in it, because if he stays here, it will only become more difficult to kill the main one. Suddenly, Zhao grabs his hand and asks him to let him take him to the dorm so that he can put his things. Now there was no indifference on her face that had remained since they left the classroom, even though the girl was wearing only underwear, because the clothes were burned by the explosion. She smiled brightly and was not at all shy about her appearance. The guy mentally asks Kuropanov for forgiveness. The only way Zhao could defeat another leader was this one. While Zhao drags him towards the dorm, Jack offers to lend her his shirt, and the leader clearly only now remembers that she is not fully dressed. The girl leads him to a broken building, patched in several places and sagging roof, broken windows and dirt on the walls. Jack can't bring himself to call this place a class dormitory. However, judging by the fact that they came here, that's exactly what it was. Zhao smiles all over his mouth and confirms his guesses. She finally accepted the newcomer's offer and put on his shirt while Jack was standing in a t-shirt. Chen shoves his suitcase into the girl's hands, almost crushing her, and remembers that he seems to have something left in Class A. He should come back for it. This turns out to be something why. He did not even remember about the newcomer, and even more so about the fact that Zhao had a duel with the leader of another class. The boy ate from the belly, lying on a gurney with food and snuffling in 2 holes. Dirty plates lay around him, from which he took food. Zhao and Jack go inside a dilapidated building. The girl says that although the dorm of their class is a little smaller and a little old, it is very warm. Jack had something to compare with. Most recently he was in a Class A dormitory, which cut with an abundance of gold, but here it was difficult to find whole furniture. Jack notices obvious violations here, in which students should not live at all. Zhao does not pay attention to his discontent with the newcomer. The girl is burning with enthusiasm and first of all decides to show Jack's room first. She points her finger in the direction and says that on the first floor there were rooms for boys, and on the second floor there were rooms for girls. She seems to be starting to notice that Jack was a little enthusiastic about their place of residence. Zhao approaches the iron door leading to Jack's room. It originally belonged to Lai Kai, but the boy was promoted to Class A. Jack quickly remembers a little student with a real torch on his head. When the girl turns the handle, the door, instead of opening into the room, just picks up and falls to the side on the floor. This leaves two students confused at once, and when it becomes clear what is inside, nothing but quiet horror remains. The room turned out to be all charred. Cobwebs grew in the corners. The few furniture was not just patched. It was broken and had no chance of recovery. Jack almost feels sick. This room looks more like a murder scene than an apartment building. Zhao blushes slightly and folds his hands in front of his face. She tries to explain that this room used to belong to Lai Kai, who had never allowed anyone to enter here before, because the entire Class F has not been here since he left. The leader shows that she is sincerely sorry for such a not the warmest welcome. The Jack is trying to pretend that he doesn't really care about it. After all, everyone here is superhuman. You never know what kind of quirks someone has in his head in this case. There is an awkward silence. To defuse the situation, Jack suggests going to the cafeteria to have lunch. But Zhao, not a bit upset, informs that there is no cafeteria in their class. The Jack doesn't even understand what was said the first time. 2-year-olds are trying to find their advantages. They have a vegetable garden and a small rice field. Cooking can also better develop independence in the life of a teenager, and the whole class will be more cohesive. Jack hesitates to say that the girl is telling him this for the reason that they are actually the worst class in the whole school. Zhao thinks about it, and then gives out a thought. First she will clean his room, and in the meantime Jack can go to the city, which is located next to the hostel, to choose food for lunch. They'll cook something later. Jack nods. During lunch it will be possible to ask her about the director. Such a situation will look quite natural. Jack replies that he will fulfill the leader's instructions and collect vegetables from the garden, and the girl explains how to get there. Zhao clenches his hands into fists and decides that the whole class should let Jack feel the warmth of their big family. The Jack just hopes that the girl will be able to bring him into the room in a livable form. It is not difficult for a guy to find a vegetable garden. The 2 vegetable gardens that the leader spoke about are huge in size, and not because they occupy a large territory, but for the reason that growing corn and wheat were taller than a human. Jack looks at the fruits with his mouth open. These plants are more like space plants. Did they grow with the help of the abilities of the students of Class F? The Jack walks along the fence surrounding the vegetable garden, and does not notice the sign at all that it is forbidden to walk in the direction he liked. Jack's attention is attracted by a large purple grape. The killer decides to eat fruit first to calm his aching stomach a little. The grape, which was unlucky enough to be the first to be in his mouth, suddenly acquires a completely human face, eyes, nose, teeth, even eyebrows, and the fruit seems to emit a scream before being eaten by a human. Jack notes that this is the most delicious grape he has ever eaten. Murderously delicious. As soon as Jack swallows the fruit, he suddenly notices that the rest of the grapes suddenly have faces. The faces writhe in anger and open their little mouths to burst out screaming. This confuses the Jack. Did the grapes somehow become alive? When Jack turns his head behind his back, it turns out that the rest of the fruits and vegetables have quite lively faces. The sponges are folded into a tube to spit at the person who dared to eat their relative. It is worth the Jack to distract himself for a second to see what they are shooting at him, as vegetables in an instant with their whole predatory flock rise above his head. Jack's t-shirt swells and it becomes visible that there are 2 kitchen knives in the belt of his jeans. He snatches them out and, like the professional he is, twists them between his fingers and prepares to attack. Jack smiles rapaciously. Maybe these are not the opponents he is used to dealing with, but vegetables and fruits are definitely going to kill him, so he is not going to restrain himself. The guy demands to attack him, because he is the greatest killer of the present time, the Jack of Hearts. He boldly rushes into battle. With quick movements, he deals with the harvest in a matter of seconds. Fruits and vegetables fall into 2 halves, having lost all their rage. Jack lowers his hands, which still hold the knives. He is even a little glad that he managed to stretch before eating. However, this was still not the end. Predatory sprouts suddenly appeared from under the ground, which immediately surrounded Jack, as if taking him into a cage. A second person appears, lowly from the class with green hair, holding a pot with a flower in her hands. She accuses the newcomer of being a vegetable thief who invaded the vegetable garden. Vines wrap around Jack's arms and legs, and a predatory fruit appears above his head, it seems, about to eat the uninvited guest along with his head. Since Jack doesn't have any superpowers, he has no chance of getting out of captivity. The fetus opens its mouth, inside of which there are, although not sharp teeth of a predator, but still teeth that are indistinguishable from human in appearance. Such people could bite Jack in half at one moment. An unsuspecting Zhao finally finishes cleaning the room of a new student. She suspects that by this time Jack should have already finished the assembly of giving birth, and have time to return to the dorm. The room, which had recently looked so that tears welled up in her eyes, now shone with brilliance and cleanliness. It is quite possible to live in such a room and even enjoy the surroundings. To the surprise of the leader, when she looked out into the corridor, Jack was not there, although he should have returned by this time. And poor Jack was already eaten by a predatory fruit at that moment. Only the guy's leg was sticking out. A long, viscous saliva dripped from the fetus's lips. Some time later, Jack was lying in a puddle of saliva, slightly battered, but still alive. His t-shirt could no longer be restored, since a couple of pieces remained of it, barely holding on to the guy's muscular body. Even the pants did not escape the fate of being torn apart by a plant. Zhao was sitting over him, who was very worried about his condition. The Jack had suffered enough in one day, so much so that it was just right for a normal person to escape from the high school of heroes. Flashing his heels, their classmate stood over them, unrepentant of what her plants had done. Standing a little later in the shower to wash off the mucus of the plant, Jack thanked the leader. If she came a little later, he could really die in the mouth of that mutant durian. Jack turns the shower valve to turn off the water and comes out of the shower fresh, but still tired. He had already washed 3 times, but he still felt like he was in someone's mouth. Zhao, who did not want to leave the newcomer, apologizes from the bottom of her heart and bows several times. She feels guilty because she forgot to tell which part of the garden is intended for food, and which one is to kill people, apparently. Jack smiles at her, still trying to convince her that he's okay and not to worry. When Zhao asks again, she covers her nose with her hand. The smell of durian gives off an unpleasant rot and resembles the smell of a rotten person. Therefore it is not very pleasant to be near him. Behind Zhao's back, the mistress of the plants was hiding, silently watching them. Jack finally notices the third person in the room. From her face alone, he understands that a classmate named Elizabeth seems to still be mad at him. Zhao confirms his speculation. He cut so many fruits of the girl today that it is simply impossible to count. An aura of murder emanates from Elizabeth, clearly indicating her intentions. Jack, frankly speaking, does not understand what is wrong with the fact that he cut a couple of fruits that normal people use for food. The leader understands why he does not understand the seriousness of his situation. Since Jack has just joined them, he does not know that Elizabeth treats her plants as family members. Jack cut a lot of fruit, and this is equivalent to the fact that he committed a murder in her family's house. Jack opens his mouth slightly. Can it be that everything is so serious? Zhao tells the story of how one summer their classmate Y went to Elizabeth's vegetable garden and stole a watermelon to eat it. According to his beliefs, summer, when a person does not eat watermelon, does not count in summer either. While he was enjoying the taste of the berry, Elizabeth stood behind him with the intention of committing a bloody murder. All she did in the end was to hang him naked by his ankles with the help of her plant, forcing him to sweat in the infernal heat. This story leads Jack to primal horror. He immediately changes his mind and decides to find a way to get Elizabeth's forgiveness as soon as possible. He is not at all tempted by the part of being hung naked. Zhao calms him down a little, saying that she already has a solution. She will definitely make Elizabeth forgive them. The confidence of a leader inspires him with confidence. Jack puts on a Panama hat and is sent outside with Zhao. There are 3 plates in front of them, on which there are bags of something, and Elizabeth is standing behind them, carefully watching the process. Zhao takes the pieces of paper lying between her and Jack and throws a handful into the air. She wipes away the tears streaming down her face and shouts out the name of all the fruits that the Jack accidentally killed. Jack opens his mouth in shock. He is horrified that the girl mourns them as if they were selling fruit on the road and luring customers. Will Elizabeth fall for these pseudo-defenses? Elizabeth touches the stone slab with her palm and apologizes to her plants for not being able to take care of them properly. Her eyes, under which there are bruises, really look sad. She lists the names of all the dead plants. Jack realizes that, it turns out, she is really sad about this. Zhao's hand flies straight into the new guy's head in order to tilt him the next second and hit his forehead on the ground. She apologizes to her classmate, saying that they were wrong. The leader whispers to Jack to say the same thing. Jack says he wants to take care of plants for the rest of his life and will never waste it again when he next eats. He almost sincerely apologizes. The guy is kneeling with his forehead at the bottom, and Elizabeth calls more and more ridiculous names every time. Tiramisu, Little Star, Mr. Mighty went into business. The girl reads all this from a tombstone made especially for her pets. This amazes Jack. She even gave the name of each fruit to remember. At this moment, a bright lightning flashes in the sky, cutting through the airspace. Is it really going to rain? Jack, however, quickly determines that it's not going to be an ordinary downpour at all. This cumulonimbus cloud is a prelude to a tropical storm. The wind quickly reminds of itself. With a strong gust it blows into the backs of the students, almost knocking Elizabeth off her feet. The strong gust makes the girl swing and let go of the pot with the plant. He soars into the air and rises higher and higher. Elizabeth sends her vines after him, but their length is not enough to catch him. The girl stops, looking in despair at her flying friend. Her hands go down. She realizes that there is no way she can help the plant in this situation. However, Jack gets down to business. When he rushes forward to catch the plant, his Panama hat flies off. He shouts to a classmate that he will help her return the pot. Of course, this is also his insidious plan. The pot with a rose in it is obviously important to her, because she kept it next to her all the time, and even saying goodbye to her fruit did not let the plant off her hands. If he returns the pot to the girl, then she will definitely be grateful to him and will no longer wish for Jack's imminent death. Jack Bullet, on the verge of his physical strength, runs on. With one foot he pushes off the stone and makes a leap of faith. That's what the Jack calls it. Finally, he reaches for the pot and grabs it with both hands for safety. Jack did it. When his feet are ready to touch the ground, a new gust of wind blows away the boy, like he's a fluff, leaving him in terrible confusion. All Jack can do at the moment is scream in fear. His gaze clings to the palm trees. They can be a life-saving beacon for Jack. The Jack uses his proven killer skills, which saved the guy more than once in that life when he was not yet an ordinary student of this crazy school, and clings with a harpoon. Jack's body is already developing over the sea, where a storm begins when the iron teeth dig tightly into the trunk of a tree. Only a miracle helps Jack to hold on like this and still not let go of the pot with a small rose. A coconut is separated from the palm tree, which, by a wonderful coincidence, flies straight into the face of the Jack. Fortunately, on impact, Jack does not lose consciousness. All that says about the injury is a thin trickle of blood flowing from his nose. After this small attack, other coconuts fly into the Jack, which cling to their places too badly and therefore so easily separate and end up in the sky. All of them accurately hit their target, although they are not even those alive. The first hits the top of the head, the second on the cheek, the third knocks out the air, landing in the chest, and the last, the fifth, attacks on the second cheek. Panic begins to approach Jack. If he does not hold this plant, it will be blown away by the wind, and you can forget about the disposition of Elizabeth to your person. Of course, this is just part of the mission. In any case, the Jack does not need to risk his life for the sake of the rose. But before Jack's eyes there is an image of Elizabeth, who was in real despair when her plant flew away, and she could not stop it. Jack immediately decides to go all the way. No one should underestimate the #1 killer, the Jack of Hearts. The guy turns his hand and clings with his palm to the cable connecting him and the palm tree. He painfully bites into his hand, tearing the skin until it bled. The tree, which only miraculously remained in the ground, finally gives up its last strength. The wind uproots the palm tree out of the ground, sending it into free flight. The blood flowing down Jack's face does not prevent him from seeing that he is about to come to an end. Salvation comes from where they did not expect. Elizabeth's vines grab the Jack by the waist. The girl clenches her teeth at how hard she tries to keep a new classmate from certain death. Elizabeth's eyes look to the side, to where the sea wave raises a tsunami ready to flood the shore. Compared to her, the two people on the shore are small ants. The sand is flooded with water, burying the girl along with her vines. The plants release the Jack's bodies, since no one else controls them, and Jack falls into the sea. The guy has the advantage of being underwater. The Jack had a lot of advantages as a first-class killer, and among them was being in the Guinness Book of Records for scuba diving. Still holding Elizabeth's pot in his hands, Jack tries to swim to the surface. However, Elizabeth does not have this ability. All she can do is swim in the depths. She closes her eyes, surrendering to the will of fate. Before her death, the girl remembers her mother, whom she was very much like, with the same green hair and general facial features. A woman stands at an open window, caring for roses sitting in pots. The child, Elizabeth, holds out a duck to her mother, on the back of which grass grows. Mom smiles softly and ruffles her daughter's hair. Their family atmosphere is broken by a man watching them from the side. His face is grim from what his daughter has done. He takes the toy from her and, clenching it into a fist, breaks it to pieces. He decides that he's had enough of it all. Elizabeth looks with wide eyes at how the broken duck splinters falls to the floor, and then, like any normal child in such a situation, she begins to cry. The man turns around to leave the room and finally says that if the woman leaves the freak she dared to give birth to, the Zijinghan Palace will be destroyed by disgusting plants created by the hands of the girl. He decides to order someone to send the two of them to a remote farm of the royal family, and then announce that the princess chose to live in seclusion because she could not adapt to life in high society. The woman hugs her daughter as if wanting to protect her from everything. She turns out to be glad that Elizabeth's father made such a decision. It's okay in any case. Nothing happened, because they will be together. A little more and her daughter will be able to live freely. Newspapers quickly spread the news that the princess was leaving the royal palace to go into seclusion. This news was on the front page. Despite how much attention was glued to her person, little Elizabeth really enjoyed life. She ran around the field among the abundantly growing roses, and her mother only asked her to run slower. A woman due to her age could not keep up with the girl. To the side, on the roadway, there is a strange-looking man. Despite the warm weather, he was dressed in a thick coat and boots. There was a hat on his head that cast a shadow over his entire face, where sunglasses were already. The man did everything to hide the fact who he was. When night fell on the ground, a woman was reading a fairy tale to Elizabeth. Despite the fact that the time was obviously late, she decided to tell the girl that to the east of the farm she saw a beautiful transparent flower in the forest. Of course, this news excited the baby. She loved flowers with all her heart, so she decided that she should see him immediately. She got out of bed, intending to leave the warm house right now. The woman says that she should go first, and she herself will come later with a flower pot. The eldest informs that Elizabeth should behave quietly, because the transparent flower is very timid. Elizabeth promises that she will do as her mother told her. The front door slams shut behind the girl, and only now the woman allows herself to shed a tear. She asks her daughter to stay alive, even if she can't do it herself. Outside, masked men covered the growing roses with poison, and they were commanded by the same strange man who watched the mother and daughter during the day. He lights a match, but instead of attaching it to the tube, he throws it down, right into the buds of red roses. Elizabeth was hiding behind one of the tree trunks. She did not see what was happening in the clearing, but almost on a subconscious level she felt that something bad was happening. She wondered why Mom was still not there. The night is lit up by a fire, which attracts Elizabeth's attention. She looks at the clearing and sees only that fire set by a suspicious type. The baby runs towards the house to check on her mother, but a small stone gets in her way, which the girl stumbles over. Tears come to Elizabeth's eyes. Her face is smeared in the dirt of the earth in which she found herself as a result of the fall. She looks at the burning flowers and, even despite her sore leg, crawls to the house. Gritting her teeth, the girl rises and takes the 2 remaining sprouts that escaped the fate of being burned. Elizabeth falls to her knees again and looks at how her whole life is burning. The water pool tightens over the girl's head. Jack loses the chance to swim to the surface because the water flow is too fast. If even he is a person who has got out of different situations, can't fight the current, then what chances does Elizabeth have in this case? The capillaries in the eye inflate for the reason that the guy can no longer hold his breath, and therefore releases oxygen bubbles, thereby sinking to the bottom. After all, the Jack of Hearts was a mere mortal, and that was the limit of his abilities. There was a chance that he might die in all his missions, but for the first time Jack was literally at the bottom. Before his body finally touches the seabed, the vines reach out to the student and pull Jack out of the water, saving him from certain death. He spits out the water and opens his eyes to see the reason that saved him. Chen doesn't recognize the person in front of him. It's definitely a girl. Her hair grows into the ground, as do her legs. The eyes do not look like human eyes. The whites were black instead of healthy white. The vines, which were instead of the girl's hair, just pulled the guy out of the water. They carefully put Jack on the ground. At first, he cannot stand on 2 weak legs, and the surface under them does not inspire strong confidence. They both look at the oncoming wave, which will certainly cover people under it. They were barely standing on something that had grown right out of the water, and they would definitely not withstand such a blow. Jack, in a panic, looks through the vines surrounding him so that the Jack does not fall. He turns to the girl and asks why she is still standing then, as she should rush from here with all her legs. She clearly has more chances than Jack himself. The girl prefers not to give an answer. She looks at the wave without betraying a drop of fear or nervousness. She waves her hand. Obeying her palm, vines appear from under the water to shield the 2 from the wave. As a result, huge tons of water, which could cover the entire island with ease, crashed into this wall of plants. All that's left of it is a fine drizzling rain. Jack looks at it almost with disbelief. Despite the fact that he spent several hours in the high school of heroes, any superpowers for him remain beyond comprehension. His strength is leaving him at this very moment. He loses consciousness, but the vines that were still around him do not allow him to fall, securely clasping his torso. The next time Jack opens his eyes, the clouds are already clearing. The girl who saved him gently holds the Jack by the face. The roses that started it all were now enjoying the sunshine. They were absolutely fresh and untouched thanks to Jack. The headmaster of the school, holding his fresh made of stuffed salmon in his hands, sat with him, oddly enough, in the toilet. His pixelated face seemed to smile. Because of the mosaic, it still couldn't be understood. Reaching for a roll of toilet paper, he realizes that it is not there. He does not hesitate to ask students to help. He wonders if they could bring him some toilet paper. The director turns the latch and a paper is handed to him from a small slot. He thanks his benefactor. However, instead of closing the door, as a good student should do, it turns out to be restrained by someone else's fingers, preventing it from being closed. Jack looks out of this slot directly at the man sitting on the toilet and says that this roll of paper can be a little painful to use for an expensive director. So it was. There was a gun sticking out of the toilet paper, aimed directly at the head of the director. The man raises his hands in an attempt to defend himself, but this is obviously not enough to dodge the bullet. He even tries to ask Jack what he's up to, even though everything is very clear. Jack pulls the trigger, putting a bullet in the director's chest. She flies through a glass bottle of Fresh, smashing it to pieces. Fresh splashed all over the booth, splattering the entire wall and the half-dressed body of the man. A bloodstain is spreading across the director's jacket where Jack's bullet turned out to be. The head of the elder leans back, falling exactly on the side of the toilet. Jack smiles rapaciously. Now that his target is dead, the mosaic's superpower should disappear. Jack mentally asks to be allowed to look at the true face of the director, although now no one will answer him. However, the expected does not happen, and instead of the mosaics disappearing from the director's face, he begins to glow the way Zhao glowed before exploding. Jack wakes up in his bed to the fact that someone outside is calling Y in a rather aggressive tone. It was just a dream or even a nightmare, and the director, unfortunately, is still alive. After Jack opens his eyes, he sees that he is lying among a pile of fruits. They circle around his entire bed like a coffin. This was a big surprise for the guy, because the last time he dealt with plants, he was almost eaten. On the fruit of one of the fruits, he finds a thank you note. Since there is no sender, we can only guess who she is from, Zhao or Elizabeth. Jack decides to go outside to get some fresh air. Standing on the porch and gnawing something from the gift, he reflects on what happened a couple of hours ago. Only puddles on the ground reminded that a strong thunderstorm had passed here not long ago. Jack bites off a cucumber and closes his eyes to reproduce the image of the girl who saved him. Did Elizabeth's plant, which she was caring for, turn into that queen of plants under the influence of seawater? It was quite a frightening, though exciting, sight. The guy looks at his wristwatch. It was just time for a morning jog. Jack decides to take the opportunity to prepare his body, because after a successful murder he will need to leave school quickly, and along the way he should explore the island. From the side of the horizon where the dawn sun rises, Jack sees something approaching at high speed. This something cuts through the water as if it were a submarine missile. In his professional opinion, Jack can say that only a torpedo blizzard made in the USSR can have such a speed. As it turns out later, this torpedo was a man with a very muscular build. He jumps into the air to cover the distance from the shore to the Class F dormitory with his big jump. On the man's shoulder is a small penguin compared to himself. Jack covers his face. It's worth the dust from the man's jump to fly in his direction. Now, when a person is at a short distance, the Jack realizes that he has already seen him. It was that guy from the class, his classmate, who was sitting at the first desks and held a barbell on one finger. A classmate puts the penguin on the ground, asking Hamlet to hold on. The guy opens his mouth and blows air into the penguin's slightly open beak, thereby giving him artificial respiration. He continues to calm the unconscious penguin, telling him words of support. Not every parent can provide such support to their child, and now Jack sees how they say this to a simple penguin. At some point, a classmate notices that a new guy is watching him, and the way the jock looks at him makes Jack shudder violently, even though, if desired, the Jack can put him on the shoulder blades. Unless, of course, superpowers are involved in the battle, because from experience we can say that in this case Jack will undoubtedly lose. Jack nervously waves his hand to Tom, wishing him a good morning. He even feels a little sorry for him, because at the same second the jock jumps up and walks towards him with firm, heavy steps. It is not clear for what purposes. Contrary to expectations, a classmate grabs Jack by the hand and smiles all over his face, asking the Jack if he is going for a morning run. The killer is surprised to ask in response how he found out. The classmate almost awkwardly replies that he clearly hears every pore in Jack's body excitedly screaming about it. The guy suddenly stands up, pointing at the Jack with his finger, and shouts that all these things are irrefutable evidence that Jack is going to go in for sports. He goes on to say that athletes will never be alone, especially while they are looking at each other. They have already formed a bond. Jack looks at the jock with his mouth open, clearly wondering if he is crazy. A classmate grabs Jack's hand in a handshake, offering to sweat together. They need to leave their doubts under the rising sun. The Jack understands that he has no special way out. He can only agree because he just smiles nervously. The Jack of Hearts wouldn't be himself if he didn't even want to use this kind person for his own purposes. Since Jack can't refuse, he should use the guy who has only muscles instead of brains in the best possible way. Chen smiles slyly and offers to arrange a morning jog right in front of the director's windows. Seeing how the jock's face has darkened in the worst sense, Jack quickly changes course and says that if he is so uncomfortable, then, of course, they can choose another route, it won't be a problem. The next second, the classmate's face changes, tears suddenly begin to flow from his eyes, along with snot flowing from his nose. He didn't even pay attention to the words that Jack wants to run under the windows of the director. The jock only admires that an ordinary person like Chen has a sporting soul that is not accessible to most superhumans studying here. The jock announces that they will start right now and stands up for a run. Jack tries to say that he just wanted to do a morning run, not compete, but the guy doesn't listen to him and waits for him to stand up. A classmate's eyes light up with rage when he shouts about sports. He no longer thinks about Jack, but just starts and runs faster than the speed of sound. Unexpectedly for the Jack, he is knocked down by the wind raised by the pitching. When the jock runs, the grass and trees develop as if a new storm has begun. Once all this torture is over, Jack lies exhausted, covered in dust and barely picking up drool from fatigue. Of course, this was not the kind of morning run he wanted. The Jack of Hearts had never had such a bad run before. Jack looks after his classmate. From the start he was able to overcome the sound barrier. The class he got into is, without a doubt, full of all sorts of monsters, but one should not miss any opportunity to explore the location of the director's office. The Jack of Hearts is a professional, after all, and knows how to benefit from a variety of situations. Although, of course, the killer should later have the opportunity to ask the leader, Elizabeth, or even the class teacher about the man. However, this would contradict the third rule of the Jack of Hearts. You should not miss any opportunity to try to gather information about your goal. However, right now the killer is distracted by the fact that this guy has a murderous aura. Why? Who decided that throwing a lamp at a person, thereby breaking a window in a room, is a good idea? Demands that these two do not run around here early in the morning, and if they have so much strength, then let them go around the equator in this case. Jack dodges the thrown thing, nervously watching the unfolding scene. Not only is the bald man dissatisfied with the fact that the jock woke him up with his run, he is joined by a disgruntled Elizabeth, who strongly hates morning runs and shows her irritation by throwing fruit out of the window so that they catch up with sleep violators. She, like the guy before her, breaks glass. Jack looks at the projectiles flying down and deftly dodges each of them. When Jack stops to catch his breath, he quickly notices that a new attack is emerging from the dorm. Fortunately or not just a fruit is flying from there, but already a whole combat projectile. Jack just crouched down, hiding behind the wall of the house, and then just watched the projectile fly into the sea. Already in the water, it explodes, thereby forcing the poor penguin to fly away, and even wake up from fainting. As it turns out, the owner of the projectile was one of the triplets. In slippers and pajamas, he goes outside to talk about the fact that interrupted sleep can cause health problems. On his shoulder lies the cannon from which he fired, and he himself stands on the window frame where there once was a window. Jack wonders if Mr. Lin was going to use this device on Chen Jai just because he decided to go for a run in the morning. The twin frowns. Of course he wasn't going to do that. Jack is trying to say that, after all, they are classmates, so it would be sad to spoil the relationship in this way. Lin explains that in this way he just takes out his anger. Jack wants to ask if his way of venting anger is too expressive, but still decides to keep his mouth shut. It turns out that Gemini was not going to shoot Jai just for the reason that no weapon that he has developed so far can hit this muscular athlete, which means that he cannot spoil the relationship in any way. Jack sighs. It turns out that Lin still wants to kill that jock. Lin says that Jai's habit of morning jogging until today stopped due to the protests of classmates whom he inadvertently woke up, but it was today that someone again pushed him to resume his workouts. The twin turns to the newcomer and puts his hand on his shoulder, asking if Jack Chen was the person who prompted Jai to start running again. The Jack, realizing that unlike the pitching, he cannot hide from the Lin's projectile, begins to sweat profusely, knowing that he was just the same person, and somehow squeezes out an answer, admits that he just woke up. Just in case, the Jack moves away from the brilliant classmate and already at a distance says that he will call Jai now and ask him to apologize to the others for making a commotion at such an early hour. Lin does not accept this idea. Asking Jai to apologize for exercise is as outrageous an idea as letting penguins walk on the beach of a tropical island. The penguin, who was passing under his feet at that time, nervously accelerates, feeling that a gun was inadvertently pointed at him. Jack decides to run right after him instead of ringing the bell. As a result, he runs 7 kilometers. All he had to do was follow the footsteps of a muscle-obsessed man to find out where the director's office was. Of course, he is still far from a classmate, but the Jack of Hearts is the killer who killed the Marathon King right on the run. A sudden obstacle for Jack was said. Why was she on the route of the morning run at all? Moreover, it was high enough and without stairs to overcome it. Of course, ordinary people would give up at this stage. But this is a Jack of Hearts level task, and some piece of stone will not stop him from completing the mission, even if this stone is as tall as a 5-story house. At the sight of the rock, he immediately remembers the 2009th year, and the Great Rift Valley in East Africa with a rock whose height was more than 1,000 meters. He coped with it and will cope with it. On that mission, the guy destroyed a rampant gang of poachers called the Mom and Cat Ears Circus, specializing in the smuggling of big cats. And as everyone knew in the world of murderers, the Jack of Hearts had a strong weakness for the feline family. At that time, in order to defeat the bandits, he clung vertically to a ledge in the rock and fired just like that. Climbing up the cliff, Jack's stamina begins to dissipate much faster than when running, even though he ran 7 kilometers and 43 meters. Finally, the fingers reach the edge of the cliff and pulls up, climbing to its top. What awaits on the other side does not please Jack's eyes at all. The forest goes on, which he also has to overcome, because Jai's tracks are clearly visible. The Jack continues to run. Suddenly he feels a strange sensation on his shoulder and looks at a part of his body to see there is small, but even by one kind it is clear, predatory spider. The appearance of the insect causes Jack to panic. He was more scared of the spider than the explosion of Zhao, Elizabeth's live plants and Lin's shot at Jai. Nothing in the high school of heroes could have caused the great killer to be so terrified. He points a portable mini pistol at the spider, which could easily be hidden anywhere. Jack passes sentence on the insect. The spider must surely die. A loud shot is heard, as if awakening most of the forest dwellers. Then Jack runs, covering his head with his hands so that no creature is on it. The Jack of Hearts cannot be frightened by some insects. As long as no one saw the guy's fright, he could convince himself of it. At such moments, he remembers the 2013 year when he discovered through social networks the Colombian drug lord Happy Old Scar, who viciously mocked defenseless cats, and moreover puts it on video as some kind of achievement. To find this vile man, Jack traveled through the Amazon rainforest, where hordes of the most dangerous poisonous insects live. The killer ceased to look like himself. He put on a special suit with a mosquito net, and only a long hat with cards on the side remained of his past image. When Jack finally managed to find the knacker, he points a gun at the recumbent man and says that he wrote to him in private the nth number of times with requests not to feed the cat with milk. But since now the old Scar was lying in a puddle of milk, you can immediately understand that he did not heed the requests. The guy jumps out of the forest after running 4 kilometers plus. The endurance scale is already burning red, which means that Jack's time to explore the island is running out. Jack smiles. It was easy to overcome this forest. The test did not end there. The desert was waiting for the killer ahead. The guy can't help but swear because there is too much variety of terrain on this island, which Lin described as tropical. Climbing the sand dunes, Jack did nothing but curse it all. When the sun starts to burn too unbearably for an ordinary person, the Jack takes off his t-shirt and puts it on his head. He sweats, unable to hide in the shadows, and dreams of a sip of water. Jack continues to whisper that he is the Jack of Hearts, who will not be stopped by some desert. And it will not stop for the reason that even such a situation in his life already existed when he went deep into the Sahara Desert in the 2020th year. While Jack was enjoying a vacation in Egypt, information about a rich man from the Middle East who rides a sports car with a cheetah tied up reached his ears quite by chance. Having flown on a paraglider to this man, Jack descends rapidly down. The man was driving the car at this time, while the cheetah behind him was running as fast as he could. The killer throws some kind of thing in his direction, and only when it falls into the interior of the car, it becomes clear that it is a bomb, on which the countdown has already begun. A rich man and a woman, by chance, who happened to be in this car, could only look with round eyes at the number 1 before the bomb exploded. Jack manages to untie the cheetah from the car when it explodes and pierces the killer's paraglider with a fragment. Jack is not upset about the current situation. He leaves the paraglider in the middle of the desert and goes on with the cheetah on a leash, which surprisingly walked quite calmly and did not even try to escape from his new owner. Talking about this situation a little later, Jack wondered why he blew up the rich man's car and not just robbed him, because it would have been more expedient and more useful. Money is never superfluous. Besides, they would have gone to the maintenance of Jack's pets. At the present moment, the sun is already setting when the guy finally passes through the entire desert. Legs tremble mercilessly. The body suffers from dehydration. Of course, this was not the end of the trials. Jack saw mountains that he also had to overcome. By this time, he had walked 33 kilometers and 13 meters. The clock showed 15 minutes to 6. Endurance was at 0, and blood was running from his mouth from fatigue. The stick that Jack leaned on while walking through the desert falls from his hands, and he himself, no longer able to stand upright, falls backwards. Chen Jai, who could return to the dormitory a long time ago, stood on the roof of the director's office and set a goal for himself. Since Jack has a sporting soul, he will wait for him at this place until the Jack appears. The Jack of Hearts, the #1 killer around the world. In order to get a cute saber-toothed tiger, you need to kill the mysterious director of the hero's high school. But something happened that would never have happened to the Jack of Hearts. The murder reached an unheard of dead end. Running on the treadmill, Jack had time to think about it properly. After the incident with the morning jog, the class teacher decided that since Jack, like Chen Jai, likes to run in the morning, he will start running on a treadmill, because, as practice has shown, allowing him to run on the territory of a tropical island is not the best idea. Xintong promises that he will reward the guy if he endures the end of the morning self-preparation to the end. The woman thanks Mr. Lin for providing the treadmill so timely. One of the twins decides to explain that the full name of this car is Morning Runner #1, whose armrests are equipped with titanium alloy locks, pulse sensors, and sensors of muscle cell metabolism. After closing the lock will be unlocked only when the runner's pulse and the metabolism of muscle cells reach the threshold value for this organism. In other words, such a machine allows runners to experience the feeling of running to death. Jack doesn't need to have a great IQ to understand. This is Lin's personal revenge for lying on that morning run. Even Xintong notices that this is a bit too much for an ordinary person like Jack and reminds them that their F class is a correctional class. Y wishes his friend good luck. After these words, Jack once again comes to the conclusion that this guy clearly has some kind of problems with his head. The bald man says that for the members of the Council of the Dark Round Table, all tortures become a test. He seems to really believe in his ideology. From the side of Xintong, some obviously not too easy thing flies into Y's cheek. She is infuriated by the fact that the kid not only wears sunglasses in class again, but also dares to talk to other students. Jack looks with his mouth open at how a classmate gives up the ghost from a single blow, and realizes that this treadmill, on which he is forced to occupy right in the classroom, he did not get off so hard. Jai jumps up from his seat and asks Wu Xintong to let him and Jack be punished on Morning Runner #1. Maybe it seemed unfair to him that only his like-minded person was serving a sentence, or maybe he himself wanted to try out this treadmill. The woman unravels his plan. Of course, the athlete wants to run on the treadmill, which recently came out from under Lin's hand. Waving her pointer, she comes up with a punishment for him to sit in his place after class and not go anywhere. Jai changes face and asks to reverse the decision. Xintong does not listen to him and asks the leader to look after both boys. Zhao gets up from his seat to respond with his consent. A bell rings on the treadmill, notifying that the Jack has had enough torment for today. Bracelets are removed from the guy's hands, monitoring his metabolism, and after that Jack falls to his knees, then face down on the treadmill. The machine continues to work because the Jack slides on it to the floor. He crawls across the floor, wanting to be anywhere but in the classroom of Class F. The work of gathering intelligence information, which is actively communicating with the students of the correctional class, should be suspended for a certain amount of time in order to continue working in the same spirit later. No assassin's mission prepared Jack for such trials. The Jack must withstand everything. Blows with a pointer, live predatory vegetables, swimming underwater in an attempt to save a pot of roses, even flying combat supplies made by one of the students himself, and the torture of the treadmill, on which Jack is likely to die. Jack raises his head when he hears Xintong's hail, demanding the guy to go to her office. Everyone in the class does not comment on this. It is clear to everyone without words that there is nothing good behind this request. knowing the not the sweetest character of their class teacher. Jack walks between the desks and only Y decides to talk to him. He says that the woman has a terrifying ability, mental torture. Her eyes can look into the heart of another person and thus allow people to express their true intentions. Jack had already experienced it once, on the first day of his arrival at school, when he was forced to tell about plans to kill the principal and spend the night with Xingtong. Most likely, she called one Jack to extract information from him about the Council of the Dark Circle, which means that the Jack's task is quite simple, just not to let her do it. The classmate smiles back at him and mentally recalls to why the fact is that the bald man does not tell him anything about this advice at all. Putting on a shirt on the way, Jack looks at the woman's back. Unlike her, Jack does not know how to read other people's thoughts, so he still does not know the reason why Xingtong called him to her office right now. The guess strikes the consciousness of the Jack. Did she somehow find out about the true identity of Jack Chen? Did you find out the fact that he was the Jack of Hearts? However, remembering the morning workout, we can judge that this is not the case at all, although it is still quite possible that some of his previous actions aroused suspicion in the elder, which is why she wanted to apply mental torture to him in private. Jack replays in his head 2 cases when Xingtong could have burned him on the first day, when he poured glue on the stage where the director was supposed to perform, and the second, when he pointed a gun at a spider. If it's the way he thinks, then it's going to be harder than Jack thought. He decides that from now on he will always have to think of himself as an ordinary exchange student, and not as the #1 killer. Apparently, the mantra he says to himself from time to time does not help at all, although he suddenly realizes that if Jack deliberately starts thinking about his profession, it will be much easier for Xingtong to expose him. She will simply be able to ask questions about who he is and for what purpose he entered the High School of Heroes. In such a situation, all Jack will be able to answer is to tell that he is a killer at the top of the list of killers, better known as the Jack of Hearts, who, for the sake of a clone of a beautiful saber-toothed tiger, undertook to kill the director, so that the exchange student was just a mask in order to ingratiate himself with the trust. It will be a complete failure. He will come to an end. The guy even starts to think about pretending again, as he did on the first day, as if he needed to go to the toilet and just run away like the last coward. But this is not the best scenario. Such behavior will only cause greater suspicion on the part of the woman. If he was able to escape on the first day of school, it means that the same scheme will work on the 15th. Jack looks at his wristwatch, thinking about using a powerful anesthetic needle, which he developed specifically to put Xingtong to sleep in case of such situations and let her sleep for about 10.5 months. This option disappears when Jack looks up to the ceiling, where there are surveillance cameras. Even during the day, the corridors are monitored by attendants, so putting Xingtong to sleep in broad daylight will not be a brilliant plan. This causes a brain overload in Jack's head. When they find themselves in the classroom teacher's office, the tension in the Jack's body reaches its apogee. But Xingtong clearly does not notice this. Despite her unusual image from some side, the woman's office is quite ordinary. She goes to the table to take a dozen textbooks from it and hand them to the student. Jack looks at it in confusion. The older one sits in a chair, crossing her legs, and takes a cup of something hot, explaining that these are his textbooks, which she forgot to give them out on the first day when the guy transferred. Jack doesn't even believe it and says it out loud. She couldn't have called him just to give out textbooks. He asks if there is anything else for which Xingtong asked to go with him. The teacher asks what else Tom needs from her. Jack asks not to take what he said into his head. The woman stands up a little, which makes her breasts visible in the slit of her blouse and allows her to return to class. At first, Jack responds positively, and then suddenly begins to give out all his unsolicited thoughts through his mouth. He says that in fact he is just trying to come up with a reason why he can stay here and contemplate the charms of the teacher. After all, what guy wouldn't admire the size of Xingtong's breasts? When Jack realizes what he said, he swears dirty and now tries not to look at the woman at all. The eye of Xingtong, the one that is not covered with a bandage, shines red and replies that it is not surprising to hear such fetid speeches from a teenage virgin. And then she hits him on the cheek with her pointer so hard that blood sprays from the guy's mouth. The blow was so strong that all the books fall out of the student's hands and he flies away. Jack lies prostrate, reflecting on the fact that Xingtong's ability is really frightening, while Xingtong is punishing the best killer in the world for daring to look at her. Although it is clear that the Jack of Hearts deliberately forced himself to think about her, Lai Kai enters the classroom of the class teacher. The guy says that the teacher must have already heard that there was a fight between Kiripanov, their leader, and Zhao Yang, a representative of Class F using superpowers. Patton doesn't say anything about it, just keeps puffing hard at something. Lai Kai tries not to pay attention to his occupation and continues to talk about how, as the leader of Class A, Kiripanov took responsibility for violating ultra-strict school rules. The guy sincerely hopes that the teacher will be able to reconsider the candidacy for the position of leader of their class. Patton still doesn't say anything, and the student patiently closes his eyes. Finally, the man says that if Lai Kai ever brings up this topic again, he will have to end. It turns out that the teacher was engaged in twisting several hoops on the waist, while looking at the screen where the training takes place. The guy, while the elder does not see, sets fire to his palm, clearly wanting to burn a hole in his teacher. Hoops are falling. Patton abruptly turns to face him and shouts that only a calm and reasonable person is worthy of becoming the leader of class if Lai Kai claims this place. He can forget about it right now. The younger one bows his head and replies that the teacher has taught him a lesson. The homeroom teacher almost comes close to the guy who feels obvious signs of coercion from that. Even Xingtong does not force his behavior to bow his students' heads in front of him out of fear. Lai Kai freezes in tension. All Patton ends up doing is lighting his cigar on the guy's burning head. After that, the man turns his back to Tom, releasing smoke into the air. The teacher's office explodes, but no one is in a hurry to help him. Apparently they knew that this could happen to Lai Kai, who recently visited the class teacher. The teacher, not paying attention to his appearance, burnt hair from which smoke was coming, and a sooty shirt, says that since Kiripanov became depressed because of a fight with the leader of Class F, he can no longer continue to lead the team. Patton confirms that what happened is really terrible. Lai Kai already seems to forget about why he came to him in the first place and can only wonder why this idiot in front of him was appointed class teacher of the most elite class at all. The cigar breaks in half, not because it was finished smoking, but because it also suffered from an unplanned explosion and therefore could not stand it. A piece of it falls to the floor, but as soon as it touches the ground, it immediately comes back. A strange leap occurs, and Lai Kai finds himself again in the doorway of the classroom teacher's office when he first came to him. He looks in front of him in surprise. He hardly believes that this idiot's ability is time travel. Patton is no longer spinning the hoop. Adjusting his glasses with one finger, he informs them that it's time for them to return the cure upon the boy. It's not a matter of letting the class leader go limp. The girls who sang odes to this guy stood at the door to Kiripanov's room and asked him to come out or at least open it, since he has not been out for the third day. Kiripanov was sitting in a dark room in his pajamas, not even bothering to make the bed properly, although even one glance at the bedspread can tell how expensive it is. His clothes are crumpled right in front of him. With a sad face, the guy asks Freya to leave, because now it makes no sense for him to go outside. The leader's life was interrupted prematurely. It seems that he was really depressed and very deep, which cannot be cured with a couple of words. Freya turns around at a strange sound and sees the homeroom teacher rushing in their direction at full speed, clearly having no intention of stopping so as not to hurt anyone. 5 girls just take a step to the sides, allowing their homeroom teacher to break the door to Kiripanov's room with his feet. The wooden door, having no chance to withstand such pressure, shattered into splinters. Part of it, which remained more or less intact, flew straight into the back of the leader's head, who did not suspect at all that an unplanned attempt was being made on him now. Kiripanov announces that this behavior, which the guy now adheres to, is completely wrong. The girls look at their idol with regret, folding their arms on their chests. The leader doesn't even seem to hear them at all, pinned down by the heavy door. Patton approaches Kiripanov and takes his immovable body, which is in a knockout, and begins to shake him, saying that the burden of the idol is too heavy for his boy. This may become an obstacle for him in the future when he becomes a real hero. The man suggests to the younger one to try to find at least one person who has never peed in his pants. Apparently, in Class A, this was one of the most discussed topics. Kiripanov, not looking at him, replies that he understands. However, his face contorts into a grimace, as if he suddenly felt pain, and continues to say that as the leader of Class A, the object of admiration is number 1 for 10,000 beautiful girls, a role model for outstanding and super talented students. Kiripanov is elegant, noble, but it so happened that he ruined his pants in public. The homeroom teacher thoughtfully adjusts his glasses and realizes that, judging by what has been said, the burden of the guy's idol is not as heavy as his damaged reputation. Then Patton makes an unexpected decision and hits the younger one on the cheek, fortunately, not with his fist, but only with his palm. Kiripanov holds himself by the injured cheek, looking in disbelief in front of him. In this way, the leader has clearly never been beaten, even by girls, because most of them admired him. The elder asks Kiripanov to listen to him, addressing him affectionately as boy, as well as to Lai Kai, with whom he spoke before coming to the leader. The man brings a microphone to his mouth, do not understand where it came from, and suddenly begins to sing a song to Tom that a real hero is never afraid of losing face. Life is not lost on this yet. Patton continues to sing that giving yourself a chance is a real man's choice. When the song comes to an end, the senior turns off the music, and a little tense silence ensues. None of those present, except for the class teacher himself, seems to have liked it. Patton must be noticing that his rap didn't quite fit into the general atmosphere. Contrary to expectations that Kiripanov will begin to scold the elder, the leader suddenly grabs him tightly and hugs him, squeezing the teacher in his arms. Kiripanov thanks the teacher from the bottom of his heart. Tears of gratitude hardly flow down his face. However, he can't stand it for a long time. Tears and snot covered the whole face of the younger one, and he admits that he always thought that their homeroom teacher was a complete idiot who was completely unsuitable for teaching in Class A. Patton allows himself a slight smile. It seems that a turning point in the boy's school life is about to happen. Maybe he's not such a bad homeroom teacher. The following words spoken by the leader make Patton change his face. Kiripanov says that now it seems to him, although the teacher is really an idiot, but at the same time he is a great hero. The elder answers him that he hates incomplete turns in sentences and instead of a thermal boy, called the student a cretin. Kiripanov regains the image of the great leader of Class A. Instead of pajamas, he puts on a white cape with fur again and announces that he intends to return exchange student Jack Chen. Girls who look like angels are watching the return of their god. Patton wishes Tom luck and instructs him to be a real hero. Walking around the campus, ordinary students, who, unlike Kiripanov, look like ordinary mortals, and seeing the class leader passing by them, begin to look after him and whisper that the day before yesterday the guy lost the fight to the representative of Class A, Zhao Yang. Another person does not believe in what has been said. This simply cannot be. Kiripanov is the strongest in their school. The leader closes his eyes, obviously hearing not quite quiet conversations around. He begs himself to react calmly to this, because a truly great hero would not pay attention to the ridicule and criticism of others. Some student is smart enough to say that he heard that Kiripanov shat himself after the fight was over. This causes laughter from others. The last words of the students lead Kiripanov into a state of despair. He covers his head with a cape and hides in well-groomed bushes. The guy hugs himself in a desire to protect himself and asks for forgiveness from teacher Patton. Because it seems that he still cannot become a real hero. He is still worried about other people's whispers and ridicule. Kiripanov says he can't stand it, and then the homeroom teacher appears out of nowhere, as annoying and happy as ever. The elder hands him a bottle with something that when a person cannot overcome shame, he just has to drink it to calm down immediately. Kiripanov gratefully looks at the proffered bottle, rejoicing at the opportunity to calm down. Without doubting Patton's words, he drinks almost all the contents at a time. Jack, unaware that the class leader will come for him very soon again, complains that he almost died after 2 days of searching. All he managed to find out during this time was the location of the director's office, which itself was not in the most accessible place. This fact only made the Jack of Hearts mission more difficult. Y passes by a classmate and informs him that the 242nd meeting of the Council of the Dark Round Table will be held tonight in the room of the head and asks Jack to be there on time. Jack sighs heavily. Now he almost regrets that he did not promise Kiripanov to stay in class. A people of higher status studied there than in the correctional class. Outside, Kiripanov, whose arrival, of course, no one had a clue about, takes off into the air and waves his hand. Jack on the other side notices that the ceiling above his head is beginning to crumble. At first there was a small crack, but very soon the ceiling just completely disappeared under the influence of someone's force. Y and Jack are looking up tensely, not understanding what's going on. From a bird's eye view, it can be seen that Kiripanov removed the roof from the entire school building and now, like a god, towers over the future heroes. Smiling crazily, he tells the scum of Class F that he has to pick up exchange student Jack right now. People have questions why Kiripanov suddenly became a villain, instead of being an exemplary leader of the elite class. Zhao, like last time, is the first to defend a classmate and asks if Kiripanov is seriously going to violate school rules and regulations. She begs the competitor to stop. This would be the second remark in the last few days. The girl says that if he is so angry because of that explosion, Then Zhao would like to apologize to him. In any case, she did not want to arrange the duel at all. It was the initiative of the class leader. Kirapanov orders that if she doesn't have the courage to beat the shit out of a guy, then let her shut up and not get into other people's conversations. Zhao is not going to back down. She is ready to stand up for Jack to the end. Chen himself is at a bit of a loss because of this whole situation, because Elizabeth's plants are getting involved. The little girl waves her hand, commanding her pets. She is also ready to help her leader if anything happens. Elizabeth, like Zhao, does not want Jack to leave. Jai jumps up from his seat, igniting with rage and tearing his shirt to expose his muscular body, and declares that Kirapanov, a man who does not have a sporting soul, is not worthy to take their new guy. Why even gets involved in the case, who last time was ready to give his important brother for a delicious meal from a class restaurant. However, it was not worth expecting much from him, and therefore Wai immediately wonders what would be the benefit for her if she gave Jack away. The rest of the class members are not happy with his words, and they are already ready to pile on Wai, and not Kirapanov, who attacked for no reason. This, however, is what they do. They switch from the leader of another class to their classmate and already beats him, while the bald begs not to hit him in the face. Jack makes a sudden decision, which is diametrically opposed to what his classmates are asking for. The guy announces at the top of his voice that he will go with Kirapan. This makes Elizabeth, Zhao and Jai very worried. On his part, this can be regarded as a betrayal. Jack declares that everyone in Class F is definitely not what Kiraporov says about them. This decision was made on the basis that Chen wants to protect these people so that they avoid undeserved attacks from the leader of another class. He is rehabilitated in the eyes of 3 classmates, who now even smile at him for such pleasant words. People from the correctional class are definitely not used to hearing such things from the student body of the school. In fact, the Jack does not carry good intentions, thus everything is going the way he wanted. Now Jack can easily return to class to communicate with more adequate people. But of course, nothing can ever go perfectly in Heroes High School. He looks in shock at Kirapanov, who creates his own sphere, the size of a small star, capable of eclipsing the rest of the firmament. Jack promises that he will go to class with him, so there is no point in fighting with him. It is clear that the Jack will not take out the fight. He just smiles crazily. According to his logic, if Class F is destroyed, then Jack Chen will be free to move to Class A, and there will be no way to return in this case. Obviously, he's not going to stop. Jack decides to end the conversations and urgently seek shelter. There is literally no roof over your head, so there is no point in staying in the building anyway. Suddenly, Jack is overtaken by complete despair. What kind of shelter can protect him from such a blow? Patton enjoys sunbathing in the surf, lounging on a chaise longue. The beach, the sun and whiskey on the rocks are clearly perfectly combined with each other. There is a tape recorder nearby, from which the favorite music of the class teacher pours. Patton takes a bottle of a drink from the portable refrigerator with ice, similar to the one he recently gave to Kirapanov. The label on the cold bottle makes the teacher emit a surprised air. It was written on it that it was a cold carcade. Jack and the rest of the Class F students look at the approaching ball, which looks like a meteorite that is about to destroy the Earth. Jack's face takes on a blissful expression. This is her, the so-called hopeless situation in all its glory. The Jack of Hearts has never been in such a situation in his entire career, and understands that this was the first and last time in his life, because an ordinary person cannot survive from the sphere of another leader. However, Jack is lucky even now. The matron intervenes, who monitor the implementation of the rules at school. One of them folds her hands in a special way, and a circle appears under Jack's feet, causing the floor to disappear under it. The rest also did not escape such a fate. The floor under their feet is gradually disappearing. The woman makes the final move, and as a result, the entire Class F falls into the space below with loud screams. The guys land somehow. Elizabeth provides a soft fall for herself and Zhao thanks to the vines. Wai falls straight down on his bald spot. But the Jack, applying his professional skills, almost elegantly gets down on one knee, holding on with one hand. The wardens move them to the roof of some building, from where it is clearly visible how a huge sphere of Kiraporva looks like a ball lightning. When the sphere reaches the school building, an explosion similar to an atomic bomb occurs. Even for a professional killer, this is too much. There were so many people in one place. This is too much for a representative of the elite class. The guy finally notices the women from the disciplinary committee closely watching the explosion of the school. Jack frowns. They must definitely take action, because Kirapanov's behavior seriously violated school rules. Last time, for a weaker offense, Wai was beaten very badly and put a strange box on his head. The two women begin to admire how dazzling the explosion was and how magnificent it is. It amazes Jack. Did they come here just to watch it, as if it were some kind of performance? Jack examines the guys from the class, checking if they are okay and not hurt by Kuraponov, who went under the roof. Zhao seems to be the most upset of all. Tears come to her eyes when he looks at the place where their classroom used to be. Although Jack does not admire this idea, the guy decides that it would be necessary to comfort the girl. This is a bigger shock for everyone. Jack sits down next to her and says that while everyone is alive, Class F. Zhao wipes her tears. Rationally, she understands that he is right. Ahead of the question, the leader says she's fine. Jack is satisfied with this answer and then feels a strange aura behind him. Turning around, he sees Y with a gloomy face, who whispers something about their blown-up office. Jack even feels sorry for him. This dolt is sad at rare moments, as it is now, so he should be calmed down. He decides to say the same thing he said to the leader before him. But before Jack can finish the sentence, Y explodes with shouts of joy and raises his hands to the sky. Bald is very glad that this broken office has finally been blown up by at least someone, and now it can be replaced with a new one that will be no worse than the rest of the classes. Then Y remembers something. He puts on his sunglasses, as if wanting to look more respectable, and heads to the women from the disciplinary committee, who are still watching the Class F office burn. Y stands at the side of one of the women, Sister Feng, and says that their class suffered from the leader of Class A. That is, in other words, Class A should be held responsible for what their head did. The bald man says that before a new building is built, Class F should get the right to use the offices and canteens of Class A. After Jack hears this, he instantly becomes gloomy and regrets that he decided to show at least some noble impulses towards all these people. He decides that before he kills the director, he must first definitely eliminate the supervisors. As practice shows, every time something happens, a disciplinary committee immediately arrives, which makes any murder plan very difficult. Before eliminating women, you should first make friends with them, and then come up with everything else. Looking at Y, Jack thinks it's pretty easy to get along with them. This illusion is quickly shattered. Sister Feng kicks the student in the face with all her might, saying that there is too much noise from the smelly bald man. The impact was so strong that he flies into the water tank, punching a hole in it. For one day, even for a Superman, such a hard thing to bear. Jack realizes how much he was wrong. Another sister puts her palm to her forehead and looks at the class leader, noticing that such behavior is not in the spirit of Kuraponov. Sister Feng replies that he must be behaving this way for the same reason that he was recently blown up. And then he publicly shat himself in front of a large number of students. So you can understand why he's so angry now. Kuraponov, like an obsessive, creates his spheres one by one and throws them towards the office of someone else's class. The matron asks to pay attention to the speed with which he throws these energy spheres, so it can be assumed that the Nais see a rare phenomenon called dragon pearls. Feng calls Kuraponov a poor guy and says that it's even a pity that she was in love with him before. Her sister screams in surprise. She thought that Feng liked Freya, the girl from Kuraponov's support group. The older one demands both of them to shut up. First of all, they need to cool the ardor of this guy, and only then discuss other people's heart bodies. Kuraponov wishes death to scumbags from Class F. The woman says that if the director gets angry because of this incident, in particular because the three of them did not stop the guy in time, they will all be very bad. From these words, Jack concludes that the headmaster at the school is the strongest. Feng shrugs her shoulders. She tries to reason with her older sister, saying that all Kuraponov's hatred comes from the fact that he shat himself during Zhao's explosion, who in this case will be able to calm down a guy who was literally blown up with shit. The younger one agrees and says that when the second sister was constipated, she kicked the toilet to vent her anger from such a situation, and she could not convince Feng in any way. The second sister demands not to give an analogy with her, especially in this way. A scuffle ensues between them, and the eldest can only let out a heavy sigh. The woman looks up, realizing that it is impossible to delay any longer. She raises her hand, as if summoning some kind of force and wanting to resolve this crisis quietly. It will be really unpleasant if the rating of the elite class drops because of one person, even if it is their leader. The elder sister's green eyes look towards the water surface. There, a submarine floats a few meters under the water, in which a hole appears, from where seawater begins to flow abundantly under strong pressure. A man in a white cap listened to a report that the inner shell of the swollen part of the boat was completely destroyed. The water pressure indicator in the main ballast tank has decreased to the minimum threshold. All this happened because of internal cracks that occurred in the inner shell, left after a collision with an iceberg. Behind the captain is his team, at least a dozen people whose feet are drowning in the water, rapidly filling the cabin. Almost every one of them, despite his formidable appearance, sheds tears from the words of the captain, telling his brothers that he has traveled thousands of miles with them on various seas, and therefore can now die without regrets. The captain takes off his cap and presses it to his chest. The elder decides to tell them his most terrible before dying a martyr's death. The captain closes his eyes, as if it's hard for him to say it out loud, and admits that he actually does cosplay female characters. Men who cried a second ago instantly forget about their sorrows and sorrows. They open their mouths in shock. The captain continues to say that he hid it even from his own wife, and one day he came to Comic-Con in the image of Asuna, the main character of the anime Master of the Sword Online. As a reward, he received a consolation prize. The crew members are wondering, did he get a consolation prize because the judges could no longer look at his image? Because of the captain's cosplay, I really wanted to gouge out my eyes. The captain tells them that they can laugh as much as they want. Anyway, this secret will be buried with him at sea forever, just like this submarine. All of a sudden, the boat begins to shake, causing the sailors to lose their feet. The captain shouts that such a strong push should not have happened a priori. Even if the inner shell had broken, it would never have given such a large angle of inclination in such a short period of time, under which they were now barely standing on their feet. The submarine nose first falls into the transfer space, thanks to which the Class F team was far away from his office, thereby avoiding the fate of being killed by Kurapanov. The Class A leader diverges only more in his deeds, and he is definitely not going to stop. There is probably nothing left of the place where the Class F cabinet used to be, but it is impossible to say this for sure, because energy balls create constant explosions. Suddenly Kurapanov stops. He looks up from where the shadow falls on him, even though the sun could not outshine this man. A submarine falls out of the space created by the elder sister, along with the water that flooded people in it. Jack, standing behind the matron, wonders what is quiet in her understanding, because dropping a submarine on a student does not fit the description of quiet at all. The younger sisters begin to applaud, as expected from their eldest. Although the classroom building of Class F was destroyed to the ground, it was replaced in an instant by a beautiful lake. And yet Feng finds a flaw in her plan. What should they do with that submarine now? The woman can only admit that she honestly has no idea. The crew decides to figure out what made the water stop flowing into the cabin. The man opens the hatch and looks around the area. A man who has just been at a depth of several kilometers definitely did not expect to see quite a dry area. The sailor shouts to his captain that they somehow appeared on land, but it seems they were saved from certain death. The crew members look in the direction of the captain, who for some reason stopped giving voice and did not respond to the message from the junior. The man sat huddled, hugging his knees, and begged to tell everyone that he died in the line of duty. The man has already regretted 100 times that he told his subordinates that terrible secret. The sailors are trying to dissuade their commander from banging his head against the isolation hatch and promise that all 108 people will keep his passion for female cosplay a secret. Kurapanov, about whom the sailors did not even know, floats to the surface. Maria Suchkova, the queen of figure skating, was nicknamed the goddess of ice. She devoted herself to ice dancing with all her soul and body. Now she was performing on a lake covered with ice, while a spotlight shone on her from above. The lake was located at the foot of a mountain, on top of which stood a luxury mansion. In this very palace, Kurapanov, sipping tea, comments on the girls dancing. He can't help but mention that she is the most beautiful figure skater, the queen of figure skating, who is now dancing on the ice of the most beautiful lake in the country, Baikal. Kurapanov's name is Leonid Ivanovich. He is the heir of the ancient Russian Kurapanov family, which has a long history. Leonid's family has power and wealth beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Having so much, the guy had to grow up to be a stupid slacker who brazenly declares publicly that when he makes friends, he doesn't care if they have money or not, because in any case they won't be richer than the heir of the Kurapanov family. However, Leonid has been trying since childhood, as if feeling the burden of responsibility on his shoulders. It's worth starting with the fact that the guy was an excellent student and ideal in any kind of training. Leonid was easily given fine arts and sports, horse riding, playing the piano, painting. In all these cases, he won prizes and gold cups. The most important achievement of Leonid was the use of God's power, which obeyed him from birth. When Kurapanov got older, he was able to fly on his own private plane. The stewardess served the young Mr. Darjeeling, one of the 3 best black teas in the world, which only speaks more about the status of Leonid's family and society. The guy does not pay any attention to the girl, frowning at his phone. What he saw does not exactly satisfy him. His gaze becomes tense. He gets up without any words and heads towards the cockpit. However, he suddenly turns aside and finds himself at the exit. Leonid grabs the hatch handle and turns it to the side. The stewardess screams, not understanding why the gentleman opens the door. They are still in the troposphere. This obviously will not be safe for ordinary people. Kurapanov, obviously, is not listening to her. The hatch moves aside to let cold air into the cabin of the aircraft. Leonid is not an ordinary aristocratic rich man. Opening the hatch is not enough for something to happen to such perfection as Leonid. The stewardess somehow manages to shout over the wind to convey information to her young master. He can't just leave, because today Leonid has a dinner planned with the Princess of Denmark, Margaret. Whatever country you're from, it's completely unethical to just ignore the royals. Leonid promises to return after he deals with the cruise liner in the Red Sea, which was captured by pirates. He just heard this news. Kurapanov puts on special glasses that parachutists use so that the wind does not interfere with watching. He takes a step out of the plane, having time to shout that he will definitely have time for dinner. For the first couple of seconds, Kurapanov falls awkwardly in space, and then deftly regroups and, having created a sphere around himself, falls face down to the ground, confidently, and without doubt. Leonid wants to be the perfect hero who does justice and protects this world. However, all his desires, achievements, and aspirations were destroyed during those terrible days, during which a new exchange student killed his entire reputation, built up over many years. Punishments for Kurapanov came up with something that could be immediately hidden. Sinton, with a not very happy face, introduced his class to their new classmate, Leonid Kurapanov. How quickly the guy dropped from the place of the leader of the elite class to the person who was sent to the correctional center for bad behavior was simply amazing. Leonid cannot help but lament what he has done with his wonderful life. The senior sister from the disciplinary committee says that Kurapanov was sent to this penal servitude, the use of high-risk abilities on campus, thereby creating a serious threat to the lives of Class F students and causing great damage to the campus itself. She puts an official piece of paper in front of his face and informs him that according to the code of conduct of the hero, the disciplinary committee has decided on a fine in the form of the removal of hundreds of disciplinary points. Leonid's face looks down at her in shock. The woman says that Leonid's current score in the discipline is below 30, and for this reason he goes to Class F. He almost sees in reality how people gossip about him. They say almost with disbelief that he used his abilities to blow up a Class F building. How people underestimated him, how he turned out to be such a hypocrite. He taught everyone, and he took and almost destroyed the whole class. Someone has a hunch that this happened because he lost a duel to the leader of Class F, and therefore Kurapanov decided to take revenge on them all at once. Jack rubs his hands. It turns out, who has less than 30 points in the discipline, is automatically sent to Class F. Why then, in that case, was he immediately attributed to these scum? Is it possible that the headmaster discriminates against ordinary people? One of the Lin brothers seems to decide to answer his unspoken questions, and, adjusting his glasses, tells that this school has two systems for highlighting glasses. One is a test score, and the other is a test in discipline. Both of these grades will affect which class a student is enrolled in. Nevertheless, despite all this, disciplinary points are deducted in real time as soon as a violation of the Code of Ethics and Conduct of the school is discovered by the Ethics and Discipline Committee. Each super student has 100 points on the day of admission. Depending on the severity, from 1 to 100 discipline points will be deducted below 30. Even if the student's credit score is high, he will in any case be transferred to Class F. Jack nods with an intelligent look and asks how many disciplinary points the guys from his classes have. The twin pulls out a notebook from the breast pocket of his shirt and begins to report. According to his most accurate statistics, he himself has 20 points, the leader has 25, Cheng Jai has 17, Elizabeth has 11, Pai has 19. Y has the lowest score in the class, only 5, which is not surprising. After hearing their conversation, Y sticks out his chest. You can immediately understand that he is not even ashamed of his score, but on the contrary, he is very proud. The homeroom teacher crosses her arms over her chest and informs that since the academic building of their class has been destroyed, they will have to hold classes outdoors for some time until the engineering faculty builds a new building. This causes a storm of discontent among the students, an even darker face of Kurapanov, and negative feelings from Xintong, who does not like such a violent reaction. Nevertheless, she continues and immediately warns that although their new student made an unforgivable mistake that cost him his reputation, the students of Class F are strictly forbidden to take revenge on Kurapanov. She looks with a red eye at Leonid, which clearly indicates that Xintong is using mental torture on him, and casually throws that Leonid clearly has something to tell them all. The guy looks at the floor with a desperate look and, under the influence of the ability, says that he used his ability to blow up a school building. But how could he, Leonid Kurapanov, commit such a cruel and ugly act, unworthy of the behavior of a real hero? He was also stripped of all disciplinary points, and because of this he was transferred to the lowest of all classes of the school. Kurapanov knows that his life should always be at the highest level. There are simply no other options. So what has happened over the past 3 days simply does not fit in his head. He asks to take a look at the guys from Class F, not forgetting to mention that they look like a gang of the most dangerous criminals. His gaze stops at Elizabeth, who, like many of her classmates, is not happy about the appearance of a new member of the team. Kurapanov speaks of her as a gloomy gothic loli. Leonid wonders why she always keeps that pot with a rose. Maybe she is watering this flower with the blood of her opponents. A picture of a gloomy Elizabeth with a predatory smile appears before her eyes, not at all inherent in her. The girl's eyebrows converge on the bridge of her nose, although otherwise she does not betray her anger at him in any way. Chen Jai is the next to be hit. Kurapanov declares that this monster has only muscles left. Why does he keep lifting dumbbells with only one finger? Does this show that Jai is able to kill him with one finger? Chen sits at a loss. From this class he is one of the kindest and most simple people, because such conclusions leave him in real confusion. Then Brother Lin gets shot. He is described as a four-eyed guy with facial nerve paralysis who spends his days doing his strange research. He is definitely destined to become an evil doctor in the near future. Lin adjusts his glasses, but, like the others, is silent on his characterization. When it comes to Y's turn, all Leonid tells him is that he has cool glasses and nothing else. And then he switches to Xintong. He asks her why she looks at him all the time. Is she secretly in love with a student? Somewhere off to the side, Y is indignant. Why did he only get a description of his sunglasses? Xintong snuggles up to the guy, and he curses and asks if his perfection has really reached the point where such an elderly woman risks breaking the ethical shackles of a teacher and a student. Is she also going to have a romantic relationship with Kurapanov? The class teacher is angry at such words, which is quite expected, and informs Leonid that he has just said everything that was on his mind. The next second, Xintong pushes him away from himself with his fist, throws him back with a powerful blow, almost forcing the poor guy to bite his tongue to you. Along with the blow, she says that she turned only 28 this year, and the woman is also not married. When Kurapanov lands on his ass, the teacher orders him to leave the classroom. Before leaving her students, she smiles slyly and reminds them that although she forbade the class to take revenge, however, the guys can organize a unique welcome event. Leonid rubs his sore cheek and wonders if the homeroom teacher of class is really so rude and cruel. She and Teacher Patton are like heaven and earth. At this moment, 4 offended students are bending over them. Kurapanov stutters and asks what they are going to do. Leonid gets up from the ground and reminds that he is, in any case, number 1 in a real fight, against which none of them can stand. The guy stretches out his hand, on which a sphere is already being created, and asks what does he really think. If he was transferred to Class F, then you can just mock him like that. The gloomy atmosphere thickens. Jack nervously looks at what is happening. If the hostility between Class F and Kurapanov towards each other is not resolved, then the conflict will flare up again. Last time, it almost led to the death of them all. The energy ball from Leonid's palm suddenly disappears, which confuses him. Jack looks at his new classmate almost with regret. 1 against 4 cannot cope, especially if Kurapanov now has no ability. Leonid himself can't believe this fact. Yes, they mock him. Could it be that the ability was blocked by someone from Class F? As far as the guy remembered, no one had such an ability. The guy steps back, as if wanting to escape as far as possible from this abnormal class, but stumbles over a pebble and awkwardly falls to the 5th point, again looking at the 4 from the bottom to the top. Then the guys begin to act. Jai bends his hand and his fist to show his muscles, and offers to go to the dance and do naked push-ups face to face. And the one who loses will rub his back in the shower to another tonight. Elizabeth invites Kurapanov to taste durian. Lin hands Leonid 3 cones of different colors and asks him to try it, a new full-fledged functional concentrate with 13 flavors. Y demands to answer what is so good about his sunglasses. Jack puts his palm to his forehead, unable to look at this horror anymore. Of course, he will try to stop it, but only on condition that Kurapanov regains his strength. However, fights will start again in Class F, and from now on there will be no peace in their team. Jack coughs to attract attention. Before he has time to stop this show, Zhao gives a voice demanding to stop. In a commanding voice, she reminds that Kiripanov is already a member of Class F, therefore she will not allow him to be treated like this. Zhao urges everyone to get along well from now on, so that there are no squabbles in the team. Jack looks at her in surprise. Did the leader forgive Kiripanov first? But quite recently she was the first to speak out against the guy. Zhao smiles at Leonid and asks for permission to take him to the dorm of their class. She, without waiting for someone else's answer, grabs Kiripanov by the hand and drags him towards the hostel. Jack smiles as he looks after them. It seems that the leader is not as cruel as he imagined. On the first day, she wasn't even so nice to him. And for the man who destroyed their academic building, she began to defend it in front of the others. However, even the most attentive look of a professional killer does not notice how the roots of Zhao at the bottom of the back of the head begin to slowly turn red, a sure sign that a little more and she will explode. The girl leads Kiripanov through the forest in silence, as if not wanting to talk to him. Leonid frowns at her back. He smashed the classroom building of Class F, and she is not angry at all. Isn't that weird? The leader does not allow other members of Class F to take revenge on him when he himself is unable to use abilities for a while. Is this girl in love with him? Such a turn of events would not have been unexpected for Leonid, but would have explained a lot in this situation. Zhao stops right in the middle of the forest. Her hair is now more red than blue, but for some reason this does not cause any questions for Kiripanov. She announces that they have come. Kiripanov examines the neighborhood. He does not see any buildings, even the worst ones, so that thoughts began to creep into his head that they live and study right on the streets. Zhao turns to face him when her hair has almost completely turned red along with her eyes. She says menacingly that Kiripanov will die in this place. Y rubs his chin thoughtfully, saying that all this is very strange. Jack tensely squints his eyes in his direction, realizing that this expression means the fact that the classmate is up to something. Definitely not something good or smart. Y was not distinguished by intelligence and rationality. Jack gets to his feet to go to some place and reports that he is hungry and offers Y to go with him. The bald man stops him with the words that there is actually no such luxurious place as a dining room in their class. It's even strange that the guy could forget about this important fact. However, Jack admits that he really forgot about it. Y turns the topic from the dining room to the fact that the leader's reaction was somewhat strange. Even such an idiot noticed it. Jack, however, does not understand what happened. Y says tensely that Jack just doesn't know what kind of love the leader feels for their class. It has reached a perverted level. No person should be so attached to the room. One day, Y picked his nose and tried to stick his nasty boogers on the wall in the classroom, where the Dark Round Table Council was written on the wall. Jack wondered if Y was sure that he was not defiling the Council of the Dark Round Table with his actions, but simply preferred to listen to his classmate in silence. While Y was smearing boogers on the wall, he did not notice how a woman with already red hair and eyes and such a furious expression came up to him from behind that her knees buckled just from the sight. After she saw what the bald man was doing, she literally exploded. Jack has questions again. Isn't this love more destructive than preserving? Here the image of the girl who saw off Kiripanov pops up in Jack's memory. The hair on the back of her head had already turned red, which clearly indicated her intentions towards a new classmate. This scared Jack a lot. First of all, it was worth worrying about the safety of Leonid's life. Y continues his speech that if the leader was really angry, she would have exploded on the spot, so it really was strange after what Kiripanov did. When the bald man turns to look at Jack, he does not find him. Where did he go without even saying anything? The question is answered by Jai, who reports that Jack has just run to the dorm of their class like a cheetah, so you can definitely say that a person with a sporting soul. This can't help but please a guy like Jai. He immediately takes a stand to hurry after Jack and not lose to him even in such a trifle. One of the classmates also decides to go see what the leader is going to do there. Only he went in an armored suit with a helmet in his hands. Of course, only Brother Lin could have such practicality, but Y does not understand why he put on an explosion-proof suit. Lin replies that it is not at all a fact that Zhao will not explode, since the value of the leader's energy dissipation is somewhat abnormal, and an explosion could happen at any moment. Kiripanov, left alone with Zhao, can't help but be scared to hell. Last time in a duel with her, even with the ability with him, he lost shamefully. Zhao's hair is getting redder and redder. Kiripanov is trying to say that what happened to their office was just an accident. In fact, Leonid did not want to do this at all, knowing like no one else that disciplinary points would be removed from him for this. Jack is hiding behind a tree, breathing heavily, and is glad that he made it in time. The leader has not yet had time to use her ability on the poor defenseless guy. The realization comes to him why he was worried here at all, even if at that time, when the Jack still had no idea about Zhao's ability, he was not hurt. Jack puts his hands in his pockets and decides to slip away so as not to accidentally get hurt. Kurapanov is a big boy. He will deal with Zhao on his own. The leader shouts that he will blow him up here and now, and no one else in the School of Heroes will suffer at the hands of this spoiled guy. These words make Jack stop. He is brought back to the past, when he, a frightened little child of about 6 years old, with abrasions on his face and his hands tied, looked with horror at the man in front of him, gently stroking his cheek. This person turns out to be a woman who somewhat resembles a child, and says that she will not allow anyone else to hurt the boy. There was so much blood running down her face and the rest of her body that it was immediately clear that she was unlikely to survive after this. Meanwhile, Kurapanov takes a few steps back, and then crashes into a tree with his back. Zhao steps on him, whispering that he will blow him up. She speaks as if possessed, and it becomes clear from her that either the girl will kill him or she will die herself. Leonid covers his face with his hand and asks if she knows what the consequences will be after this. It's one thing to blow up an academic building and only threaten the lives of students. It's quite another to pose a real threat to a classmate and kill him in the end. Even Xingtong probably didn't mean by a special greeting, murder. Jack suddenly jumps out in front of the girl, demanding her to stop. Her eyes widen in surprise. What is he doing here? Jack asks the others to come out. Hiding in the bushes was the four who listened to all the flattering words that came out of Leonid's mouth. Jack says that the leader herself said that Class F is a single whole, so if there is a problem, then everyone needs to solve it together. Jack declares that a person who acts on his own initiative, without informing the team, will not be able to be the leader of their correctional class in the future. Jai agrees with Guo's words. Even Lin agrees that it's hard not to support Jack. Elizabeth says she likes the leader of their class. Only Y decides, like a madman, to tie up Kurapanov and request Class A to pay a huge fee for his actions. Jack, without speaking out loud, asks him not to say anything that does not correspond to the general atmosphere and can spoil it. Zhao guiltily lowers her eyes and asks everyone for forgiveness. Her hair returned to normal. Her eyes no longer showed the desire to kill everyone in her path. Jack wipes his sweat. In fact, being a murderer is as responsible and hard as being a mediator in class conflicts that occur between teenagers. Going to school for an adult is really troublesome. He looks behind him, where the gloomy Kurapanov is standing without making a sound. Jack is just one step away from solving this conflict related to their destroyed campus. Jack asks Kurapanov to apologize to all the students of Class F if he doesn't want him to be beaten up properly. The guy wants the culprit to hurry up with his apologies, and they broke up because he is terribly hungry. Leonid says that he does not know at all why he committed such a terrible act that could offend all the nobles and gentlemen. That is, the society to which he belonged. The guy bows and puts his hand to his heart, apologizing and admitting that it was not his intention to destroy the classroom building of Class F at all. Jack is elated. Everything ended quite well, so it's time to go to dinner. Once he believes that they will disperse on this peaceful note, Leonid says that in any case he does not agree with the class collective. Jack panically asks him to stop being weird. Kurapanov explains his position. They, the superhumans who study at this school, are destined to lead thousands of ordinary people to a more civilized and developed era. The guy imagines at least a god towering over the whole crowd. He points his finger at the people opposite. They clearly have powerful superpowers, but instead of learning to use them, they prefer to abuse their gifts uncontrollably. Kurapanov predicts that in the future these people will definitely bring troubles and destruction to the world. Nothing more should be expected from them. The atmosphere of support and friendliness that appeared as a result of classmates trying to support their leader dissipated in an instant. Each of them was now determined to wring Leonid's neck and pretend that they had nothing to do with it. Jack slaps his forehead with his palm. It's all over now. Even for him, a reasonable adult, it will be difficult to manage in such a way as to manage with the least losses. Kurapanov declares that the class leader is the best example of what will happen to all of them in the future, and at the same time an indisputable fact why Leonid is right in his judgments. He spreads his hands and asks if they are not afraid that she will blow up someone else's dorm bedroom one fine night because the girl will have a nightmare. One of his classmates silences him in one simple way, by punching him on the cheek, humiliating one of the richest people in the world for the umpteenth time in a day. Kurapanov falls on his back, completely disoriented. It turns out that this time the most reasonable person of Class F, Jack Chen, decided to join the case. He asks Leonid if the elementary etiquette of a nobleman and a gentleman does not include knowing when to shut up. Kurapanov is trembling with anger on the ground. Jack says that the sense of justice and superiority of the former class leader is simply disgusting. He turns to the leader to ask her not to listen to him, but Zhao shows that any persuasion of the guy will no longer work on her in any case. Her hair turns red again, speaking of her rage, and her eyes have stopped expressing any emotions, as if Zhao is about to fall either into a rage or faint. Once it happened that she was sitting quietly in a room with people whose faces she preferred not to remember, and after a while the building was already on fire, and was completely destroyed because of her. Little Zhao sat in the middle of the rubble, shaking her knees under her and watching the others extinguish the fire with buckets. This situation exasperated the girl. The space around her, as if sensing her mood, reached a red hue. The eyes have already become completely black, not thinking anything about what is happening. If only Kiripanov was in fear of Zhao before, now even the unshakable Lin has tensed up. He reports that the value of energy dissipation by the leader's body is growing exponentially. Jack asks if he means there will be a big bang. Gemini gives disappointing conclusions. It will not just be a big bang, it will be like dropping an atomic bomb, and it can happen at any moment. He goes on to explain that according to the energy conversion formula, the explosion that the leader is going to produce in 116 seconds will be close to the most powerful nuclear bomb in the history of all mankind, the Soviet Tsar bomb. Jack doesn't even have words left after this information. He clutches his head in despair. Well, there was a conflict and okay, but why immediately arrange a nuclear explosion? Jack decides to somehow try to resolve the situation and wonders if there is a way to bring Zhao out of the pre-explosive state. Jack hopes there's some kind of special sedative or something. A powerful anesthesia game in Jack's wristwatch can paralyze an adult elephant for as long as 8 hours. But Lin says that all this will be useless. Gemini says that in fact the leader approached him with a request to make a batch of anesthetic pistols and shoot her whenever she was in such a state. However, the guy tried almost all kinds of sedatives, and no matter how much the twin did not increase the dose of sedative, he could not create a drug that brings the leader to a normal state. As the conclusions show, the stronger the fluctuations, the shorter the time of its transition to the pre-explosive state, the longer the energy accumulation time, and the greater the explosion power. Jack clarifies that as soon as the leader's hair turns completely red, does this mean that Zhao has entered a state that becomes a harbinger of any explosion? Thus it turns out that it is irreversible. Lin responds, much to Jack's regret, with confirmation. Jack, realizing what the answer is likely to be, wonders if the girl has ever been able to return to her original state. Lin says that according to his records, this has never happened before. Despite everything Lin told him, Jack decides to try to stop their leader. The Jack first of all asks Kiripanov to try to use his mind power again. However, he does not even hear the student, sitting under a tree and, as if in a feverish delirium, whispering something about the smug justice with which Jack reproached him. Jack can't help but wonder if a classmate accidentally hurt his head. Then he decides to try another tactic. What if he uses things that interest the leader to distract her attention? Maybe this will help get rid of the pre-explosive state. The guys whisper among themselves, having collectively decided to discuss Zhao's interests. Jack asks what is the leader's biggest interest and hobby. Surprisingly, Y answers first. In his opinion, the girl likes cleaning the classroom. Because of her, even the floor tiles in their classrooms were erased by 2 millimeters with her rag. Jack does not accept this option. The classroom of the class has turned into a picturesque lake where rowing competitions can be held. To remind Zhao of this is like only inflaming the girl's rage more. Jai answers next, saying that dumplings stuffed with chili peppers are the leader's favorite food. The food is easy to prepare and with ingredients that are easy to get for a student studying in Class F. As it turns out later, Zhao used all the elite peppers. These are not so easy to get. Jack also understands this and rejects this offer. They simply will not have time to cook the dumplings before the explosion happens. Elizabeth reports that Zhao likes pandas. If you think about it, it's true, the girl was fascinated by these animals. She wore t-shirts with them and even underwear, which, unfortunately, Jack had seen more than once. He asks Jai how long it will take him to get to China and get any giant panda. The jock replies that if he is given a specific address of the zoo, it will take no more than an hour. A picture already appears in my head as he steals small pandas from the zoo. Jack immediately asks to forget about it. Thus, it turns out that it is impossible to force a leader to get out of this state with the help of hobbies and interests. Of course, she has them, but none of them can be implemented. Jack thinks about one thought. Zhao attaches great importance to taking care of Class F. He immediately shares his idea with the others. Jack asks to listen to him as carefully as possible, and says that he needs each of them to say something nice to the leader so that she can feel everyone's love for her and maybe this will bring her back to reason. Lin supports him. He thinks it can help. When everyone has expressed their opinion, he will report a change in the value of the dissipated energy of Zhao. Gemini advises to keep talking until the leader's hair turns blue again. That is, when she does not return to normal. The Jack asks who will go first. Y becomes the first daredevil. He asks his friend not to worry, and the Jack even seems to believe that he will do everything that is necessary, and wishes him good luck. The bald man stands in front of her boldly and without a drop of fear in his eyes. Y adjusts her glasses, and then asks to look at him carefully and informs that if she does not explode, then the third place in the Council of the Dark Round Table will belong to her. Jack kicks him in the back of the head, looking at him angrily. There was an assistant here, of course. Lin analyzes the state of the leader's condition and gives out that the energy growth is 5% faster than it was before. Jack spits blood from this and immediately grabs his heart, fearing that it will not stand such news. What the guy definitely can't stand, however, is a nuclear explosion, so you have to endure the behavior of your classmates. Jack wipes the blood from his chin, complaining about his gullibility. He knew that nothing could be trusted with this fruit. Jack sends Jai next, and he readily goes to fulfill his mission. Zhao's hair had already turned almost completely red by that time. The situation is getting worse by the second, and they have very little time left to stop it. Jai, to the surprise of many, gets down on one knee. Is there really going to be a romantic confession now? It can even work very well. It will be more effective to use the topic of love than to talk about friendship. After Jai suddenly gets up and on the second knee. Is this a way to make a modest confession that can be given out in front of a bunch of people? Jai then leans on both hands to touch the ground with 5 parts of his body. This causes a violent reaction. Could it be that he completely abandoned his dignity and became a dog, all for the sake of saving your class? No guesses of classmates, however, did not come true. Contrary to all expectations that they will now see a love confession, Jai starts doing push-ups. Jack hysterically asks why he suddenly started doing push-ups. The only answer of a jock is that sport is the most important thing for him. After that, Lin says that the increase in energy is 15% faster than it was before. Now Gemini does not offer to help the leader to stop. He asks to start thinking about how to start talking about his last words, because now they definitely will not survive. Being in a barely alive state, Jack informs Elizabeth that it's her turn. But the girl doesn't even try. She doesn't know what to say to Zhao to calm her rage. Jack grabs his head, feeling as if an aneurysm is about to appear in his head. What should I do now? Lin's hand, covered in a protective suit, rests on the guy's shoulder and says that he can only rely on him, because his ability to express himself is the best among the whole class. Now the only hope is for the Jack. Jack asks to stop joking like that. He's only been in their team for 2 days, so there's nothing to show him in order to impress the leader and stop her. But all of a sudden he gets support from the rest of the class. Jai just smiles. Elizabeth grabs him by the sleeve of his shirt so that he gains strength and tries to save them all. With a gloomy mood, Jack asks not to look at an ordinary freshman who studied in their class for only 2 days with those very eyes of everything depends on you and we unconditionally believe in you. The voice is given by Y, lying in a relaxed position on the ground, as if their classmate is not going to kill them, and asking not to forget the guy about who exactly Zhao dueled with Kurapanov. If that fight had not happened, then Leonid would not have made a fool of himself, and subsequently their academic building would not have been destroyed. Kurapanov would not have thought of taking revenge on their former class, and they would not have found themselves in this situation. Jack purses his lips, realizing the truthfulness of his classmate's words. The memory of how the woman treated the bruises on his arm comes back to mind. She gave him advice about the fact that if the boy wants someone else to give him his heart, then first Jack should give this person his own. A band-aid was stuck on the boy's face. The woman draws a heart on his small palm with her finger and says that now she is giving her heart to him. For some reason, now a more adult Jack remembers that situation. He needs to speak from the bottom of his heart in order to calm the raging Zhao. The guy steps forward and asks Jai to ask for support from the disciplinary committee as soon as possible. The jock nods, hurrying to fulfill the order of a classmate. Y looks contentedly, arms crossed over his chest, at the back of Jack walking confidently, already knowing from his back that he can see how much the leader will be moved to tears by this man. It's not for nothing that the director came up with exchange training after all. It seems to Jack that if he wants to comfort the leader, he must first confess to Zhao about his worst past. Jack is about to start the conversation when Jai starts behind him to ask for help from the disciplinary committee. This action had sad consequences. The shock water from his start crashes into the back of classmates standing next to him. They are blown away as if a storm has just blown, knocking everyone off their feet in their path. Jack, unable to resist, flies straight into the leader and realizes that now everything will be over. As a result, he falls on the girl, pressing Zhao with all his weight to the ground. The situation develops so that his lips are pressed against hers in a kiss that shocked both teenagers. Lin looks closely at Zhao and shouts the good news. The ultra-high value of the leader's dissipated energy evaporated in an instant. Now they are not threatened by any threat. Jack lifts himself up so that the situation stops being even more awkward. The Jack tries to justify himself by apologizing and admitting that he did not want this to happen. However, as soon as he took a closer look at Zhao's face, his speech faltered. The girl's hair is still red, as are her eyes, from which hot tears are flowing. Her cheeks are compared in color with her hair. Lin asks to wait, because the values, unfortunately, have started to grow rapidly again, so much so that in the next second he shouts to Jack to run as soon as possible. He is clearly late with his warning, because the twins' face has already lit up from the explosion that has begun. When it happens, it almost does not look like the fall of an atomic bomb. A column of fire rises into the sky, which can be seen many kilometers ahead. Jack finds himself in a pit formed by the fall of his body, and he looks like a fried kebab. Nevertheless, despite the condition of the guy, Jack smiles and understands that he should have known that the result would be exactly like this anyway. Kurapanov and Jack are sitting on the porch of the dorm, eating fruit obviously grown by Elizabeth's hands. The harvest was too big for ordinary schoolchildren. However, the guys' faces did not express at least a little bit of joy from all this wealth. Kurapanov takes a bite of an apple, but almost immediately chokes and spits out almost everything he ate. Jack eats watermelon, and you can immediately tell from it how much it does not bring him pleasure. His eyes practically do not express anything. Leonid looks at him pleadingly while snot flows from his nose and saliva from the corners of his mouth. He says he can't take it anymore. They eat these fruits for the third day in a row. If they continue to eat like this, the guy is afraid that he will have diabetes. Jack asks him to calm down, because if they didn't have Elizabeth, they wouldn't have fruit either. He himself is clearly not happy that they are eating this for the third day, but he tries not to complain. Jack continues his mantra. Kurapanov just needs to think of himself as a monkey, because people are descended from monkeys. Their ancestors ate fruit, and according to this logic, they can also survive by eating fruit alone. When Jack begins to say that the period from birth to death is a process of life that needs to be managed, and the process of life is the management of the whole life, the process of life is very difficult. But everyone is alive anyway and finds happiness through suffering. Leonid covers his ears with his hands to stop hearing this person, whispering to himself under my nose like a madman. Both guys look like psychos. Jack talks about the meaning of life and Kurapanov about his desires. Suddenly, someone's palm leans against the window behind them, like the hand of a demon, and this sound makes Leonid and Jack shudder violently with fear. This person turns out to be Zhao, who is glad that she finally found both classmates. They slowly turn their heads in her direction to see the mad look of the leader. However, her intentions do not match the way the girl looks. She shows the dumplings that Zhao brought with her, and informs that it's time for lunch. The guys open their mouths in horror and cries for help are heard throughout the hostel. It all started 3 days ago when the leader decided to treat them to homemade dumplings. The girl asks her classmates to sit down and taste the dumplings, because she knows how hungry they are. Jack says he feels bad for asking the leader to make them food. Zhao smiles and admits that she is glad to have the opportunity for everyone. It's immediately obvious that it really brings her pleasure. Kurapanov is sitting next to Jack with a slightly gloomy face and chopsticks in his hands, indicating that he too will have to join the meal. He says that as a gentleman, he has said too many indecent things that are not said in polite society towards a girl. Jack puts his hand on his shoulder in a confidential gesture, saying that everything is over anyway, and Zhao has already managed to forgive him for being so rude to her new leader. The Jack, however, does not care how Leonid feels now. The main thing is that finally the guy will be able to eat properly, because Kurapanov did not break the dining room, which already did not exist, so no one built this building. Jack says that they would rather not discuss this situation anymore and encourages them to try the dumplings prepared by the leader's hands. However, Kurapanov again does not allow this to be done and grabs the hand in which Jack held chopsticks. Leonid says that the killer's blow brought him to his senses. It was Jack who made the new classmate understand what superhuman justice is. Around the guy, Maybe hearts don't fly from how grateful he is to the exchange student. Mentally, the Jack looks very dissatisfied, but sitting in front of Leonid, he tries to smile at least a little. He also doesn't tell him that Kuropanov thinks too much about how Jack brought him to reason. He did it only for the reason that he was starving and wanted to get out as soon as possible. Leonid, not paying attention to Jack's face, which barely holds back a grimace of discontent, and continues to lament that as the heir of the Kuropanov family, living surrounded and revered by others, he was gradually becoming arrogant in any case, but did not realize it. As a future hero and the arbiter of justice, it was first necessary to think about your own mistakes before correcting others. With each word, Jack grows more and more gloomy, and now hide his true feelings about everything he said. He is indignant why he continues to talk when everything is already clear. Jack just hates it when someone interrupts him while eating. A memory comes to mind of where the Jack of Hearts tasted the best noodles in the world, from an aunt. The woman, standing behind the counter, said that the young man has been eating in this place for more than 10 years and he is still not tired of her food, which is very surprising. Auntie didn't mind that the man in front of her was sitting in his strange mask and eccentric costume. Vadit replies that he can eat here for at least another 50 years, if he lives that long, of course. This place was not even a restaurant, a mobile coffee on wheels with a small table that was not the size of an adult, except that it suited a child. At this quiet moment, a group of men comes, wondering how the mistress is doing and casually say that her son came to them in the afternoon to borrow some more money. They pass by the Jack, as if not noticing him. The men approach the aunt and inform her that he did not pay the interest last month, so this month he will have to pay for 2 at once. The second bandit is no longer so friendly and furiously demands money. The woman is confused and asks if they were not dodged earlier this month. The bandit grabs one of the containers standing on the counter in a desire to turn over and spoil the products, and shouts that the debts need to be returned. Didn't he say that her son borrowed from them again? He throws the container with the broth directly into the head of the older woman, who did not even have the opportunity to dodge the object flying at her. The man demands the money back or she must die 38 times at least. The Jack behind them asks to give people a quiet meal. If before that the bandits did not even seem to notice that an outsider was watching the unfolding crime. However, as soon as he raised his voice, the attention of all three immediately switched from his aunt to him. The man rudely asks if he is running into and demands to repeat if he is so brave. But the Jack does not intend to inflate the situation and again asks to give people a quiet meal. He does not need more, because it is not so difficult to fulfill this requirement, especially for 3 healthy men. Even despite the fact that the bandit himself asked to repeat what he said, he is amazed that the interlocutor, who is frail in comparison with him, still gave an answer. The bandit menacingly leans over the table of the impudent man with dark eyes that express nothing. He asks if he likes to eat, but it is impossible to say for sure whether the bandit is waiting for an answer or not. The killer prefers to remain silent. Without waiting for even a sound, the bandit announces that he allows this freak to eat and kicks the table, sending it straight into the face of the Jack. However, not only is he not timid, he is also a professional in dexterity. He takes a plate of noodles in one hand and squats, allowing the table to fly over his head. In the other hand, there are chopsticks, with which he immediately hits the opponent's forehead. The Jack makes a few deft punches and leaves behind the corpses of 3 people. It was a secret killing technique from the great Jack of Hearts. He killed men only with chopsticks while holding a plate of noodles in his other hand. The aunt looks fearfully behind the client's back, as if unable to believe that such a thing was done before her eyes. The killer only asks the woman to replace the chopsticks and add chopped green onions to his portion. Jack deftly interrupts Kuropanov's tirade, grabbing a dumpling and saying that if they are cold, they will become terribly tasteless. He uses the secret Jack of Hearts killing technique again, only an improved version. His face expresses such happiness that you can forget that the guy is a terrible serial killer. Jack shoves the captured dumpling into Kuropanov's mouth so that he no longer dares to open it and spoil his classmates' appetite. The Jack, extremely pleased with himself, reports that, as they say, it's even better than dumplings. Turning to Zhao, he suggests that Kuropanov must have never even tasted their traditional Chinese food. Although it would be worth it, it is simply incomparable in appearance and even more so in taste. Finally, Jack tries the dumplings prepared especially for them by the leader and begins to chew. The happiness from the fact that the guy got to the food did not last long. The dumplings turn out to be terribly sharp, so much so that both students breathe fire, scorching their mouth. They run towards the exit with burning mouths and eyes. In the bathroom, Jack opens the faucet with water to put his open mouth under the stream and at least calm the heat inside a little. His face was covered with color, a little more, and he would faint from how bad he was. Leonid does the same. His condition has not gone far from Jack's feelings. When the heat is quenched, the guys sit right on the tile in the toilet, leaving puddles of water. Leonid sweats from the heat and wonders if Jack is sure that the leader forgave him. Because if what happened was not an act of revenge, then the guy could not explain it any other way. Jack, breathing heavily and trying to move away from what happened, says that even if it was revenge on the part of Zhao, he himself, firstly, clearly had nothing to do with it, and secondly, what is he to take revenge for? Zhao has always treated him well. Although closing his eyes and remembering the image of the leader in a red dress, he says that he seems to remember one thing. But he decides not to specify which one specifically. Zhao appears in the doorway of the toilet, illuminated by a lamp from the corridor, holding something in her hands that looks terribly like a plate of dumplings. Jack is the first to notice her, removing his hand from his face when he realized that a third person had appeared in the room. Contrary to the assumptions of her classmates, Zhao blushes and almost cries from what happened. She could not even imagine that her dumplings were so bad. It doesn't even occur to the leader that the cooked food was too spicy for such weak people as Kiripanov and Jack. Jack jumps up from the floor, trying to calm her down, saying that the girl is thinking up too much bad things. Her dumplings with chili pepper, which none of the two guys expected, were very tasty. Despite the fact that sweat is dripping from his face from one eaten dumpling, Jack gives a thumbs up for greater persuasiveness. The girl doubts it anyway and asks if it's true. Jack takes away the smile and confidently says that without any doubt the skill of the leader has no equal, and if she does not believe him now, then let her watch. Zhao didn't even expect that her plate would be taken away from her so abruptly. Taste buds already have a premonition of how bad they will be. Sweat begins to flow more profusely on his face, and only by force of will does Jack force himself to fight. Of course, he was worried about the state of his body, but it was nothing compared to seeing the leader upset. He swallows several dumplings at once in one fell swoop, and then looks towards his brother in misfortune and says, while he can, that Kiripanov also wants more. Zhao looks with his mouth slightly open at how quickly the food disappears from the plate. Jack grabs his chin with his hand and opens it, as they do to dogs in order to take medications, and throws several dumplings inside at once, not even letting him worry about them. Perhaps this will allow you to taste the food as little as possible. Kiripanov is already lying on the floor and pulling all the limbs of the body. He shouts, but the Jack only sentences Leonid not to hurry, otherwise he will suddenly choke. After today, the guy will never be able to eat Chinese food again in his life. At some point, the poor guy runs out of strength, and his body just goes limp. Jack puts the last dumpling in it, and Zhao begins to feel a little awkward from the fact that her food can only be eaten by force. When Jack turns his head to the leader, his face is all red. Usually this is the color of Zhao's hair when she is about to explode, and steam is practically pouring out of his nose, so if he had the ability to explode, that's exactly what Jack would have done. He gives a thumbs up again and praises the wonderful taste of the dish. Zhao covers her mouth. It's not clear from what the truth is, shock or joy. But the Jack continues to lie to her face and says that this is exactly what Mr. Kiripanov said. However, one glance is enough to say with accuracy, Leonid is not even able to breathe normally right now. His body is pierced by a small tremor, which only an experienced eye can notice, and from his mouth, like Jack's, discs come out from the sharpness. After examining him, a classmate gives out a diagnosis. Kiripanov even disconnected from happiness. Kiripanov and Jack manage to escape from the leader deep into the thicket of the forest, and only when the hostile is not visible, they allow themselves to stop and catch their breath. They were both quite brave people, but the prospect of trying Zhao's terribly spicy food for the second time makes two people shudder at once. Kiripanov asks with fear if the girl did not go to make a new portion of dumplings. Their taste seems to still remain on the tongue, and I did not want to repeat the experience at all. Jack replies that Zhao hasn't started cooking yet, but remembering her character, it will only be a matter of time. The Jack's attention switches to Kiripanov. In simple words, Leonid, who has not yet recovered his superpowers, fully and unconditionally trusts Jack. It will be easy to get any information about the director from him. Even though he is afraid of Zhao's food, he does not forget about the mission. It is almost a pity to look at Leonid. He is squatting and writing with his finger on the ground that he is terribly hungry. Jack even thinks about the fact that now is not the time to ask about the director at all. He puts his finger to his chin in thought and thinks that if Kurapanov can't find a normal meal to fill his stomach, he will not be in the mood to answer questions about the director all the time. Jack doesn't even notice how one of the Lin brothers appears next to him as if out of thin air. Jack jumps in surprise when he finally notices a classmate standing next to him, who is chewing some delicacy with an imperturbable look. The guy replies that he has just returned from an experiment and is interested in what these two are doing here. Jack ignores the question. All he sees is the food in Lin's hands, which is not fruit or spicy dumplings. Jack stutters and asks where he got this delicious cookie. Lin shakes the cookie and says that he made it himself. The next sentence becomes a bomb for the ears of Kurapanov and Jack. The twin offers the Jack to try cookies. Here Kurapanov also joins in. Leonid, like Chen, kneel down, furiously shouting about how they want. Lin holds a box of treats over them, as if enticing them. Before giving the poor devils food, he informs them that he must first ask if the guys are hungry now. In one voice, they shout that they are very hungry, and if they do not replenish their body with carbohydrates now, they will go to God on the same day, which, of course, would be undesirable. Lin replies that it's just fine and breaks off a piece of his cookie. He divides this piece into two, then in half again and again. The crumbs that remain are given to classmates. This becomes a blow for Jack and Kurapanov. The Jack asks if the twin is mocking him, and Leonid is interested in the fact that this is really a portion for goldfish. Do they look like goldfish? Then Jack decides to act more cunningly to get food and pokes his finger into the sky, informing them that a UFO is flying right over their heads. Since anything can happen at their school, Gemini believes in his words and turns his head to make sure of someone else's words. Kurapanov manages to snatch the box from his hands, raising his hands up and rejoicing. Finally, they will be able to eat something normal, even if it's simple snacks, which in principle will not go far. The guys run away from him, turn their backs and squat down to make it easier to open the delicacy, and like hungry animals that have escaped from the taiga, they begin to eat cookies one by one. Lin tries to stop them, but they are not in the right situation to cope with two hungry teenagers. In a very short time, the box turns out to be empty, and torn wrappers lay around it. The guys lean against a tree. Jack is holding onto his belly, which is even inflated from how much they ate. But this is not enough to worry the Jack. The bliss on his face is worth a little inflated belly. Kurapanov also has this opinion. He closed his eyes and enjoyed life while he could. Lin stands over them and gives out the unexpected. It turns out that what he gave them was pressed cookies, prepared by Gemini himself using a special compression process. In other words, what the two guys ate was not a box of ordinary cookies at all, but carbohydrates equivalent to 25 kilograms of flour. This information makes the bliss quickly leave the bodies of Jack and Kurapanov. They open their mouths a little, not understanding what to do now. Jack's body decides for him. At first his stomach starts to rumble, and the next day it swells like a balloon, almost tearing the white shirt he is wearing. With each passing second, the guy's stomach only gets bigger until soon he becomes like a pregnant hippo. Jack clenches his teeth from the unpleasant sensations. Lin orders them both to induce vomiting, otherwise the stomachs will not stand it and will simply burst. Jack sticks 4 fingers in, and then throws up all the cookies that they didn't really have, somewhere in the bushes, as well as Kurapanov next to him. After everything is over, they decide to take a break from what happened on a tropical beach. In a small nook where the guys are located, there is a palm tree, and a beautiful view of the sea surrounding the island from all sides. Jack's face is very haggard, but he's still glad that everything he ate came out and didn't bother him anymore. The pressing problem has not been solved anyway, and Kurapanov asks what they should do now. The interlocutor mentally encourages himself. He is the Jack of Hearts. If he is baffled by a simple problem with food, then how can he be in the circle of the best killers? Therefore, he asks Leonid not to worry about this and promises that they will definitely find something. Jack gets up from the sand and tries to start reasoning logically. Since the hero's high school is built on an island, fish is their preferred food source. Jack points his finger towards the horizon and announces that they are going fishing. Imperceptibly, Kurapanov becomes nearby, and, strangest of all, Chen Jai, who came out of nowhere. His appearance scares both at once. Jack asks him not to appear so suddenly, because sooner or later the best killer will have a stroke. Jai smiles and says that his appearance here with them is a very lucky coincidence. He says that it so happened that Jai and Hamlet, his penguin, who was tied to his back without asking and who is definitely unhappy with this, because he is struggling with all his might, were also going to go fishing. The jock asks to look at Hamlet, because he is sure that he is happy with his position. Jack definitely does not agree with him. He understands that the penguin is too strange from his position. Kurapanov does not even comment on this. Perhaps he had never seen such strange people in the elite class. Jack admits that they are just going to go fishing on the beach, although he realizes that he does not want to refuse Jai. There is nothing wrong with going with a classmate. Jai upsets them. There are not so many fish on this coast, so if they want to catch at least the smallest fish, they will have to go deep into the sea. Jack waves his hand and asks to forget about them. However, Kurapanov, contrary to his words, agrees to swim out to sea. He puts his hand on the shoulder of the angry Jack and invites him to swim together since it just so happens that he hasn't fished in the ocean for a long time. Leonid is really excited to go fishing. Kurapanov says that with his psychic power, you can experience the tranquility of ordinary people only when they go fishing in the open sea. Earlier, when Leonid went fishing, he sailed on a cruise liner. He was surrounded by 2 maids and a personal cook was working, and the guy himself was lying on a chaise longue with a fishing rod in his hands. It was not like fishing in the classical sense, and yet Leonid considers such a pastime a real fishing, tenderly cherishing these memories. Jack doesn't understand his enthusiasm. Hasn't he been through enough for 2 days? Jack covers his face with his palm, tired of all this shit. And by the way, it is necessary that a classmate will not be able to do this if, in principle, he does not go anywhere. Jack agrees, and he quickly regrets his decision when he stands in a raincoat, and from the sky, as if from a bucket, it pours oblique rain wall. The 3 of them are standing in the middle of the sea on a small ship with 1 sail. Sharks are swimming around like vultures, hunting sharks. With that, there were not 2 or 3 of them, as many as 7. Lightning strikes in the sky, and thunder rumbles, similar to the wrath of God. Jack grabs the beam to which the sail is attached, and realizes that this is clearly not the fishing simulator that Kurapanov was talking about. Leonid, sitting with his knees drawn up in horror, shouts that this is really not the fishing in the open sea that he wanted. Of the 3 classmates, only Jai, unambiguously happy with the walk. He explains that tiger sharks hunt tuna in this area, and if someone suddenly wants to taste this pipe, then it's worth swimming to this place. Jack grabs the beam with all his might, looking into the distance in horror. The reason why he wanted to give up this voyage is a phobia of the open sea, but as a Jack of hearts, Jack will definitely be able to overcome it. However, the boat suddenly shakes, and a large mass of water is poured inside. Jack can barely stand on his own 2 feet. The mast becomes too slippery and eventually he lets it go and falls sideways, ending up in the sea. The Jack, purely by inertia, holds his breath. Very quickly it attracts the attention of sharks. Kurapanov falls from the deck of the ship, following Jack, but he is a little less lucky. He falls backwards, turning out to be disoriented almost immediately. They swim to the surface, gasping for air. Jack asks if he's okay. Before Leonid has time to give an answer, the Jack demands him not to move, because the vibration that is created by uncoordinated movements in the water becomes more attractive to sharks than fresh blood. Kurapanov doesn't seem to hear him and immediately starts hitting the water, screaming in horror that someone is approaching them. If Jack could, he would have hit himself on the forehead, but the situation was not favorable for this. Nevertheless, it's worth listening to what the Russian says. At least 2 sharks swim to the guys to eat human flesh. Then Jack starts to panic too. He and Kurapanov are hysterically calling for help. The Jack of Hearts is doing the impossible for the 2nd time in his life, calling for help. Usually at the sight of him they call for help, not him. Jack tries to pull himself together. He is still the best killer in the world, who is not going to put up with his fate even in such a desperate situation. He even forgets that he has a phobia of the open sea. He begins to think out a plan, which is that when the shark approaches, a wave of water breaks in both directions. This power can be used to avoid at least the first shark attack. Then Jack will hit the shark in the eye. Since the killer is physically well prepared, it will not be difficult. However, as reality shows, the above strategy cannot be implemented in practice, because with tears in her eyes, Kurapanova squeezes the neck of her brother in misfortune, screaming in horror. At least Jack is trying not to panic. The shark opens its mouth, inside which are 2 rows of incredibly sharp teeth. After this, Chen is ready to say goodbye to life. The Jack closes his eyes, trying on his fate. To die from the teeth of a shark, being in the high school of heroes under someone else's mask, of course, is not the best death for the best killer, but in this situation there is no choice. Salvation comes from where they did not expect. Jai grabs the shark across, driving away from Jack and Kiripanov. Unlike his classmates, the jock smiles broadly and is obviously happy that there is an opportunity to demonstrate his strength. With a U-turn, Jai throws the shark into the sky. The penguin on his back even stops moving from the stress he is experiencing. He gives a thumbs up to Jack, and then goes to fight with the remaining relatives. Hamlet on his back finally comes to life and begins to actively grumble. He is not a hiking backpack to be treated like this. Jai radiates such happiness and joy around her that she outshines the dank weather. He smiles broadly and grabs the sharks by the torsos, not letting them touch themselves, or even more so Jack or Kiripanov, who were swimming in fear somewhere to the side. Jack opens his mouth in shock. When the students return to the shore, the rain ends, and the sun can be seen slowly sinking below the horizon, ending this hard and hungry day. Jai roasts a large fish carcass on the fire and pins individual pieces on a stick. After these pieces, it is sprinkled with salt. They look incredibly appetizing, especially for students who have been eating fruit and spicy, almost inedible dumplings for the third day. Jai picks up the fish on a stick and shows them to classmates, praising the grilled tuna with sea salt. According to him, it's incredibly delicious. There is no doubt that Kiripanov and Jack will like it. The jock brings them sticks, but he does not hear any recoil. As soon as he moves away, it becomes clear that both Jack and Kiripanov, and even little Hamlet, although endowed with what they hunted most of the time, tuna, are sleeping sweetly, drooling and not even paying attention to the fried snack in their hands. Jai kindly says that they will eat when they wake up. After some time, both classmates, who have suffered from all this in one day, approach the leader and bow low to her. Jack apologizes to her for dishonesty. He admits that they are not really used to chili pepper dumplings, and therefore the reaction of their bodies was so terrible that they dreamed of dumplings in terrible nightmares. Zhao becomes embarrassed that she did this to him and apologizes to them in return. Jack offers a simple and pleasant solution. From now on, the whole class will cook together. Zhao, of course, is surprised by this, but agrees to this venture. On the same day, the staff of the correctional class gathers in the kitchen. Jai brings the caught fish, Elizabeth a pumpkin grown with her own hands, Lin draws water into a saucepan, and Jack shows Zhao and Kiripanov how to cut vegetables properly. The only person who does not take part at all, but occupies a place in an already small room is Y, who brushes his teeth in the kitchen sink. When the food has been cooked, they all gather together at the same table. Even the penguin Hamlet is present here. He sits at the very beginning of the table, as if he is the local owner. Kiripanov says in amazement that he has never felt this before. What happened? After all, it is obvious that the situation in which he found himself is sad. There is not even a normal dining room in Class F, but the guy is still not sad at all. It's a bit of a pleasant feeling, and yet to admit that being together with these people, Leonid feels good. He is not going to speak out loud. Jack explains that what a person has obtained with his hard work, even if it is not tasty, it will taste nice anyway. Jack had a similar situation in the past, and he remembers it with a smile on his face. Their idyll is interrupted by a knock on the door. The makeshift canteen is located right at the street entrance, which speaks very clearly about the position of Class F in this school. Kiripanov says he will open the door and gets up from his chair. The girls who used to follow him around and praise his beauty, led by Freya, are waiting for him outside the door. On the carts brought by the girls, there are plates under lids. Freya reverently asks Mr. Kiripanov not to get used to bad food of Class F. Freya reports that it was for this reason that they brought him Leonid's favorite dishes, white truffles from Istria, Alma's caviar, and British blue lobsters. The price of these products hangs invisibly in the air. They obviously don't mind any money for the heir of the Kiripanov family. Contrary to what was expected, the guy says that he no longer needs all this, because it was here that he tried something that he had never tried either in Class A, or even more so at home. He seeks support from his classmates, but those who look like predators worse than sharks pounce on the dishes brought. In addition to Jack and Y, there are even Lin, who is usually indifferent to everything, and Jai, who is always cheerful. Kiripanov remains the only person who is going to give up free delicacies. Shouts are heard throughout the entire territory of the hostel about how rude the guys are stealing food. The girls from class are trying to stop them, because the blue lobsters they brought were for Mr. Kiripanov. It becomes a real horror for them how these people spread a whole box of Alma's caviar on pancakes, as if it were bean paste. Freya is rude about how spineless they are. Far from the high school of heroes and the huge metropolis in the dense thicket of the forest, there is a residence in a purely Chinese style with a lake, more like a puddle, in the center. A girl is sitting on the floor of the house. Her face is not visible because the moonlight falls only on part of her body. However, it is easy to see how she holds a thin sword hidden in a scabbard. She has nothing on her upper body except bandages that wrap around her chest. The girl asks if they have made a decision. The subordinate, calling the girl young mistress, responds positively. According to reports, the Ministry of Environmental Protection will secretly dump the first batch of nuclear waste off the coast of Tomioka today at 12 o'clock. It will be about 100,000 tons of nuclear waste. Another man, also sitting at a low table on the floor, roughly hits the table and calls the Ministry of Protection creatures, because Tomioka Island is the fishing grounds where their group of black carp began. The interlocutor replies that he will immediately call his subordinates to stop the dumping of waste. Another says that the ministry has been deceiving people for too long. He decides that it is necessary to direct this swarm of insects in the right direction. The young lady's face darkens at these words. The girl raises her voice and promises that she will throw these bureaucratic scum into the Fukushima nuclear wastewater tank to bathe. There is no doubt in her eyes about her breaks, and her eyebrows converge on the bridge of her nose, making her look more formidable. She pulls the sword out of its scabbard and raises it to the ceiling, shouting about the broken jade, an act of self-sacrifice without resentment and striving for perfection, the meaning of which is that people would rather die heroically like a broken jade than live like a solid brick. At this time, in the dorms of Class F, being, as usual, in his sunglasses, he asks if the opponents are trying to corner him. Jack, who is holding an ordinary kitchen knife in his hand, replies that this is exactly what he is doing, because a classmate committed a very dirty act. Kurapanov, with the same threatening face, only holding in his hand a more modern weapon, a pistol, asks not to talk nonsense and just use the custom of his native country, to use the good old Russian roulette. Y is covered in sweat, very angry that these two beat him up with a couple of words. They are sitting on the same sofa, and Y, turning his head from one guy to another, who surrounded him from two sides, says that he only hid the remote control from the TV in order for these two to play with him. Y calls Kurapanov a cool radish, taking into account his status as a gentleman and an aristocrat. And Jack Chen accuses him of also being the counsel of the Dark Round Table, and it seems like they should be of one mind, and as a result, a gun and a knife are pointed at him. Y really likes these two, but they prefer to spend time. Kurapanov shouts that he doesn't care about his words, because he needs a TV to watch the annual world performance of figure skaters, which takes place at the end of August. He was tamed to watching figure skating from the age of 5, and for 13 years the habit has only become more ingrained in him. Jack steps in, and now he's asking you to stop talking nonsense. He declares that if the Jack does not watch the entertainment show about cat idols Cat Skull Ale every Sunday at 8 in the evening, then he will have sleepless nights right up to the next show, that is, until Sunday. Y says he wants to watch the Hawaiian Bikini Contest Hot Cup because it is his last drop of joy in this terrible gray world where two classmates are ready to kill a third for hiding bullets from the TV. The rest of the classmates are sitting quietly in the same room, not paying attention to the bacchanalia that is right under their noses on the couch. Jack demands that Kurapanov, as a true nobleman, has stopped being so rude, and Leonid replies that the Russian nobility traces its roots to barbarians from the Siberian plains. Because such rude behavior, this is also a hidden gene of his ancient family. Elizabeth was communicating with her plant through the window, Lin was chatting on a laptop, Jai was doing physical exercises as usual, and only Zhao decided to look in the direction of the troublemakers, writing prescriptions in a notebook at the same time, and says that everyone's feelings are getting better and better every day. While there was a struggle for the remote control, someone accidentally turned it on a news channel. The reporter addressed viewers around the world, calling himself Shinjiro Kojima. At the bottom of the screen runs a strip with information that a huge unidentified creature has appeared in the city. Kojima says that viewers can see that behind him, behind the tall buildings, there is an extremely huge creature. One of the students on the other side of the screen asks who turned on the children's channel by pressing the wrong button. Another says that so many years have passed, and Ultraman is still being broadcast on TV, a series that has been broadcast since the middle of the 20th century and is still being broadcast. Kurapanov, who restrains Y and tries not to pay attention to the bald man's palm, trying to push him away, is the first to realize that it looks like Ultraman is not broadcasting on TV at all, but international global news. The reporter continues to talk about the fact that as a country with the most widespread monster culture, Japan. The man does not have time to finish what he is talking about, because someone sitting on the couch interrupts him with words about where this monstrous plot could have come from. Suddenly, something or someone presses Kajima's face to the camera, causing the glasses to slide off his nose, and the nozzle to flow profusely from his nose. The live broadcast ends here. This makes the brawl between the guys end. The live broadcast turns on again, and the voiceover says that the reporter of their TV channel was too excited, and therefore it was decided to interrupt the broadcast. Viewers are asked to contact the Minister of Defense, Mr. Yashio Suga, a small, plump man with abundant perspiration. The minister says that this monster suddenly appeared on the streets of Tokyo and wreaks havoc. His actions are terribly outrageous, but it's not worth panicking at all. Suga, with a lean face, declares that their self-defense forces have the best weapon, which they will definitely use to kill this evil monster. Right at this moment, fighter jets are flying towards Tokyo to deal with a sudden problem. The pilot informs Eagle 1 that he has arrived in the combat area and is ready to attack. He sees houses burning in the metropolis from the fact that a monster of enormous size walked over them, which does not notice such insignificant obstacles as high rises. The pilot launches rockets. 8 missiles fly out of 2 fighters at once in the direction of Tokyo. They hit the monster's head exactly. Its body is similar to the body of a lizard with a long tail, except that the lizards do not have hard areas on the body. The pilot reports that all the missiles hit the target, and the object is no longer moving. However, quite suddenly there is a counterattack, and the wing of the aircraft breaks through. When the smoke from the rocket from the monster's head dissipates, he is silent for a couple of seconds, and then emits a loud roar that shakes the next few hundred miles. The monster's eyes are burning red and murderous. A security guard runs into Suga's office, who reports on what is happening outside. All 3 lines of self-defense have been broken by that monster during this time. It is assumed that the monster's target is the Prime Minister's residence. The minister makes a simple conclusion. It turns out that the monster is moving directly towards them. The subordinate laments that this is exactly the case, and the Prime Minister evacuated first, so they will have to leave soon. Suga asks for a minute to finish and sits back down in the chair in front of the cameras. Class F, all the staff manage to gather in front of the TV to find out about what happened. Every one of them, except Y, of course, was excited about what had happened. Even Jack. Zhao is worried that the situation seems to be really serious and is starting to gain momentum. Lin is not thinking about this at all. He is only thinking about what he wants to catch this monster and study in his laboratory. Jai announces a desire to fight him. Y grins rapaciously and says that the monster is actually a biological weapon created by his Council of the Dark Round Table. Jack ignores his remark and, pointing to the screen, asks if in this case superhumans should be sent to help. It is obvious that conventional military equipment does not cope. Kurapanov crosses his arms over his chest and says that although he really wants to do monsters, but now it's not their turn to do such things. Jack doesn't understand the reason. Leonid patiently explains. Firstly, the director has installed a special energy barrier on the 80-mile border around the island. And if the man does not agree, then no one can leave or even enter just like that. Anyone who dares to cross the border, no matter which way, will be discovered by the head of the school. And secondly, the high school has a special group of people who are responsible for overcoming such crises. They are called super graduates. Kurapanov enthusiastically tells that these people are the best with superpowers who have passed exams since the foundation of the school. All Leonid strives for is to get into their team. Y puts his hand on his shoulder and mockingly says that he seems to be moving further and further away from his goal. At the same time, Kurapanov kneels down to strangle a classmate, but only grabs him by the cheeks and shouts that he is not going to be as selfish as this smelly bald man. The nickname was clearly overheard from Sister Feng from the disciplinary committee. Y asks about whether the noble wording should be so rude. Jack thinks about Kurapanov's words about graduates of the highest level, about whom he did not even know until this moment. No one in this school has worked very hard to explain to Jack at least some of the basics of the basics. Zhao asks to stop freaking out and look at the screen. There, the reporter says that due to the fact that the self-defense forces were completely defeated, the Japanese government was forced to seek help from the director of the hero's high school. Now they are flying by helicopter to the scene of the accident. The hero, who was sent from school, sucks a lollipop without thinking about anything. The woman greets Wang Jun and asks how he can solve the problem, and what information they should provide to help him complete the mission. The reporter awkwardly asks if the person in front of her is an adult, because he really looks like a junior. The hero decides not to answer, but simply puts his finger to his lips, thereby calling for silence. With the same finger, he points at the monster and says that all these people need to do is fly right over the monsters. They can leave the rest on the boy. The woman does not particularly trust such a decision and is interested in whether it is dangerous to do such a thing. The hero replies that she doesn't have to worry, because everything will be fine with him. The boy asks with surprise that really she didn't notice that the monster had attacked up to this point only those units that dropped missiles on him first. He himself never attacked first. To everyone present here, the goal is clear as day. The monster is heading for the Prime Minister's residence. The helicopter turns out to be at an altitude of 800 meters above the monsters. The hero is quite satisfied with this. He throws his candy from a helicopter. It flies right into the monster and turns out to be incredibly small even compared to the smallest part of the body on the monster's head, its predatory eyes. As soon as the candy touches his forehead, she immediately presses the huge carcass of the monster to the ground. Several rockets failed to do this, and a simple chupa chups is like 2 fingers on the asphalt. On TV they say that the creature has finally been defeated. Jack watched in shock. Such a big guy can be knocked down with one blow. All classmates, except Kiripanov and Jack, who stayed in front of the TV even before the end of the reportage, disperse. Who decides to prepare a hot bath for everyone. Jai goes for a 100-kilometer run, and then to sleep to start running again in the morning. And Y complains that the monster was too tireless and absent-minded. Jack awkwardly asks that everyone seems to be used to this kind of thing. Only he alone did not expect this. He starts looking closely at the screen again and asks if this was what he was thinking about, the power of school graduates. Kiripanov dreamily declares that he also wants to finish school early. The next day, Class F gathers under a canopy on a rock by the sea instead of with their homeroom teacher. Xintong asks before the lesson to let her first of all tell about one thing. She informs them that a new student will arrive today. Even Jack, who is usually not interested in girls, prays that there will be no more restless guys. One only has to remember how many problems Kiripanov brought. The voice on this topic, of course, is given by Y, demanding to be allowed to sit at the same desk with this beautiful girl, with whom they have not even been introduced yet. Xingtong, strangely, does not reject him. The space of the senior sister of the disciplinary committee opens, and from there, to the great surprise of those who are here, yesterday's monster from the news appears. The students quickly recognize him. Jack is horrified that he sees so close in front of him the monster who made so much noise in Tokyo, and Y swears at the brains of the director who swam from the fresh salmon stuffed with salmon. He doesn't have a monster ranch here. Xintong asks the new student to finish this circus and demands Jack Chen to return to his normal form. There is a compression and now, instead of a huge 20-meter monster, the same girl who promised to take revenge on the Ministry of Security appears. She announces that the Black Carp group, namely Yi Chen Moksang, is reporting. First of all, the eye falls on Liuxian's shoulder, which is covered with a beautiful black tattoo. However, because of the sleeve of a long black and red kimono, it is not visible to which place she stretches. Then, of course, they notice Liuxian's chest, covered with bandages and nothing else. Then classmates look at the shortest shorts of the girl. In her hand, Liuxian held a naked katana, clearly ready to defend herself from her new classmates at any moment. Last of all, they look at her face, frowning eyebrows, amber eyes, and a fashionable modern hairstyle. Apparently, she is not particularly happy with the fact that she was in this place. It was definitely more interesting to destroy Tokyo Liuxian than to study at school, and even more so in a correctional class with garbage. Usually decent in this regard, Kiripanov can't tear his eyes away from her. While the girls who were hanging around him in class didn't even attract his gaze, Liuxian directly made him stick to her with a look. His cheeks are slightly covered with blush and says he can't believe that such an ugly and ferocious monster heading to the Prime Minister's office actually turned out to be such a beautiful girl. The guy's mind is greatly affected by this. Leonid closes his eyes, clearly pleased with his new classmate. She fits perfectly into the Class F team, a destroyer, carrying with her some problems. Everyone here is like that. Y slams his fist into his palm, informing him that he has made a decision. The bald man smugly adjusts his sunglasses, never leaving the guy's face, despite Xintong's complaints. Says that Liuxian will take a seat on the Council of the Dark Round Table and will be the strongest biological weapon of the organization. But most importantly, his woman. Only Jack shows no enthusiasm. His condition is diametrically opposite to what his friends are experiencing. He clearly feels a desire to either leave here or drive the new girl out of here. The corners of the Jack's lips go down. It turned out to be her. A dispute breaks out between Y and Kurapanov. The bald man insists that the third person of the organization is the boss's mistress, that is, himself, and Leonida demands not to even think about it, because according to his plan, Liu-Jin will definitely be a member of his group of white lace maids in the future. Jack stands between them and puts his hands on their shoulders, gently asking them to stop arguing. Liu-Xiang decides to intervene, since by such a strange coincidence these two decided to decide her fate for no reason, and stands in front of Y, who immediately forgets about Kurapanov and switches all his attention to the girl. He holds out his hand to her in an inviting gesture and tells a classmate that Liu-Jin is welcome to join the Council of the Dark Round Table. He has no doubt that the girl will take his side. Liu-Xiang dutifully puts her palm in his, and when Y already wants to inform that she will be the third, as if the classmate was deaf and did not hear what they were arguing about, the other hand grabs the guy just below the elbow, introducing the bald man into a slight confusion. However, Liu-Xiang, contrary to all Y's expectations, did not just give up on his mercy and threw him on his back. The guy's body smashes the stone into splinters, and blood sprays from the blow from his mouth. The glasses fly off to the side. Kurapanov smiles contentedly. Humiliating an opponent by a woman always brings pleasure. He mockingly says that it's normal for a guy without self-awareness to be slung over his shoulder. Liu-Xiang quickly forgets about Y and approaches Leonid, who is even surprised that she turned her attention to him. Liu-Xiang didn't even say anything, which was even more disconcerting. She gently puts her hand on the guy's rapidly blushing cheek and nervously wonders if they are moving forward too quickly in their relationship. Even for him this is too unexpected. Liu-Xiang boldly moves his palm to the back of his classmate's neck, pressing his hair to his body. Kurapanov mentions that there are actually 254 ladies in line in front of her, but he does not even try to contradict her somehow. Apparently, she is the first of those 200 girls who turned out to be so brave. The last thing the guy manages to say before hitting Liu-Xiang's forehead is that all these ladies are waiting for his confession. Then the girl abruptly squeezes her hand behind him and hits herself. Leonid's skull has small cracks. The classmate falls to his knees, discouraged by the blow. Liu-Xiang declares that this is the fate that awaits all scum who do not respect women. The guys were lucky that she didn't use her katana on them, so they should even thank her. While Zhao rushes to Leonid and Y, as usual, very worried about her classmates. Because she is a real leader, Jack can only think that Liu-Xiang corresponds to what he has heard about her. Terminator of the Japanese criminal world, extremely evil girl, capturing the heart of Rakshasi, and finally just the daughter of the leader of the Black Carp group. Zhao kneels down to check if at least her classmates are breathing. Liu-Xiang looks down at the whole picture with poorly concealed contempt. If she tried to hide it at all. The reason Jack was looking at the new girl so nervously happened 5 years ago. For exactly 5 years in the Yakuza headquarters, located in one of the hundreds of high-rise buildings in Tokyo, Jack sat in an empty room where there was nothing but a chair provided to the killer and tables at which 3 interlocutors were already sitting. The killer wonders why they were looking for him, even though the guy was sitting in the same room with the most dangerous people in Japan. He did not feel a drop of fear, showing it with every intonation of his voice. The president of the Inagawa Society, Kieta Jiro, was sitting here, the president of the Sumiyoshi Association, named Nishiguchi, and the last one, the leader of the Yamaguchi group, Shinoda Kenshi, were also here. The face of each of them expressed extreme benevolence, but one could immediately tell that they did not wish anything good to the person opposite. The Jack put his foot on the knee of the other, carefully examining his interlocutors. These were the 3 giants of the Japanese Yakuza, who are now engaged in entertaining him at the same time. Most likely, the assassination mission that he will be assigned will be very difficult. A woman enters the room noiselessly. Her presence is revealed only by the opening of the door. With her eyes closed, she carries a tray with 3 rectangular cards on it. The woman with a bow brings it to the Jack, and the guy takes one of the cards, the one that was closer to him. He kept wondering what kind of target he would be given this time. A high-ranking official, a business oligarch, or a hostile gangster. However, there was a fragile, quite harmless girl in the photo, Jack Chen's future classmate, Liu-Xiang. On the pier of the Black Carp Group's fish farm, several people were standing near the boat. Among these people, most of them men, was Liu-Xiang, who was talking about something in a strict tone to the others, pointing with her free hand in the direction she needed. The Jack aims the sight at the girl. He doesn't even really understand why the Yakuza ordered Liu-Xiang at all. It's obvious that she's just a nice girl who hasn't even really formed. And the Yakuza actually spent 2 billion yen for the Jack to kill her. The murderer was suddenly told with tears and snot that the girl was an evil spirit dressed in a girl's skin, and once she had single-handedly killed a group of 600 people. Later, 3 elite groups were sent out, as well as a crowd of different killers, but none of them managed to achieve success. Apparently, Liuxian stands on his own 2 feet and breathes. The Jack asks to forget himself about everyone, about customers who want to kill an innocent girl, about this girl herself, who is still a gangster, so it will be a pity she will not be. When a guy fires a bullet, he does not aim at her head, because he leaves the right to keep his heads intact for female targets. This is his last softness as a straight man. At this moment, Jack, now confident in completing the mission, does not know that even he cannot kill Liuxian. The bullet is flying at high speed at a girl holding a dead fish in her hand. Despite the fact that Liuxian is surrounded by people from the Black Carp, the bullet still goes around them all, ending up in the girl's chest. When Jack notices that the target has been hit, he is even a little upset. If Liuxian had grown up, she would most likely have become a cool girl with whom Jack would not mind getting acquainted. Liuxian falls on her back while the people around her are panicking. Someone dared to hurt Mrs. Elder Sister right in front of their eyes, and she was the boss's daughter. The Jack gets up from the ground on which he was lying, aiming at the girl, and is already on the balcony about to leave the crime scene when he suddenly notices something strange. He swears so dirty that in a decent society people would have their ears rotted. The bullet that hit the bandages on the chest leaves only a slight trace of gunpowder. There was no blood visible in the chest, as well as the wound that should have remained from the ammunition flying from such a distance and having such a speed. Liuxian doesn't look like she's hurt or uncomfortable from being nearly killed by a bullet. Rather, the girl is terribly angry. She screams obscenities. What a stinking pig dared to do this to her. The subordinate is holding the actively resisting older sister by the elbows, who wanted to immediately take off and find the would-be murderer. Jack was at a great loss. How was this even possible? Because he clearly got into her heart. However, why isn't Liuxian even bleeding, let alone just lying dead? Even if you imagine that her breastband is bulletproof, she would not be able to stop a 408th caliber bullet fired by the M200. Jack, who was watching the scene of the girl's rage through the scope, suddenly realizes that Liuxian is looking right at him. The guy is amazed at this. How could he be detected at such a distance? Even if a person had absolutely perfect eyesight, she would never be able to see him here. Jack decides to escape from here since the location has been revealed. At least, he is luckier than the killers before him, who died at the hands of the Liuxians. After today, 100% sniper success at long distances has been changed to 99.9%. Liuxian is practicing blows with a wooden sword in the training hall. Her opponent was a full-length artificial mannequin standing right next to her. A woman with pleasant facial features enters the room, who is genuinely worried that the mistress has been training for a long time and must be very exhausted. She asks Liuxian to drink at least a cup of tea, not asking for the girl to have a snack or even finish her workout. Liuxian interrupts the workout and takes a bowl of hot drink from the tray. Sweat flows profusely from her body while she drinks tea like water. The woman, despite her soft appearance, turns out to be nothing more than a Jack of Hearts undercover. He added a mixture of potent sedatives, muscle relaxants and chlorides to the drink, from which an ordinary person will fall into a coma within 3 minutes, and the heart will eventually gradually stop until it stops working altogether. Putting sedatives in a girl's tea is his last weakness as a gentleman, because in this way he can allow beautiful women to sleep forever and without pain. She puts the cup back on the tray and goes back to training. The Jack waits for the moment when the target finally falls into a coma and even reflects on the fact that in a hyperactive state, the effect of the drug may be slower, so it will have to wait longer. 3 minutes later, Liuxian is still actively training. When half an hour later the girl still shows no signs of smerit, the Jack himself begins to sweat from nervousness. Although there were few tranquilizers in the tea, however, muscle relaxants should have already taken effect. 3 hours later, when the sun rises, the guy still doesn't see the results. His face contorts in a grimace of shock when he realizes that his 100% chance of poisoning is replaced by 99.9. Liuxian clearly doesn't feel like she has strong sedatives flowing in her blood. Jack makes another attempt at a self-service gas station located in Fukushima Prefecture. Liuxian was pouring gasoline from a pump into a container. She did not notice one small detail, which was clearly set up by one killer. Gasoline dripped in small droplets from the hose stretching from the pump, threatening to gather in a rather big box at one moment if the breakdown was not repaired. At that time, Valiant was standing behind the gas station building, and a path of small cheese pieces stretched to his feet. The guy lowers a small cage on the asphalt and opens it. From there, a gray mouse appears, which is interested in sniffing a delicacy laid out especially for her. Jack ties a lit cigarette butt to her back. The mouse, though, feels a little discomfort from the smell of tobacco, but the cheese attracted her much more. The mouse was running along the tracks, stretching straight to the gas station, near which Liu Jin was standing. And since there is a girl standing there, then a puddle of gasoline still flowed out of the cut hose. The sparks falling from the cigarette were very small, even smaller than the claws of a mouse, but even they were enough to provoke an explosion at the gas station. It all flared up with a torch in an instant. The Jack looks out from behind his hiding place and raises his fist triumphantly. His 100% success rate of accidental murder remained at its parameter, even though the rest of his indicators were slightly spoiled. However, like a blockbuster hero, Liu Jin comes out of the fire with smoking skin and black smoke emanating from it. Her hands were tightly clenched, as if she was walking with the intention of hitting the faces that caused the explosion. But the girl could not notice the Jack. Liuxian approaches the truck and opens its body. The girl, instead of getting upset because of the accident, is more angry at the fact that the fire turned the raw carp in this car into dried. She grabbed the fish by the tail and began to examine it from all sides. It seemed to Jack that a little more and he would feel bad. One person had so badly damaged his murderous reputation in those circles where he often hung around. The probability of accidental murder dropped from 100% to 99.9%. Jack sighs heavily, looking at this girl 5 years after those pathetic attempts. He used the killing methods used for ordinary people to kill a monster that only Ultraman 55 could defeat. Is this the reason for the failures that happened 5 years ago? Xintong, who is in a pretty good mood by her standards, asks the new girl to introduce herself to everyone in Class F. Liuxian is reported to be from the Black Carp group located in Japan. What comes as a surprise in this greeting to everyone is that she brazenly declares her desire to be the boss in this class. Xingtong, not objecting to her wishes, informs that the boss class is their leader. Then the girl points her finger at herself and says in an even more brazen tone that in this case she will become the leader of the team. Everyone from Class F, both boys and girls, were sweating profusely, standing under the very scorching sun with various objects in their hands. Jai, without experiencing a drop of difficulty, held a huge boulder on one hand. Lin, clearly not used to any kind of exertion, except mental, stood with bent elbows together with a suitcase in his hands. Y turned away from the fate of being exhausted and just covered himself with a rubber chicken. Leonid barely held a chair over his head. Like the leader, Jack was content with the fate of holding a metal suitcase. The smallest in the class, Elizabeth, used her flower pot as an object. Since they were on the beach, the guys decided to take off their outerwear, and the only two girls remained in swimsuits. Zhao, of course, had pandas. Elizabeth had a simple, closed one. In front of them stood Liuxian as the commander-in-chief. Jack, whose strength is already running out, asks a classmate how long they still have to go this way. Even for him, who was physically prepared for most of the trials in the field of murder, it turned out that he could not bear the training of Liuxian. The girl takes a step and points her sword at him. She orders to stop calling him by his first name, because from now on, Liuxian is nothing but a leader. The girl has no doubt that she will remain in this post for a long time. A little background on why she suddenly became the leader instead of Zhao. When Liuxian announced that she would take this place from now on, her classmates reacted with silence. The homeroom teacher smiled at her and says that maybe she really could do it. In an instant, her slightly predatory smile turns into a dangerous grin, and Xintong decides to clarify what was said earlier. She can appoint Liuxian as the class leader for a week, but on condition that the grade for discipline in class this very week exceeds the highest score received by the current leader Zhao during that time, that she was in her current position. Only in this case, she will be able to become the leader of the class. Zhao looks at Xingtong in amazement, being slightly stunned by such an unexpected turn. She is new and immediately displaced her from the leader's place, even if only for a week. Jack interrupts her sad thoughts, wondering what a class discipline is. The girl immediately started up, immediately answering the question. The assessment of class discipline is a comprehensive assessment of the performance of a class in 1 week, which mainly includes 5 aspects. The first aspect, morning exercise attendance, for which 30 points are given. Second aspect, attendance of exercises for 10 points. Third, school uniform and regular attendance for the same 10 points. The fourth aspect, turning off the lights at exactly 11 o'clock in the evening in order to go to bed on time. The reward is 20 points. And finally the last, fifth aspect, hygiene in the dormitory and classroom 30 points. In total, this is 100 points. Then the Jack asks the expected question. What was the highest score of their class during the time that she takes the leader's place? There are quite a lot of them, 79 points. At this time, Xingtong is mentoring a new student, explaining that the assessment of discipline in the classroom is related to the ethics and behavior rating of each person in the classroom, which is also one of the most important reference standards for placement in the classroom. Xingtong sums it up. Thus, only someone who can improve the discipline of Class F is worthy of becoming a leader. The class teacher announces that from now on, student Zhao will be temporarily replaced by Liuxiang, and everyone should actively cooperate with her. If they do not do this, they will have to deal with Xingtong herself. There is no need to doubt the threat of a woman. She can just use mental torture. What can I say if the students really apologize to her? Every student sweats from these words. Liuxiang is still holding his sword under Jack's chin. He immediately corrects himself and asks, already addressing the leader, how long they are going to stand here in the horse stance. There is a smile on his lips, barely squeezed out. The girl calls a terrible figure, another hour of torment ahead. Why? Who is not even trying very hard, and Kirapanov are splashing blood with horror. The bald man screams whether she mocks them. How can you stand for another hour in this way? It is not very often that people can cause such a strong anger from an ordinary kind and arrogant way with everyone. The only one who is not happy with the fact that they cost too little, as it is, only an hour, turns out to be Jai. But he runs for hundreds of kilometers, and not one normal person cannot stand this. Liuxian, listening to their whining, crosses his arms over his chest and asks them if they have any ideas why they are being asked to lift weights and squat for an hour on the beach. However, unlike the others, she does not stand in a horse stance. Lin allows himself to make a bold assumption. He asks if the girl is S, that is, a person who receives unearthly happiness from what brings pain and suffering to others. Obviously, the answer is wrong, because Liuxian rushes at him with a sword in his hands and cuts what the twin was holding in his hands. Lin looks in amazement at the thin trickle of smoke that remained from what the girl's strike speed was. The guy replies that it seems he did not guess the answer. Jack looks over his shoulder at his classmate, amazed at what strength there was in such a seemingly fragile girl. Liuxian passes by Kirapanov and Jack, who immediately take the necessary position, and from the first they listen to the fact that they are doing this because West Class F are lazy people. They have no discipline and obedience in the team. She will definitely be able to correct the correction class. She says that if they were in a group of black carp, then Liuxian would definitely throw them into the sea so that the sharks would have a treat. Kirapanov allows himself a faint smile, saying that these are sharks, why feed them? They are not going to run away anyway. He definitely shouldn't have done that, because he was already in a bad way with Liuxian because of how he met her. The girl rushes at him, cutting Leonid's stool in half and almost hitting him. Liuxian definitely wouldn't be too upset if someone from Class F got hurt, especially if it was at her hands. Kirapanov opens his mouth in horror, while the girl says that he will not come a second time. She sets Jai as an example and declares that only someone like him can be called a hero, so let them learn from a jock. Jai smiles broadly, still holding a huge stone twice his size with one hand without any problems. At this point, the rest of the class quietly hates this guy. Liuxian says that they should be grateful to her for the fact that she is the one who conducts their training. According to her, in Japan, if a new member wants to join a black carp group, he first needs to lift more than 5 kilograms on the beach and stand in a horse stance for 2 hours before he gets the right to join the group. And the girl, by the way, allowed them to keep only 1 kilogram and for only 1 hour, twice less than what future members of the black carp need to endure. Liuxiang passes by Y, who until this moment had successfully concealed the fact that he was holding a rubber chicken. This insolence does not go away from the eyes of Liuxian, and with a familiar movement hits him with a sword. And if the first two were able to dodge her blow, then Y doesn't have enough skills to dodge. The chicken softens the blow on the top of his head, but not too much. Zhao comes to the defense. She hardly calls her classmate by name out of habit, but quickly corrects herself so as not to get scolded, too, and asks her not to use violence to everyone in a row, as this will cause emotional trauma for them. They're classmates anyway, so there's nothing to be so rude to the boys. Liuxian disagrees with her, saying that equality specifically for her is complete shit. Now she is in charge here, and as long as one of them is lazy and does not obey the orders of Liuxian, she will make them pay for it with blood, and in no other way. She points the sword at her classmates for more intimidation and says that medicine is necessary for treatment, and strong medicine is used in difficult times. Liuxian only wants Class F to be the strongest class in high school, The girl raises her sword to the sky and asks if they have self-confidence. However, the question sounds as if it is a statement and does not require an answer. Classmates are very disappointed with Lucian because they are very hesitant to pronounce a positive answer. She angrily asks them if they are still heroes. Lucian thinks that the answer is obvious. Classmates, in her opinion, are wasting their time. The girl asks to be allowed to ask them again if they have confidence in them. Lucian throws her sword over her shoulder and declares that if her classmates don't want to, then she won't be able to help them recover. Now their answer is so confident that the voices disappear into the sky. After the end of the training, Y whines that Lucian arranged a real concentration camp for them with her appearance. And before that, Class F did not limit itself in anything. The main rule was that no one should die or kill. The bald man does not even reach the dorm sofa or the bed in his own room, remaining lying on the corridor floor. Jack is sitting on the sofa, heavily hunched. Kurapanov is holding on to the back of the sofa, holding on to his aching lower back. Lin is stronger than the others on his own 2 feet, only leaning on his knees. Of the 5 people, only Jai feels quite fine, accustomed to heavy loads. Kurapanov sits down at the table and declares that this is all a barbaric concept of domestication, which contradicts the superhuman ability to raise a perfect hero with a healthy psyche. Jack, looking as bad as he's probably never been a murderer in his life, and pulls down the collar of his shirt, clearly wanting to kill himself. Although, of course, lifting weights and a powerful hour-long stand is nothing for his physical form. It lasted too long to not give sunscreen a chance at all. Jack just hates the bronze sunset. He can only imagine with horror what will happen if Lucian, with her character and management style, becomes a leader. Such a turn of events would definitely bring too much trouble to his plan to kill the director. Jack is determined to find a way to make the grade in the discipline of the class below 79 this week. This will contribute to the fact that Lucian will not take the leader's place from Zhao, who definitely liked him a lot more than the new girl, whom the Jack of Hearts failed to kill in the past. The sun is just rising from the horizon when the class led by Lucian runs along a completely free highway. The girl shouts that they are out of competition, and they are strong. Then she repeats the beginning of the speech, replacing the second part with human pride. The guys sincerely tried to drag their feet, clearly not thrilled that they were woken up so early. Of all of them, only Y decided to wear sunglasses to match his image even at such a time. Lucian doesn't lower his voice when they run past a building. She continues to encourage the others by saying that they are strong and are human pride. The building turns out to be a dormitory for the rest of the students, who, of course, are still enjoying sleep at such an early hour. It is obvious that the loud cries of Lucian make you wake up. The girl who wakes up first barely opens her clear blue eyes to tell how her sleep was interrupted by an external noise. She lowers her feet to the floor and goes to the curtains to pull them apart in different directions and let the sun into the room. The student is displeased and asks what the hell is going on. When a disgruntled girl sees that some class is running along the highway, she declares that it is not yet time for morning exercises. If she could burn with her eyes, she would definitely do it with every member of Class F. During the time that Lucian woke up the whole dormitory with her voice, the students managed to tie an additional load to themselves in the form of a car tire. Only Elizabeth escaped the fate of running with a load, but she still has to move her legs along with the others. Slowly, the rest of the residents of the hostel open their windows to see the cause of the unnecessary noise. Dissatisfied questions are heard about what is happening at all, and when it turns out that it is complaints about the fact that it is only 5 in the morning. Real psychos. What kind of class is this in general that does not understand elementary things? Running at such an incredible early hour, they will not receive additional points. Zhao is the only one among her classmates who looks anxiously at the alarmed residents. She is clearly worried that so many complaints are pouring in on her infamous class. The former leader informs the current one that if they go out for morning exercises so early every day, it will bother other students. Lucian remains adamant. The school rules only prescribe that disciplinary points will be removed for being late for morning exercises, but the rules do not prohibit early charging, even if they inadvertently wake up the others. In addition, a little later, Lucian will have to inform everyone that it was on this day that Class F was revived. The girl was going to take not only the place of the class leader, but also to declare this to everyone and everyone in the hero's high school. Y, running somewhere behind, grits his teeth in displeasure, somehow finding the strength to continue running on at such an early hour. This morning, when it was still neither light nor dawn, Lucian showed up to his room with 2 buckets of not the warmest water and poured it over a classmate, thereby forcing him to wake up in an instant. Y is still outraged about this. These actions were too inhumane. The interim leader broke down the door and woke everyone up with a bucket of cold water. According to Y, even in concentration camps, the guards do not do this. Liu looks at him over her shoulder with a gloomy face and let her next words sound like an ordinary request. No one has any doubt that this is an order. The girl needs to get used to it, because in the future, if the guy does not get up on time, she will start pouring ice water on him. Y slightly accelerates his step to be on the same level with his classmate and says that the plan, which was to just stay in bed in the morning and not go out, completely failed because they were forced to lift their asses anyway. What should they do now? Jack replies that they should continue to act in accordance with the plan that they developed earlier. If plan A failed, then it was time to move on to plan B. That was Jack's decision. It was obvious that Class F would not just accept the dictatorship of a new leader. The group consisting of Jack, Y, Elizabeth, and Kurapanov gathered in a dark room, which was illuminated only by the dim light of a lamp from above. Zhao wasn't here because she definitely wouldn't have interfered with Xintong's decision, and Jai Lixiang no doubt liked her, since she decided to fine-tune the sports discipline in the classroom. Y decides to speak first and tells the terrible truth. Class F is on the verge of life and death. If under this scenario, Lixiang becomes the leader, then the future life of each member of the class will be worse than death. He says this from his own experience. A plaster is stuck on the guy's face from the blow that a new classmate awarded him. Jack is supporting Baldy for the first time in a long time. They must certainly make sure that this week their discipline scores do not exceed Zhao's record of 79. Kurapanov crosses his arms over his chest and warns that if Jack starts using tricks and intrigues to deal with a beautiful girl, then Leonid will no longer be able to be in the same company with him, since his upbringing contradicts this and will not allow him to do so. The Jack does not take his words seriously and smiles cheerfully, wondering if Leonid is sure of what he said. After all, it is he who is sitting right now with a huge bump on his forehead, which does not help even a thin plaster pasted crosswise. Leonid admits that the work of a leader is too difficult for such a beautiful girl as Liu, and therefore he does not mind making a plan, but only if he is conscientious to make the girl admit that he is right. Jack puts his hand on the table with a clap. He announces to everyone present that by being here, they have given the go-ahead to join the plan. Let the grade in the discipline in the class this week be below 79 points, and asks again if his statement is true. 3 guys answer in unison that it is, and Elizabeth admits that she hates beach workouts. That's why she was here. Jack officially declares that their plan, let the grade of the class discipline be below 79, has been launched. He barely has time to finish the sentence when the door to the room is opened from the foot by none other than Lixian, of course with a faithful katana on his shoulder, and a loud announcement that it's time for them all to go to bed. Her face is strangely distorted when she looks at the picture that has opened. While Jack and Leonid are drinking tea from a traditional Chinese service, Lin helps Elizabeth with her studies, and Y is lying on his side on the bed, still wearing his sunglasses, despite being indoors, and reading a newspaper. Lixian, suspecting something is wrong, asks why they are all gathered here. Jack, with a slightly nervous smile on his lips, hands her a bowl and offers the girl, as a new leader, to have a cup of tea with him before leaving. Kurapanov was generous and allowed his classmates to try royal Darjeeling. Liu, true to her rules, refuses and reminds her there is still half an hour until 11 o'clock, and she immediately returns to her room to wash and prepare for bed. When Liu turns her back on the others to leave her classmates, Jack says that he understands her perfectly, and they will also return to their rooms soon. Before finally leaving the room, the girl turns over her shoulder and threatens that if everyone is not in bed at 10 to 11, they will go to the beach and sleep naked on the reefs there. Jack slams the door behind her and wishes the leader a good night and good dreams. As soon as the door closes, the Jack puts his hands on his hips and exhales heavily. Communication with Lixian is worth a lot of moral strength. Kurapanov behind him also doesn't look particularly happy that the leader decided to look in on them before going to bed. They gather at the table again. Jack says that he wants to discuss the last point, which he would like to emphasize. Zhao should not know about this plan in any case. The others agree with her. Indeed, the girl would never agree that her classmate would pull off such a plan. Elizabeth wonders why Jack wouldn't call Jai to join the plan in this case. The answer is simple, because there are suspicions that this guy shows all the signs of dependence on high-intensity beach workouts with Lixian. Jack divided the plan into 5 parts, the first of which is called the morning exercise plan, starting tomorrow morning. The first part completely failed. The morning sun rises behind the backs of the students while they are doing their morning jog with lean faces. A strange something makes Liu slow down, which is very strange. The girl did not slow down even with the most plaintive moans of her classmates. A black hole appears ahead, which turns out to be a portal. Sister Feng comes out of there in beach slippers. It turns out that she was the girl who first woke up from the noise outside, but it was impossible to recognize her then without a mask. Feng was wearing it now, but otherwise she didn't look like a member of the disciplinary committee because she was wearing a night dress, whereas she usually wore a special suit and a red armband, which clearly indicated who she was at school. Sister announces that today Class F received top marks for morning exercises and its appearance. After the praise comes a warning that starting tomorrow, the guys should train at the usual time, like everyone else, otherwise. Liu rudely interrupts the elder and with defiance and audacity in his head asks again what will happen in this case. She proves that their Class F, with the help of diligence, has done a great job that the rest of the class of their school is not capable of. The girl even scolds her sister for the fact that the disciplinary committee does not need to add points to them for an early run. But does Feng really want to deduct them? Y is covered in cold sweat. He has been beaten up very often lately by women from the disciplinary committee, and they do it not at all gently, so out of the kindness of his heart he gives Lixiang advice not to mess with Sister Feng. The eldest is also not going to tolerate such an attitude towards herself and reminds Lucian that it is her job to monitor the implementation of school rules, and no one dares to contradict her in this. Lixian stands his ground and announces his decision on the disciplinary committee, even if the director appears here. A threat hangs between the two girls after Lixian's harsh words. They look into each other's eyes, as if cursing among themselves without words. But all of a sudden, this whole atmosphere disappears, as soon as Feng tilts his head slightly to the side in a benevolent gesture. It was impossible to tell from her sister's face what RNA was thinking now. The mask completely hides her entire face. Feng walks up to Lixiang and suddenly lifts her chin. She declares that she likes this girl because her character is similar to a chinchilla, a special breed of cat that was deliberately bred from Persian cats, which the woman once raised. Jack flies into their conversation. He grabs his sister's hand and with such bright eyes says that he also has 3 chinchillas, 1 male and 2 females. One is 3 years old, the second is 4, and the last is only a month old, which makes it clear how much these kitties are loved. Jack begins to rattle off questions related to the brands of food, cat toilets and a hair dryer a woman uses. Liu, although she seems unhappy that he so brazenly interrupted them, however, to her surprise, she is silent and does not even try to hit him for such behavior. Jack's reaction is due to the fact that the guy hasn't played with cats for too long. So this is the reaction of an ordinary cat person who loses his mind when he hears about his favorite fuzzes. Jack almost screams that he checked the dictionary and used the languages of 14 countries so that each of the cats was given 14 different names, and in turn each name had its own nameplate. Feng awkwardly tries to pull his hand out of the grip of Jack's palm, but so far without success, and, clearing his throat, asks Lixiang to take care of the students of his class. It was a gentle hint that the cat-obsessed one should be taken away from her right away. Liu puts his hand on the guy's shoulder and, saying that he has gone crazy, gently asks him to move away. Jack doesn't even hear her. The guy's pupils are dilated, as if he is under substances. Jai and Lin Take are trying to take control of the situation with Jack and take him by the elbows to forcibly pull Jack aside. He is already covered in sweat from the fact that he continues to talk almost without a break about how he keeps every first biological waste of his cats in separate glass bottles. As soon as the possessed person moves away from them, the sisters switch all their attention to Liu and inform her that this time she will give her class the highest score for morning exercises this week. But the girl should stop forcing the guys to do exercises at such an early hour and do it at a set time. Otherwise, other students will complain to the director, which will have a very bad effect on the reputation of the class. Lixiang also goes to reconciliation and replies that since she can't do anything, she can only reluctantly accept Feng's offer. On the one hand, the class will get up more at dawn. On the other, they got the highest score, which only reduces the chance of the team to displace Lixian from the leader's place. Class F sits under a canopy by the lake that was once their classroom building. Now it is a great place for walking, because the place is beautiful and surrounded by tall dense trees. A voice is heard from a speaker hanging on one of the pillars, informing that the exercises for the eyes begin right now. The person advises to wipe the earlobes and points around the eyes, and then grab the ground with your toes. Lixian walked in front of the sitting classmates, like a warden in prison, throwing a katana on both shoulders. She stops and threatens those who dare to open their eyes, to tear out their eyeballs. It would be better for a girl to do this and at the same time justify herself before the disciplinary committee and the director. The guys, slightly frightened by her next threat, put their fingers to their faces, covered with sweat from fear. 2 juniors from the disciplinary committee stop in front of the doors to Class F. They had completed the Class E check, so it was now possible to proceed to the next one on the list. Sister Feng was already in her usual work suit and holding a tablet with a list of classes in her hands. Lin turns his head back to see one of his classmates. This someone turns out to be Jack, who catches his gaze and tensely responds with his eyes in response. His face is so serious that it feels like they are about to embark on a difficult mission. Everyone in the class, except Zhao and Jai, is waiting for the people from the disciplinary committee to come with a check, and then the 5 of them will open their eyes, and all 10 points of eye exercises will be deducted. At least, the points earned will be 90, and there it's a small matter. While everyone is pretending to sit with their eyes closed, Y suddenly raises his voice, asking everyone to listen to him. He's wearing his trademark glasses, so you can't tell if his eyes are open or not, although it's clear that he's first in line against Liuxian becoming a leader. Jack even lowers his hands with concern, looking at his friend's lean face. He doesn't even look like someone who is going to give out some nonsense, and that's what Y does most of the time. At first, the bald man almost sincerely apologizes, and then suddenly breaks into a very unfriendly smile, and informs that he is working undercover. A mark lights up on the guy's forehead, which has burned only once since Jack got into Class F, at the moment when Y tried to kill the director. The tag burns worse than searchlights and car headlights at night, causing everyone sitting here to go blind and worry a lot about their poor eyes. It is so light that the use of Y's ability is visible from behind the treetops growing around the lake. Women from the disciplinary committee appear from the portal. Feng says that by doing eye exercises, and even shouting slogans, Class F can maintain this passion even during eye exercises. The older one can't help but admire how Liu Jin builds the guys in the class, really a real woman. The youngest of the 3 sisters notices that the poses of the students are not quite ordinary, and they are unusual for the reason that almost everyone, except 4 in the class, hold onto their eyes with groans of pain, while Lucian gloomily watches their crawling on the surface. Feng says it's better than the last times anyway, because no one opened their eyes when they appeared. Y grins contentedly, looking at Liuxian, who has put on the same glasses as his in advance to save her eyes. Jack somehow opens his sore eyes to see at least a little of the dirty traitor. This bastard abandoned them and even more, became a loyal dog of Liuxian. He even sits in the dog pose at the feet of a satisfied girl and barely licks her feet. After the sisters leave, Liuxian takes off her glasses and calmly asks for her usual state that does the class really think that she can only be cruel. She throws the glasses behind her back, saying that the reason why the Black Carp group could become the first gang in Fukushima Prefecture, besides the force she used, was something else. The most important rule was to treat each person differently, in accordance with his human nature. That is, a gentleman should be treated like a gentleman. She takes out a black VIP card from the wide sleeve of her kimono. Only after showing this card to the class, Liuxian finishes the statement, "The villain needs to be able to bribe." The girl throws it on the bald crown of Y, who is still like a dog with his tongue hanging out at the feet of the new leader, and informs that according to the agreement, the black and gold card Hot Tokyo now belongs to Y. Lin, wiping tears from under his glasses that appeared due to the bright light, recalls that Hot Tokyo seems to be a Japanese brand of heating systems. Hiraponov, as more knowledgeable about all expensive things, replies that Hot Tokyo is the #1 Japanese-made shop, and their criteria for selecting employees are stricter than those of Victoria's Secret Angels, one of the world's most famous companies selling women's underwear, swimwear, clothing, cosmetics, perfumes, and accessories. Hot Tokyo is a place that only the richest can afford. There you can even meet popular female group members or retired actresses who are able to preserve their youth and beauty. Girls are dressed up in very revealing costumes of maids who hid very little. Jack is amazed that Liuxian is willing to pay such money to become a Class F leader. The guy, though he doesn't say it out loud, but he knows perfectly well how much maids cost in this institution. The starting cost of the black and gold Hot Tokyo card is 20 million yen, and when Jack went there last year, the starting amount increased to 50 million. Although the black and gold card was originally a reward for a contract killing, it was worth all the effort spent on it, because the killer wholeheartedly enjoyed the time spent with the maids. In the middle of a dense thicket of forest there is a one-story building, similar to a technical room, which is used only by the teaching staff. However, 4 guilty students of Class F are sitting in this room. The darkness reigning in the room clearly indicates their mood, oppressed and somehow sad that a colleague has gone over to the enemy, And now their whole plan is on the verge of failure because of one stupid and corrupt person. Kirapanov speaks first and begins by showering Y with curses. In his hand, the power of ability is gathering, ready at any moment, at the behest of the master's hand, to be directed towards a dirty traitor with a disgusting character. Then the voice is given by the quiet Elizabeth, who, like the others, is dissatisfied with the action of a classmate. She even admits that she hates traitors like Y. Jack and Lin decide to focus on a more pressing issue. Jack asks them to calm down and says that they should even be glad that the traitor showed his face so early, and not when they would have been close to defeating Liuxian. Lin wonders what they should do now, because Y must have already told all the information about their 4-step plan to Liuxian. Jack sits in the lotus position and folds his hands at his shins, gloomily arguing that the actions of any member of their foursome will be blocked by any possible means, starting from ice water and ending with sleeping on the reefs, being naked. Jack decides that the 4th stage of the plan called Never Go to Bed at 11 sharp can only be implemented by other people, but not with their help. Kirapanov immediately asks who will be this person. The faithful dog Liuxian, Y, the just Zhao, who in an adequate state will never go for such a thing, or the fanatical and already showing dependence on the beach training of the new leader Jai. Instead of getting an answer from Jack, Lin's hand rises into the air, who, after attracting attention to himself, begins to tell them what it would be better for them to do. At night, when the stars are already shining brightly in the sky, the wall clock in the slightly crumpled dormitory of Class F stops at 10 o'clock in the evening, loudly notifying the whole room about it. Liuxian immediately appears, demanding that everyone immediately go to their rooms and quickly go to their beds. To make it more convincing, she brandishes a katana, intending to chop up anyone who contradicts her. This poor guy turns out to be Kirapanov, who clearly has drunk extra courage and immortality somewhere. Liuxian notices the intruder and asks not to force her to repeat it twice. It can end very badly for the guy, and he definitely does not want to know the consequences of his disobedience. Kirapanov, despite all the loud words of the leader, reminds that it is only 10 o'clock. In his hand he holds a cup, which is no longer a tribute to Chinese traditions, having a handle. A hot drink is poured in it, from which steam rises and streams. At night, looking at Leonid, for no reason at all, he wanted to drink tea. The guy turns to Liuxian only with his face and declares that even the leader has no right to force the guys to go to bed before 11 o'clock. In fact, he is right, but Kirapanov should have already understood that it will not work to disobey the orders of Liuxian, and if it does, then the reckoning will come immediately. Even when the girl approaches him, Leonid just sips a drink from a mug, pretending that he is completely alone here. Then the leader swings at him with a katana and cuts the guy's cup into 2 almost equal parts. The lower part flies down, and the tea falls right on Kirapanov's crotch, soiling his perfectly white suit, which gave him a rich blue blood. This action makes the guy forget that he was pretending to be fearless. Leonid shouts at all the dormitories how hot he is. Behind the leader is Y, who did not even hint with a glance that he somehow felt sorry for his former comrade. The guy stands in tense assistance, as if playing the role of the girl's bodyguard, although it is so clear that in case of danger it will be necessary to protect the bald one, and not his master. Liuxian switches from him to the others in this room and announces that she is counting down 10 seconds, and if during this time everyone is not in their rooms, then she will undress this person and force him to get on the sea reefs. After that, she starts counting here, forcing her classmates, as always, to sweat from the fear she feels in front of her. The guys leave Liuxian so quickly that they force the dust that was on the floor before to rise into the air. However, some people still do not follow her orders. The girl sees Jai sitting on the sofa in front of the TV, who looks quite strange. Almost all the vessels on his body are swollen from how much the muscles of the pitching are strained, and heavy breathing escapes from his mouth, thick clouds disappearing in the room. Jai turns to the leader with stuttering, which was never typical of him. He, still stammering a lot, asks if he can swim a little at night before going to bed. The guy promises that after that he will return to the dorms and will definitely go to bed. Without this ritual, Jai will not be able to fall asleep, so there will be no point in Liuxian dispersing everyone to their rooms at such an early hour. The girl asks, as if she heard badly, if he is going to arrange a night swim. Since Liuxian doesn't look angry, Jai hopefully answers her that he needs about 4 or 5 laps around the equator, and then the guy will be guaranteed a restful sleep. Liuxian's mood changes as if at the click of a finger, and now she is pointing a katana at her, one of the most loyal followers in the struggle for the leader's place, with the question whether he decided to contradict her. Jai's face acquires a dissatisfied expression. He used to swim an hour before bedtime without any problems, but the girl suddenly decided to increase the rest time by 1 hour, which eventually affected one of the students, not to mention Kirpanov. The jock asks the girl for forgiveness, and even if he says it in an even tone, the person will still believe in the truthfulness of his words. Since Jai is not capable of deceiving people, he is too open for this. His answer amazes the leader more than Kirapanov's impudence a few minutes earlier. She even asks again what he just dared to tell her. Jai, before the leader has time to do anything, pushes her aside with her hand and starts running towards the door. Before disappearing, he declares that if he does not train now, then every inch of his muscles will tremble while dancing to the disco of wild wolves. The jock breaks down the doors with himself, deciding that it will be easier to hide this way, and Liujian lands on the 5th point. The fall after such a push turned out to be not at all soft. She clenches her teeth angrily, almost growling that of course this class should be suppressed only with violence, because these people simply do not understand otherwise. Yes, this is not a gang of black carp, which has long been trained by her hand. Jai runs as fast as she can along the sandy beach, only to find herself in the cool sea water very soon. Lin and Jack are watching him from the window. The first one says that before going to bed, if Jai had not exhausted his physical strength with strenuous exercises, then in any case he would not have been able to close his eyes all night. Jack puts the palm of his hand to his forehead, as if it can help him improve his eyesight. Lin adjusts his glasses, continuing to talk about the sports habits of a classmate. Usually Jai makes a trip around the world around the equator for an hour before going to bed. The scientist asks if Jack heard something before he transferred to their school, something about a sea monster on the equator. Jack couldn't help but hear about it, as it was one of the most sensational news in the last 2 years. It was 2 years ago that the 2nd and 3rd carrier battle groups were sailing on the equator. One of the pilots on the deck of the warship was adjusting the fasteners for the planes when he suddenly discovered that the sea on which they were sailing was divided into 2 parts. The waves reached colossal sizes that could sink any ship that sailed along them or just nearby. For 3 hours that day, hundreds of ships sailing along the equator were capsized by these huge waves. According to Jack, some people said that it was Leviathan himself, a sea monster in the form of a giant snake who did not like the invasion of his territory. Others claimed that it was Ermungan, whose origin was already from Scandinavian mythology. The riddle of this monster at the equator has not been solved by anyone for 2 years, and the anomaly itself has taken the 11th place in the largest riddles in the world. Lin hands the classmate a bottle with a liquid similar to orange juice when he finishes his story. The scientist admits that in fact this sea monster at the equator is none other than Jai, who decided for some reason to drink energy before going to bed. It is this energizer Lin is currently holding in his hands. Jai runs to the water's edge and, before reaching a few meters, jumps into the air to elegantly, like a figure skater, dive into the sea. Something black, like a disembodied monster, bursts out of the dormitory at great speed. When the jock was ready to be in the water, this something appears right under him, to soon take the form of a furious disobedience Liuxian. She is the first to land in the sea, even though she left the dormitory building later than a classmate. This shows how great was the speed of her movement. The girl clenches her palm into a fist and hits the surface of salt water with the destructive power of her ability. The impact was so strong that the water created a huge circle of land around Liuxian. And during this time, Jai had not even managed to reach his goal yet. Continuing his free fall, he looked with disbelief at the fragile figure of the leader, one blow of which, for some reason, had such destructive power that it made even the strongest person of Class F surprised. Nevertheless, the guy is not shy, like the others in front of Liuxian, and smiles contentedly. It looks like this girl can become the soul of his sporting spirit. He admires the leader even more than he once admired Jack, who, being an ordinary person, traveled the same distances as Jai himself. Instead of regrouping and carefully landing on the bottom of the sea, the guy falls face down to the ground, breaking that with his heavy body. The waves rise several tens of meters to return to their rightful place at some point. Jai calls Liuxian his partner, unable to stop being glad even in such a situation that he has found a person whose strength possibly surpasses his own. Lin and Jack are still staying in the dorm, continuing to pretend that they are not involved in Jai's strange behavior. Jack, with a slightly nervous smile, says that we made Lucy very worried, so the obvious question arises, will she kill them after this? Lin washes his hands and puts all the blame on Jack, calling him an instigator, and he himself remains innocent in any case. Jack wonders if the leader is already asleep, even though the actual leader of Class F is now Liuxian. He continues to call only Zhao that way, not fearing reprisals from Xintong for such an ardent violation of her direct order to assist the girl. Lin says that he secretly added a strong sleeping pill to the leader's milk, and even if they suddenly want to start dancing in her room, the girl will still continue to sleep soundly and soundly. Thus, she would not be able to interfere with their plans in any way. Lin adjusts his glasses with a honed movement and, looking at the sea out of the corner of his eye, says that next it's up to Jai. Almost everything now depends on how this guy does and whether he can suppress Lixiang. The Jaka Kim somehow finds himself squatting. When he gets up, he tries to compromise with the leader again and asks to be allowed to train. This is the least he could have asked the girl at all, but she continues to bend her line. She informs that this is her mother's class, so even if the 10 temples of Yama, that is, the kings of hell themselves, appear here, they will have to follow her rules. The situation is taking a serious turn, because Jai is no longer trying to compromise. He asks the leader not to be offended by the words, however, even if he goes to hell, he will still run through all 18 levels. Lixian instigates him and demands that he try to do it while she is here. Jai makes a small jump to attack the leader, but she has seen enough battles and deftly dodges to the side, teasing a classmate. What he is doing is clearly not enough to knock a member of the Black Carp gang off his feet. They continue to walk on the water as if in a perverted martial dance, and Lixian demands that the opponent think more, and not use only his muscles to defeat her. When Jai almost touches the girl, she takes a step to the side, and the guy realizes too late that it was a clever deception. Liujian smiles, the victory is practically in her pocket. She hits with the edge of her palm, calling the opponent too naive, but she misses and does not even touch him. They do it over and over again until Jai suddenly stops. Lixiang looks at him triumphantly and asks if he is going to retreat. The girl looks like fighting with him was the only fun thing that has happened to her since she ended up in Class F. However, Jai is not going to give up on the mercy of the leader at all and smiles again, as if nothing had happened. He bends his arms at the elbow, demonstrating the strength of the muscles, and suggests to Lixian to decide who will come out victorious through arm wrestling. The opponent listens attentively when Jai voices the conditions to her. If he loses, he quits training and returns to his room to sleep. But if he wins, then Lixian will not interfere with his desire to go on a night swim. The girl grins with the corners of her lips. If before it was red on her face that she was upset by the end of the fight, now the fuse to win the pitching flared up in her with renewed vigor. Is there a physical contest in which Lixian, who has the ability to become a huge, almost unkillable monster, would not win? She believes that Jai is not a rival for her anyway. Lixian praises the eloquence of the opponent. He clearly knows how to attract all sorts of disputes, and demands the guys, who now don't really hide their interest in what is happening outside, to bring a table here. On the beach, in addition to the competitors, 4 more spectators appear. Jack, who brought popcorn with him to make it more interesting to watch the picture. Y, who holds a glowing sign with hearts painted above his bald and stupid head, and Lin with Kiripanov. Jai and Lixian, by all rules, sit opposite each other on chairs that classmates decided to bring instead of with Talim. The only girl here notices that the opponent is somehow very confident in his abilities. Lixiang declares that Jai chose the wrong opponent for such a competition. With these words, she declares her future unconditional victory. However, the jock is not going to give her victory in a verbal altercation, because he asks his supporters, Kiripanov and Jack, to prepare bandages and tires specifically for the leader. She will definitely need them after Jai gets the better of her. They lock hands, and the girl asks to keep all this stuff for herself. Lixian announces that the duel has begun. Contrary to the girl's expectations that the competition will end within a couple of seconds in her favor, of course, Jai's hand firmly bends her own palm to the table, causing great surprise and not a bit in a good way. The guy does it so quickly and with such force that a stream of air appears, which sharply blows over the sitting observers. Even if it seems that Jai easily coped with his task, however, you can see how he clenches his teeth from the strain. Jack and Kiripanov are almost celebrating the victory, while Y continues to cheer the leader. Lin sits silently with his mouth open. But suddenly Jack's rainbow world, in which Jai so easily defeats the girl, instantly collapses, and he himself asks to wait with joy. Lixiang's hand did not touch the table, but only hovered a few centimeters from the wooden surface, and no matter how hard Jai tried, he could not do anything about it. The girl did not just intimidate her opponent when she so confidently declared her victory. Sweat runs down the guy's forehead. He puts a lot of effort into defeating Lixiang, and this already proves how strong the girl is. Not a single classmate, not even Lin's military equipment, could harm the pitching. Lixian praises the opponent. It was undoubtedly a good attempt. Jai realizes that things are not going as he planned when the opponent's entire arm up to the shoulder begins to transform. The girl reports that Jai is the one who is able to make her body partially become a monster body, and from the way she says it, it immediately becomes clear how few people are capable of such a thing. A sharp thin horn grows on the forehead on the left side of Lixiang, and the hand with which she holds Jai's palm already looks completely like a monster's. The girl admits that the opponent is the first person who is able to do this, so he's worth something. Yes, the preponderance of power quickly turns out to be on the side. The veins on Jai's muscles swell greatly, and the hand trembles from tension. It is more difficult to resist a monster than to resist a person many times. And if the guy was in tension when he tried to bend the opponent's palm to the table, then Liu smiles broadly, showing how much she enjoys it. Jack screams, asking how this is even possible. Lin and Kiripanov, who are more used to seeing the manifestation of superpowers than he is, prefer to watch in silence. Among them, only Y rejoices at the current situation and raises his fist with joy and says that this is exactly what is expected from the class leader. After this, Kiripanov and Jack decide to teach the impudent traitor a lesson. They kick him with their feet without any regret. Y shrank into the fetal position, begging Lixiang to save him. Tears flow from the guy's eyes in order to somehow pity the offenders. The girl, however, in any case, is not up to the problems of her dog. Jai actively begins to resist her, although he should have lost at the moment when she turned into a half-monster. The jock leans his hand on the table to keep his balance. At some point, he even manages to lift his hand a little, moving it away from the surface of the table. It's only a few centimeters, but even they, according to the plan of 4 classmates, can decide the fate of the entire class. Jai presses his elbow so hard on the table that it goes into large cracks. The table cannot withstand such pressure and breaks to pieces. The opponent's muscles seem to get bigger, the biceps turn into steel, and the pants crack when they become too tight for the cast muscles of the owner. Steam begins to rise from Jai's skin. This confuses Lixiang. She already imagined how she would win and disperse all her disobedient subordinates to their rooms, and in the morning increasing the number of workouts. The guy's muscles seem to become more visible. Now there is not a drop of excess fat. According to him, you can immediately say that he is a Superman, to whom it is better not to meddle once again if they do not want problems. The opponent's hands hang in the middle as if they have just started the competition. They are both already trembling mercilessly from tension, and no longer try to bring each other to emotions with words. Kiripanov and Jack still continue to mock Y, who doesn't have a chance to get out. Jack turns his head towards his rivals, just to follow the situation at least out of the corner of his eye, and what he sees inspires him. Jai has not lost yet, but continues to resist. Lin explains the reason why Jai's muscles have changed so much. They have a state of compaction. Lin admits that he did not expect to see this for the second time. The guy remembers that the last time such a state was at a forum between graduates 2 years ago. These words make Jack completely interested in what Lin is saying and switches all his attention to the scientist, as if forgetting that the fate of the class is being decided in front of them. He asks if he understands correctly what he says about the forum for the exchange of experience between graduates. Lin is even happy to say that the graduates of the ultra-high classes return to school every semester to conduct academic exchanges with students who have not yet graduated. Of course, this includes practice, the most real battles with graduates. Why? Without even trying to get up from the sand. Because he realized that he would only get Big Luli, says that Jai took the initiative to challenge Lin Xiaoming, a graduate codenamed Wang Jun. Before Jai decided to boldly challenge, almost all the contenders, including many guys from Class A, failed in the fight with Lin. The arena where the students fought that day was covered with sand to soften the blows. From the scattered bodies of students around, you could tell that they fly off and fall quite often. The graduates are squatting with their backs to Jai, who is rushing at him with all his legs. In her hands, Lin clutches a handful of sand picked up earlier. June gets up and throws the sand, making it disintegrate into as much space as possible. Jai stops. He is not bothered by the fact that sand can get into his eyes. It's clearly something else, because by the way Lin threw the grains of sand. As soon as the grains touch Jai's skin, the ground under him instantly crumbles, as if he began to weigh several hundred tons more at once. Jai still doesn't fully realize what's going on. Jun, who will defeat Lixiang in the form of a monster in the future, explains that each of these dust particles has given a weight of 20,000 tons, which is simply a colossal burden for one person. His face is greatly distorted when he realizes that defeating Jai is as easy and simple as he did with other students will not work. The opponent's muscles come into a state of compaction. They become bigger, stronger, and steam rises from them. Jai inspires terror with his appearance alone. He looks even more impressive than when fighting with Liuxian, and at this time his opponent is 3 times smaller than the jock himself. In the present tense, Jai continues to confront Liuxian, who is still extremely pleased with this state of affairs. They have almost a draw. They had already got up from their chairs, up to their shins in the seawater. The smile slowly disappears from Liuxian's lips when she declares that it won't end like this. Jai is silent at first, and then loudly demands the girl to shut up. If his leader could make him angry, then she really has a talent for this. Liuxian realizes that things are getting really bad when Jai gets up in such a pose, as if she is going to make a long run with a girl in tow. He begins to drag her somewhere to the side, not daring to let go of his hand and admit defeat in the duel. They rush to the nearest rock, moving further away from their classmates, who can, however, trace the path of their rivals by the way the waves rise from Jai's fast running. The jock crashes into this rock with all his might, causing it to shake as if an earthquake had happened. Stones fall on their heads, but it is obvious that they will not cause any harm to such people. The observers are running after them, but they would never have been able to develop such a speed as Jai's. They shout to the rivals to be careful, because a huge boulder breaks off from above and rolls vertically down. He falls on a couple, raising a cloud of dust into the air, which almost completely covers the view. Jack, standing closest, opens his eyes in surprise, as wide as possible, taking into account the fact that there is so much dust in the air. It turns out that the boulder did not crush Jai and Liuxian. These two just hold the boulder with their hands, as if they already lack physical exertion. Jack looks at his wristwatch, the dial turned inside his hand. He reminds that there are only 15 minutes left until 11 o'clock. Jai needs to hold out for nothing at all so that their class does not get points. Why, cupping his hands to his mouth, and cheers on the new leader, not noticing how Jack's fist flies in his face to make him shut up. Liuxian sighs heavily when, for the second time in the evening, he hears Y's pleas for help. This guy has a unique ability to annoy people with just a couple of words, and then begins to beg for the salvation of someone stronger. The leader forgets about Y. She is not up to him at all right now. She looks at the opponent, noticing aloud that he is already at the limit, and cannot but rejoice at this fact. The girl's face is covered with scales, and her body begins to glow purple, showing that she is ready to take another form. Liuxian asks Jai not to blame her for what she is about to do. The jock looks in confusion at how the purple lightning reaches his body too, but, fortunately, does not cause any harm. A column of fog appears in place of Liuxian, completely hiding the small figure of the girl. However, it is already clear that now a monster will appear in her place, which recently almost destroyed all of Tokyo. When the fog clears, the assumptions are confirmed. The monster is on one knee, and the finger of the hand, which before the transformation of Liuxian held Jai's palm, was now squeezed between the two hands of the jock. Since Liuxian was the first to decide to use more force, the guy decided to forget about the fact that only one palm can be used in arm wrestling. Every wreath on Jai's body swelled from how tense he was. His teeth almost crumble when he squeezes them. Jack opens his mouth, beginning to doubt that they are still watching arm wrestling. If he had been stronger than the monster in front of them, he would have immediately intervened in this battle with a demand to stop breaking the rules. Elizabeth points her finger at the leader and says that the monster sister is cheating. None of the students understood when she managed to appear here, but now there is one more person in the ranks of Jai Fan. Y, sweating from her words, shuts the little girl's mouth, asking her to stop talking nonsense, because children do not understand that monsters can't really cheat. In the High School of Heroes, can the use of force be considered cheating? It was a fraud to frame the leader like this, using such easy money as Jai. The monster opens his mouth to ask in a creepy voice if the guy is going to continue to resist, because it is obvious that if the girl puts a little more force, her fingers will crush the guy into a human cutlet. Jai forces out a smile, continuing to remain optimistic even in such a situation. The guy says he can't beg for mercy. Liuxian decides to carry out his threat, saying that he will do as the opponent wished. She immediately increases the force of pressure on the person, no longer going to feel sorry for him. The water around Jai's feet is parting to the sides, as the bottom under his feet begins to crack, unable to hold the weight that the monster has put on him. Jack begins to worry no one is going to die today. Right. Lin dulls his excitement a little, explaining that theoretically Jai, in a state of muscle consolidation, somehow withstood the impact of countless grains of sand weighing 20,000 tons each. These words strongly inspire hope. This is a colossal weight, and yet Jai did not break. Lin, having examined Liuxian, concludes that her monster image weighs about 40,000 tons, and the total weight of those grains of sand should definitely exceed 40,000 tons. The scientist speaks so confidently that it is impossible not to believe his words. Jack clutches at his heart. He even feels relieved, realizing how good it is that a classmate is so strong. It would be really troublesome if any of the classmates died during this competition, since the whole plan was invented by the Jack. However, as soon as Jack exhales calmly, Lin informs him that there is one thing that should be mentioned in this situation. Namely, it was the fact that Chen Lixiang, who turned into a monster, has sufficient strength and skills very similar to human ones. Kirapanov thoughtfully continues Lin's reasoning. The current limit of a human punch is Tyson's right-handed punch of 800 kilograms. If you start to think logically, the average weight of an ordinary man is about 60 kilograms, which is about 13 times more. That is, the strength of a monster is about 520,000 tons. It's just a colossal number. However, the troubles did not end there. Lin asks not to forget that there are many insects in nature that can lift objects hundreds or even thousands of times their own weight. Such insects are, for example, Peepa shrimp, whose peak strength can reach 136 kilograms, and the shrimp's own weight is only 30 grams. That is, after making short calculations, we can say that the Peepa shrimp can lift more than 3,000 times its own weight. Kirapanov repeats this number with disbelief 3,000 times. It turns out that if Lucian can strike with a force 3,000 times greater than her own weight, then it turns out that the blow of a girl in the guise of a monster is 120 million. Jai, of course, does not have such calculations and knowledge with him, but he has a unique opportunity to experience the full power of this force on himself. Jack, after listening to his classmates, looks at the monster again, and Jai, who is small compared to him, who was usually the largest student of their class F. The guy remembers that the Burj Khalifa weighs only about 1,000,000 tons. If you add up those 3,000 in your mind, it turns out that the jock must lift into the air, standing only on his own 2 feet, 120 skyscrapers of the Burj Khalifa. The monster seems to be smiling, but it is impossible to tell this from him, since a number of hard and sharp teeth that grow so that they cannot be hidden by lips, like in humans, replace the entire oral cavity. Lixian presses and presses on the person. The monster's claw begins to crack from how hard Jai squeezes it with his hands. The guy enters a state when steam is coming out of his mouth, as if he ate something spicy, and now he urgently needs water. The monster's eyes do not tear away from the guy's figure. He just does not understand how it is possible that a classmate continues to resist even when she has already entered a different form. Jai, having almost become a monster himself, opens his mouth and, with the full force of his lungs, emits a loud scream. It's as if he grabs the monster's claw again and, to everyone's surprise, just takes and throws Lucian over his shoulder, as if she weighed nothing at all. With a huge roar, the monster's carcass falls into the water and does not get up anymore. Wise glasses fly off when he shouts that all this was not according to the rules, although he himself recently did not resist the fact that Lixiang took the form of a monster, thereby practically snatching victory from Jai's hands. Lin says that the guy won for the reason that his muscles moved from the first level to the second. Classmates raise their hands to the sky. Jai has won. Half of them probably forgot that they started all this in order not to take Lixian to earn a leader for their class. Lixian becomes a man again and angrily punches the water. She says how much she hates this guy, and just recently the girl praised him for being the closest to becoming a hero. Jack is the only one who does not forget about the true mission of this event, and, looking at the clock, waits, realizes that there are only 5 minutes left, after which the disciplinary rule to go to bed at 11 o'clock will not be fulfilled. Jai, whose muscles are slowly starting to return to normal, goes out to his classmates on the shore. His face is too gloomy for someone who has just won such a difficult competition. Elizabeth says that now Jai can finally, without any obstacles from the leader, go and swim across the equator as many times as he needs. When Jai passes by Jack, he decides to remind him that the sea is actually in a different direction. The parent says in a tired voice that the number of exercises has been completed for today. He suddenly stops, and then reports that he has had enough for today, and just falls face down in the sand. Jack and even Y, who has been on the opposite side all this time, look with excitement at a classmate who does not seem to be going up. If Zhao were here, she would have already made a real fuss. Jack panically asks Tom to go to the school doctor, but it seems that he just fell asleep from fatigue. Too much effort was spent today, even for someone who drank a bottle of energy. Drool flows down from Jack's mouth because a gag stuck in his mouth prevents them from swallowing. He, Kurapanov, and Lin are tied with ropes that wrap around the waist. They are sitting in a dark room, and the only source of light is a crack formed by an open door. Through this crack, Liu Jin looks at them with a murderous look. Who has come to deal with those who violate discipline in her team? She certainly didn't kill them, but she skillfully silenced them by using a little physical force. As a result of the duel and incitement by 4 classmates, they still went to their rooms to sleep at exactly 23 o'clock. When the morning of the next day comes, Liuxian is doing her routine chores, making the bed, even without braiding her hair, and already reasoning what plan B thanks to Y. She knows that they are plotting against her, but what the essence of each stage is unknown to her. She puts on her slippers, gathers her hair into the usual ponytail, and, addressing her classmates, who, of course, cannot answer her, if only because they are not here, asks what they are going to do today to disrupt this stage of getting points. The girl descends from the 2nd floor, where her room was, and stops in gloomy shock from what she saw. The whole room was dirty, and some object that vaguely resembled a microwave oven and lay on the table where residents usually went about their routine chores. A sleepy Y comes out of the room, wiping tears from the corner of his eyes with his finger. Unlike the leader, he did not wake up completely and asks what was that noise outside. As practice shows, Liu Jin likes to create noises for those who are just sleeping. Once Y sees how dirty the room is, the dream is like a hand sweeps away. He asks what is going on here, but from the look of the girl, you can immediately tell that. Firstly, she is not going to answer, and secondly, Liu Jin herself has no idea what happened in the living room during the time that they slept. The leader takes a small key out of his pocket to open the door to the room where she left her classmates last night, but it turns out that the door was not open, so there are a lot of questions, and the most important of them is how this is even possible. The door opens, and the first thing the girl sees is Jack, who was unlucky enough to sit facing the door. Liuxian holds out her palm to him. As a result, she brings all her illegal prisoners to their knees. Among them, it turns out all this time was Elizabeth, who also did not escape the fate of being scolded by the leader. Liuxian brandishes a katana and demands to hand over the person who dared to commit such a thing. Each of them looks scared, as if they really are not involved in the mess that is happening in the room right now. Jack actively shakes his head from side to side. Liuxian generously allowed them to talk, pulling the gags out of her mouth. She is obviously not being led to the acting that Jack gives out. A small sword appears in front of the Jack, clearly indicating what Liuxian is going to do with it. Kurapanov twitches in his seat and shouts that they really don't know who dared to commit such a thing. Yesterday Liu Jin locked them in this room with her own hands, and they didn't come out all night. Jack approaches his former comrade, who asks him not to hold on so much to this version of the truth, since a long pain is not as good as a short one, so let him hurry up and tell the leader who dared to do this. After Kurapanov confesses, he will be able to die peacefully and, most importantly, quickly. Realizing that none of them is going to confess, Liuxian decides to start with poor Jack and announces that he will become his guide to the mortal world. She swings a katana to behead a classmate, and he can't even say anything out of fear and shock. How can you start with beheading right away? The Jack manages to shout that such a method of punishment is useless, because even if the guy dies, he will never betray Wei Guangzheng. The leader's sword hovers a couple of millimeters from Jack's neck. The bald guy's face looks incredible. Neither Liuxian nor Wei himself notice how predatory Jack smiles, celebrating his small victory. When the wall clock in the room shows the time between 6 and 7 in the morning, the guys decide to start implementing the plan. Since none of them can speak clearly, all Jack has to do to get the message across is mumble. The move directed towards Elizabeth meant that everything now depended on the little girl. Liuxian apparently felt that Elizabeth wasn't considered a big threat, because she was the only one who didn't have a gag in her mouth. The girl confidently asks to provide this mission to her and uses the property of her hair, which can grow like vines of plants. Kurapanov even looks nervously at the vines moving along him. Perhaps he is afraid that they will touch him, and Leonid will not be able to attack in response, since his hands are tied. Vines make their way under the bottom crack in the door and reach for all the objects that are in the room, which is both a living room, a kitchen, and a gym for some personalities to spoil them. The vines open the refrigerator, lift the microwave and other smaller kitchen utensils from their place. Plants take canned food with durian and herring. These jars of vines are hidden in the microwave, which was previously placed on the dining table so that the plug from it reaches the outlet. The plant turns the wheel on the microwave, and when it was over and the microwave was burning with a soft light, while the canned durian and herring were warming inside, the hair returns back to its owner to take its normal shape. Liuxian, who does not know about Elizabeth's ability since she has only seen her huge carnivorous flower since coming to class, easily believes that Y spat in her back in this way. After all, he once did this to his classmates, who were with him much longer than Lixiang. The girl yells at him for first pretending to rely on her to gain the trust of the main person of the class, and then stabbed in the back at a critical moment, decided to bite the hand that fed the guy. While the girl does not see this, Kiripanov and Jack behind her show their middle fingers and faces, which infuriate Y. He tells the leader to make them laugh, and this of course proves his innocence. At the same moment, Liuxian turns his head towards the guys who have already been removed from the ropes and gags. Both guys decided to act out the drama theater and squeeze out a stream of tears, and Jack even took a handkerchief from somewhere to wipe his tears. They in one voice beg the girl to spare Y, and if she still wants to kill the dirty traitor, she must kill the bald man with one blow, not allowing him to suffer. Y, whom Lixiang holds by the collar of her nightgown, twitches from her grip and the terrible words of her classmates. Lixiang may not be listening to all these tearful lamentations, but he believes Jack's words that Y did it. She demands that the guy answer what the leader expects to hear. It seems to her that only Zhao Yang could have ordered this to be done in order to retain the title of class leader. The girl continues to shake the answers out of Y while the others continue to sit obediently on their knees. Zhao comes out of the room just at this moment, as always with a kind expression on his face, wiping a tear from his eye. She wishes everyone a good morning and wants to continue talking, but freezes when she sees first what position her classmates are in, and, secondly, what a mess reigns in the room. There is genuine shock on her face, and she hardly asks who could have done it. Lixiang does not believe a single word of her and throws Y to make it easier to shout not innocent. The current leader orders her to stop pretending, because she knows perfectly well that Zhao just wants to maintain her position as a leader and therefore easily allowed these four to create problems for Lixiang, thereby reducing discipline in the classroom. Does she really still want to continue pretending to be a good person after this? Zhao does not let himself be offended, even though most people are very shy in front of an angry Lixiang, and says that she did not do it. There is no more honest person in Class F than Zhao, but Lixiang is still not going to trust his opponent. Zhao glances at the wall clock and reminds him that the disciplinary committee will come at 7:30 to check the hygiene of the dormitory. They don't have time for pointless arguments, so Zhao immediately demands that they all go to the second floor and leave her alone. Liu Jin reminds that now she is the leader here and pulls out a katana, intending to fight in case of something to keep her place until the end of the week. She tells the former leader that if they have to force him to get out, then the perpetrators will lick the living room with their tongues. Zhao, although horrified that her guys would be treated like this, did not show it and reminded them that they still did not have time to clean up. And it was not added by the fact that Lixiang was pouring out her unnecessary threats. The leader's face darkens with rage, so Zhao suggests just standing still and waiting for the disciplinary committee to show up here. How does she not understand that when the check sees the living room in this form, she will deduct 30 points for hygiene will be deducted from their light hand? Therefore, it turns out that even if Lixiang scores the maximum marks for the class in all other subjects, the final grade in the classroom discipline will be only 70 points, which in any case will be less than the highest record set by Zhao, 79 points. The girl opposite bites her lower lip with rage, replying that everything is not at all as Liu Jin thinks. Zhao again asks the guys to just go to the second floor and leave her for some 15 minutes. She guarantees Lucian that 30 points for hygiene will not be removed from their class, and this makes the leader calm down a little. The girl stares firmly into Liuxian's eyes, asking to believe her. For greater persuasiveness, Zhao calls her a leader, recognizing the girl's primacy over her. This becomes the final nail in the lid of Liuxian's coffin, and she is inclined to agree to her persuasions. The leader's gaze softens, Zhao's eyes are clear and resolute, and she looks extremely serious, which inspires confidence. Maybe not only because of the discipline scores, Zhao once became a leader, people could just trust her, turning a blind eye even to the fact that from any strong emotion the girl could explode. That is, she was literally a walking atomic bomb. Lixian closes her eyes, surrendering to Zhao's mercy, and says that this time she will put the management of the situation in the seemingly fragile hands of the girl. The leader orders everyone to follow her upstairs. Tirapanov is the first to get up from his knees, worrying about the pants of his white suit, which costs more than the entire building of the Class F dormitory. When Jack passes by Zhao to climb the stairs to the second floor, he tells the girl that it is impossible to clean up all this mess alone in such a short period of time. He calls her a leader, which shows the attitude towards her and Lixiang, and the guilty expression on his face, which does not look at all like a fake, only proves the fact that Jack did not want to substitute Zhao with his plan at all, because the only task of the Jack was to keep this particular person as a leader. No one but him, who was still involved in carrying out the plan, dares to talk to Zhao, whom they accidentally framed. The girl smiles at him and asks Jack to believe her. There were many situations in Class F that were different in complexity, and this is clearly not the worst of them. In the end, about a week ago, he tried to kill them all under the influence of the energy Kuropanov, and they survived, so Zhao will definitely be able to withstand the strict assessment of the disciplinary committee. When Class F is on the second floor, they continue to remain silent, 4 of them because they feel guilty for what they did to Zhao. Y is silent because Lixiang did not give him the command to speak, although the reason could also lie in the fact that the leader beat him badly. Lixiang felt internal tension. She may have entrusted Zhao with the fate of her leadership position, but this does not mean that she will not worry about how everything will go. When the time comes for the disciplinary committee to appear, Lixian goes to the window and sees a teleporter appear on the porch of the building, which is usually used by their supervisors. 3 women come out of the portal at once, then, as usual, only 2 went to earn points, the middle and the youngest. One says that so far Class F has received top marks for all subjects in the discipline, so they have only the last item left: hygiene in the dormitory. The older one looks through the list to verify the words of the younger sister. Feng happily exhales, saying that she actually said that everything would be like this. Since Chen Lixiang is in Class F, the assessment for discipline in their team this week will be the best in school. This obviously hasn't happened for a long time, because even Zhao couldn't achieve this. The girl is proud of Lixian, because in the end, she is exactly the one who likes her. When the women are already approaching the hostel, the doors of the building suddenly take out directly on them because of the explosion that happened. The students sitting on the second floor anxiously looked at the stairs, from where the plan appears because of the explosion. Lixiang looked at it in amazement at first, and then rushes towards the stairs, shouting about how much she hates Zhao. The leader expected any solution to this situation, but definitely not this one. Now the premises have become even dirtier, and even the stairs down which Liu Yuzhen descended were covered in soot. Zhao did not try to escape from the girl and did not show signs of fear or gloating that she had done so. The ends of her hair were still a little red from the explosion, and her voice was smoking. Pajamas, contrary to past times when all her clothes instantly burned down to her underwear, received only a couple of torn holes. Liu Yuzhen grabs her by the collar of her shirt and calls her the last creature who dared to play on her trust. The veins on the leader's face swell with anger. She just can't believe that the girl opposite her, who looks so reliable and innocent, can pretend so well. And the most terrible thing is that Lixian succumbed to her cunning tricks. The wardens step into the living room, where a loud explosion has recently occurred. The younger one with feigned admiration tells the second sister what a unique style of living room decoration Class F has. Feng hesitantly asks the elder what the verdict will be. Her only one was incredibly disappointed by the fact that in this matter Lixian coped so badly. The older sister, without any unnecessary words, announces that the grade F grade for dorm hygiene is 0 points. Liu Yuzhen asks the wardens to wait and immediately tries to explain the situation. However, Zhao suddenly steps in, who really had no evil intentions towards the new leader. She loudly asks for forgiveness, but it is not clear from whom: from Liu Yuzhen, who still believes that they are trying to deceive her, or from the disciplinary committee, who had to see this quiet horror. Zhao explains that the mess happened because she abused her superpowers and therefore asks to deduct her personal discipline points, but not to deprive Class F of the opportunity to get the highest score in all subjects for the first time in a long time. Jack was amazed at the behavior of the true, in his opinion, class leader from the very beginning. Her idea was to expose herself for the sake of class disciplinary points, thereby literally giving Lucian her place as a representative of their class. Lixian didn't expect this either. She tries to say something to Zhao, but she doesn't have the right words for her. The elder sister accepts Zhao's testimony and announces that superpowers exceeding the permissible values were used, and for this the disciplinary committee will have to deduct 30 points from the disciplinary points. Lin says that his list of Zhao's current score in the discipline is 25 points, which means that now the score goes to a negative value, which is not a good sign at all. This is also understood by Jack, who immediately asks the Kurapons what will happen if the value of the points is negative. He had never encountered such a thing in Class F before. Leonid, with a lean face, puts his hand on the guy's shoulder and informs him that in this case, the student will be locked in a very scary place, where even the usually brave Kuropanov is afraid to get into. The matron, after looking at her papers, says that Zhao's current personal score in discipline is 25 points. After deducting 30 points, her score becomes negative. The older sister frowns at the girl, and her serious gaze is visible even from behind the usually impenetrable mask. The woman now asks exactly the former leader of Class F to go with her to the detention cell. Feng says that since such a situation has occurred, the assessment of the hygiene of a Class F dormitory should be based on rooms other than the living room, although they usually do not do this. Zhao smiles happily. Her mission has been accomplished, so now she can be calm for her guys. She bows to the women, as if it was a great honor to get into the detention cell, but it is clear that the girl is doing this because they made such a fair decision. The second sister reports that everything is clean on the first floor. The bath literally shines from the cleanliness that Liu Jin forced the team to bring here. The younger one runs out from the second floor, ignoring the dirty stairs, and reports that there are no problems on the second floor either. There is perfect cleanliness. The elder writes 100 points to Class F in a piece of paper, and Zhao's record was broken. Judging by what is written, only classes A and F have their 100 points. The rest did not reach such a high value. The supervisor almost happily says that this week the discipline in Class F was at the highest level, a whole 100 points, and the woman punishes the guys to continue to maintain this level. Feng puts his hand on Lixiang's shoulder and praises her. What she did was beyond her expectations. The middle sister affectionately calls the girl a little monster, although it is worth taking her other form and she cannot be called small at all. Nevertheless, it is impossible not to notice that the new leader is in no hurry to celebrate his victory. Feng says that as the new head of Class F, provided that the discipline score in the team is more than 80 points within 1 month this semester, then the girl can get a personal promotion. The woman whispers the last phrase in Liu Jin's ear, causing her to be very surprised. The middle sister leaves and waves goodbye to the girl, wishing her pet good luck. The part of Class F that was standing in the living room looked regretfully at Zhao walking between the 3 wardens, as if she was a terrible criminal. Even Liuxian can't hide the fact that it hurts her to watch this picture, despite the fact that she has achieved her goal. Zhao turns over his shoulder to tell classmate Liuxian that she is more suitable for the role of Class F leader than herself. There was no regret in her eyes that she was no longer in charge here and was leaving them for some indefinite period of time. Zhao smiles gently at the girl and announces that he is leaving the class to her. Finally, she only asks to be softer with everyone, and otherwise Liu Jin will be fine with the team. But the new leader is not going to do that to Zhao. She demands that the disciplinary committee wait and points the finger at herself, stating that it was Liuxiang who made her explode. Classmates look at her in amazement. Such an act was too unexpected on the part of Liu Jin, who tore her throat both for herself and them to become the leader of the class. The older sister asks why she did it. Liu Jin spreads her hands to the sides and calmly composes a fairy tale about the fact that in the morning she put a canned fish in the microwave to warm it up for breakfast. But she did not expect that it would explode right inside the microwave, and for this reason the living room turned into a large toilet, strongly smelling of fish. In order to get more than 80 points in the classroom discipline, and then earn a promotion, Liuxiang admits that she made Zhao explode by making such a mess in the room. Zhao, who immediately lost all her confidence, tries to say that everything is completely different from what she says. Liuxiang exposes Zhao, knowing the reason why she keeps the discipline of the class below 80 points every time. The girl simply does not want to go for promotion, although she could earn much more points for her class. Liuxiang calms down her hot, tempered nature and says that she just wants to be the boss here, but she is not going to take the leader's place from Zhao. It was too unfair on her part, even though her classmates were plotting against Liuxiang herself. Besides, Zhao is a good leader, if only for the reason that she really likes all these idiots. Liu Jin kindly calls her a hopeless fool who stands up so much for her classmates. Liuxian holds out her palm to her former rival and admits that she lost in a bet for the place of the class leader. Zhao shakes the girl's hand with a smile, knowing that now there will be no enmity between them. Kuropanov and Jack, looking at this picture, clap, undoubtedly rejoicing that everything turned out that way. Even Y allows himself to be happy, even though Liuxian, for whom he was rooting, did not become a leader. Now Jack can calmly exhale, knowing that the measured life of their class will continue at the same pace as before the appearance of Lucian. Zhao is still a representative, and a new classmate has successfully joined their team, so the case can be declared closed. Class F gathers in its temporary office, under a canopy in nature. Xingtong announces that at the suggestion of leader Zhao, she has decided that Liuxiang will be on the disciplinary committee of their class. The class teacher points with her gloved hand at the student, who proudly stands in front of everyone in an official school uniform, whereas before she walked around the school in her usual clothes. Liuxian looked incredibly proud to have achieved such an important position in their team. Blood spurts from the mouth of Kurapanov and Jack. Did they not make it worse by not allowing Liuxian to take the leader's place? The girl waves her katana and shouts that anyone who dares not listen to the leader will be the same with them as with the rack, which Liuxian immediately cuts with his faithful sword. Xintong barely manages to step aside so that she is not touched by the girl's weapon and splinters flying in all directions. By such behavior, Liuxian quickly loses the favor of the class teacher to herself. Before that, she even liked the girl very much, and now the girl causes only irritation and anger in her. Zhao, pretending that nothing has happened, claps his hands and says that, as a member of the disciplinary committee, but destroying the public property of their class, the girl is going to face the wall and do introspection for 1 hour. Jack clutches his head. He really couldn't understand this damn class. It is not clear, however, why this was, because Jack is too normal, or because future heroes, being on the other side of the barricade. He does not understand. Since everything ended this way, it's time to do 3 things. The guy in despair lays his chin on the table and complains that he has no clue or even an idea how to kill the director. For the second time in his career after Liuxian, he has no idea how to commit murder. He changes his position in the hope that this way ideas will come to his head. Jack slaps his cheeks, reminding himself that he is the #1 killer, the Jack of Hearts. He has achieved so much in his career, so this is not the time to despair because of one person. The guy is seriously thinking. First, view the information that I recently learned and collect everything bit by bit. Jack asks himself not to be impatient, because if personal discipline is negative, he will be locked up in solitary confinement. And this solitary seems to all his classmates a terrifying place. Jack clings to the idea that personal discipline can be negative, and for this means they are sent to the punishment cell. This information is worth studying in more detail. Jack turns to Y. Apparently, after the leader remained in his rightful place, relations between them improved. The guy says he wants to ask the bald man about one thing. He does not answer, continuing to drool. Jack shakes him in different directions, asking him to wake up. Jack looks at this guy with displeasure, dissatisfied with the fact that it seems that only an atomic explosion can wake him up. He decides to go with the trumps and whispers in his classmate's ear that an emergency temporary meeting of the Council of the Dark Round Table has been convened. Knowing how much Y adores his advice, it was a win-win decision. Of course, Y immediately sits up straight, as if he has risen from the dead. He leans over to Jack and says there are too many people in the classroom right now. It's too unsafe to whisper about this here, so they should move to a more hidden place. Jack becomes uncomfortable with how seriously a classmate treated such a thing. Nevertheless, the Jack plays along with him and objects to Y's words, because the most dangerous place is also the safest. Such places are called darkness under the light of lanterns. Y folds his hands under his chin and nods. It definitely makes sense, but then they should behave naturally and not arouse suspicion. Jack agrees with him. While classmates were doing their routine chores, Jai was doing push-ups on the finger of one hand, Kurapanov was drinking tea, Lin was inventing something, and only the leader was studying. Jack decides to unobtrusively say that he is a little curious about the fact that a person with a negative disciplinary mark will be put in solitary confinement. What does this camera look like? As soon as Jack whispers this question, it seems to him that everyone in the class has heard this question. When the classmate does not answer, the Jack turns to him again, reminding him that he is still waiting for an answer. Liuxian approaches their desks with a katana slung over his shoulder. Instead of scolding them for talking during the educational process, she suddenly informs them that she is also curious to learn more about this solitary cell. Since Liuxian came to class a little later than Jack, who has never been to such schools, she also does not know anything about it. She demands that Y tell her. Feeling that there is some tension in the team, Liuxian and Jack look at the leader's back, expecting to hear an answer from her already. Jack begins to say that this detention cell is really so scary, since one question causes such a heavy feeling in the classroom. Y suddenly jumps up from his desk, sweating profusely and calling Zhao. It seems that he was very scared of something, but during the couple of minutes that Jack and Liuxian tried to find out from them about solitary confinement, nothing happened. The bald man almost hysterically asks the girl what the date is today. Then even the leader is horrified when he remembers that today is the 6th of May. Her eyes are so wide with fear that Zhao ceases to look like herself. Y says that, undoubtedly, a cell with ultra-high isolation scares every student, but those who sit in those cells should be afraid. The very thought of prisoners makes the bald man sweat with fear. Jack notices that he does not even dare to continue his speech. Jack also begins to feel this atmosphere, is why so scared that he can't just talk about it. The guy admits that even after seeing quite a bit in his life, being a murderer who wielded all over the world, he really can't imagine what kind of thing could frighten such lawless people as students of Class F. Lixiang decides to defuse the situation a little and puts his arm around Zhao's waist, confused by such a bold gesture. The girl asks the leader not to worry, because if something serious happens in their class, she will cover them all. Zhao doesn't even try to smile like she usually does. With a sad and hopeless face, the leader informs that all this will be useless. Lixiang nervously looks at the sad Zhao, who chose to sit at her desk, thereby ending the conversation about solitary confinement. She says resignedly that if classmates have something they want to do, then let them hurry up and do it. However, I thought a little, the girl says it's too late for that. Jack and Lucien are the only ones in the class who don't understand what happened and what everyone is afraid of. Although the students of Class F did not tell anything new about solitary confinement, however, it really caused fear of those who were in danger of getting into it. The punishment cell was underwater and was a pyramid-shaped building tied with something iron to the bottom of the sea with dim lighting so that no submarine would crash into it. There were not even windows inside this cell, although such a depth in itself did not let in any light. The girl sitting indoors on a bed without a pillow and blanket, holding a plush toy in her hands and, like a madwoman, whispered about how bored she was here. The bear in her hands could not dispel the boredom of the girl in any way. Suddenly, the door to the punishment cell opens, letting in a completely dark room, which could easily drive you crazy, a little bright artificial light. An older sister from the disciplinary committee appears in the doorway, who announces that the time of the girl's imprisonment, Dane, has come to an end, so she can prepare to return to her class. Dane smiles rapaciously, showing his small fangs. She thanks her sister for finally letting her out of here. The girl, without any regret, tears the bear, which she gently held in her hands, along the seam and throws it aside. She stretches with pleasure, clearly tired of such long gatherings. Addressing her classmates, Dane calls them babies and informs them that she is coming back, so let them rejoice. Class gathers in a large auditorium. Patton says that because Kiripanov's strength got out of control, he was transferred to Class F because his score dropped a lot. Now the place of the leader of their class has been vacated, which means that today they need to appoint a new one. The teacher asks Lai Kai to get up from his seat. The guy smiles. It is well deserved that he will become the leader of the class in his own opinion. As he descends to Patton, Lai Kai says that the extravagant and aristocratic atmosphere of their collective has come to an end. The guy's program, as a leader, is that in the future class will focus on painstaking work and training their strength. As Li Kai gets close to the counter where Patton was standing, the homeroom teacher lights a cigarette on his fiery hair. The student, not noticing this, clenches his hand into a fist and promises to lead Class A. However, when he realizes that Patton once again used the guy as a lighter, he immediately becomes gloomy and loses all his fuse. The man exhales smoke rings, completely satisfied with his life. Patton points his finger at the girl sitting in the last row and announces that Freya will now be the new leader of class. The teacher asks to applaud her. Lai Kai freezes in surprise. How is it that he is not the new leader? Sitting on the steps of some building, the guy throws stones in frustration. In all known words, he curses Patton, who only knows how to use him as a lighter. The student takes another stone, but now his hand lights up with a bright flame, showing the degree of his anger at everyone. The object of his anger was still one idiot in sunglasses, whom Lai Kai is not going to forgive for the rest of his life. Before throwing a fire stone, a nice girl approaches him, who is interested in whether she understands correctly that he is Lai Kai from class, as she was wearing a swimsuit, and it was immediately clear that she had just come out of the pool. The guy seriously replies that it's him and immediately asks what's the matter. The expression of the girl's face immediately changes. It turns red, and hearts almost light up in her eyes. She enthusiastically says that of course this guy, like the girl's rumors, is fierce and handsome. She approaches him and informs him that she cannot resist the boys who know how to play with fire. The girl kneels in front of him and almost begs him to melt her body with his flame. The stranger's name is Condensation. She is the commander of a Class B squad. Her superpower is that she is the queen of the icy abyss. Lai Kai blushes a lot after this, due to the fact that he is too straightforward with everyone. No girl has ever confessed to him. At first glance, the guy scoffs at love, but deep down he has a passion, how he wants to talk about real fiery love. Lai Kai asks the girl to start with a kiss in this case. They both do not notice Dane standing in the shade of the trees, who is leaning and happily eating a chupa chups. She clearly missed it in the punishment cell. When Lai Kai sees a familiar face, his eyes open in fear. Condensation, seeing the changes in him, asks the guy what's the matter. The student seemed to be trying to come up with an excuse and says that he hates the fact that his head is so hot. The girl tilts her head slightly to the side and nervously wonders if this is a joke, because, as far as she knows, Lai Kai's head burns all the time. The guy is very surprised when she says that his head is on fire. He jumps up with a cry of horror and shouts that he hates fire, running away from condensation as fast as he can. Lai Kai runs to the pool and asks for help. With great speed, he jumps into the water, and the commander of Squad B excitedly asks if he is okay. Lai Kai swims out of the water, and all the girls look at him a little startled, as if they saw a ghost. Condensation points to the guy's head in a trembling voice. Lai Kai doesn't understand what's going on until he looks at his reflection in the water. Instead of a burning flame, there is now a terrifying bald spot on his head. The student's head now looks like an egg. Due to the natural baldness due to the flames, Lai Kai always uses the superpower of fire on her head to cover her. Now his secret is revealed. Lai Kai runs away again and plans not to leave his room for the rest of his life. Dane throws his hands behind his head quite contentedly, listening to the girls' conversations that Lai Kai turns out to be a Mediterranean, so it's not surprising that fires happen here every day. Thus, Dane announces that she has returned to life. The girl comes to the place of the former location of the classroom building of Class F, where now there was only a lake. Dane is not surprised by this, although it is obvious that when she was in solitary confinement, no one told her the news happening outside. She asks to let the guys give them a little surprise, but by the way classmates reacted to the 6th of May, the day of Dane's release from the punishment cell, it is clear that the surprise will not be the most pleasant. The girl finds the current location of her class, carrying a bucket with balloons filled with water. Dane complains that it's been too long since she's seen Zhao's face when she goes crazy. Dane takes the ball out of the bucket and walks with it to the shed. However, it is the leader who makes her stop, who does not correspond to her usual state at all, and, hunching her back and taking a twig in her mouth, says how boring it is to be a leader. It is worth saying that any student of Class F would be surprised by this behavior of Zhao. Zhao's gaze clings to the balloon filled with water that Dane holds in her hand. The leader's eyes light up, as if she has seen an expensive treasure that the girl has long desired. Zhao takes the whole bucket at once, forcing the classmate to watch the leader with her mouth open. After leaving the punishment cell, she did not expect to see such miracles. When Zhao runs away with the bucket, Dane comes to her senses and shouts in her back that she actually wanted to use it. But the leader does not even try to stop and answer why she needed the balls at all. The girl puts him on the ground and takes 2 balls at once, and then towers over Y with a villainous grin. The leader angrily asks what color of bald head the guy wants to buy. She will be happy to help him with this. It turns out that the balloons were filled not with water, but with colored paint, which, of course, could annoy every student a lot more, especially if it's Zhao, who can't control herself. Y looks at the leader and to Dane's amazement, he wears glasses on his face, but not sunglasses, but for vision, although he has never had poor vision before. The bald man seriously asks the leader to stop creating problems for the class and even asks her to let him do his homework a little bit on the sly. Again, Y has never suffered from bothering with homework and lessons in principle. From his mouth, such righteous words sound almost ridiculous. Jai was napping on his desk at the time. For the first time since Jack was in this class, the jock did not engage in any sports activities and did not pay attention to the fact that a classmate returned from solitary confinement. Lin, who has braided his tail, a ridiculously protruding top, asks not to deceive the poor young man, because in the end, the day will come when the dragon will put on the phoenix. He declares that when he survives the disaster, ascends to immortality, he will conquer 8 wastelands with 1 sword. These words contradicted the true nature of Lin, whose soul originally belonged to science. Elizabeth splashes wilted flowers somewhere to the side, which was not typical for her to treat her pets like that, and quietly says that she hates these plants with every fiber of her soul. The excitement disappears from Dane's eyes, replaced by confusion. She scratches her head and asks what is going on here, because it is obvious that she has not had time to use her ability yet, and all the students behave as if they have already gone through the roof. Jack, without turning his head so that his classmate wouldn't see his sly grin, gloats. Before Dane showed up in class after being in the punishment cell, Jack listened to the others' stories about how a girl's ability is that her ability to control how much people like or dislike this or that thing. Lin adjusts his glasses, which he does quite often, and nods. Most of all, Dane likes to use his ability to make others hate what they once liked and fall in love with what they once hated. The worst thing that the girl managed to do, and that all the guys in the class still remembered with a shudder, was that she made them fall in love with her very much, wishing that the guys were her dogs. She put them on leashes and enjoyed the fact that classmates drooled on Dane. Y begins to sob in 3 streams, which shows the extent of his despair and fear of Dane. He begs Jack to save him, and Jack just covers his tearful face with his palm so that the guy will finally shut up and stop interfering with thinking. Jack nods, proving that he took into account everything he was told, and informs everyone that he has come up with a way to cope with a classmate who managed to terrify the entire class. However, there is a condition: classmates will have to make a certain sacrifice. Despite these words, the students immediately agree. Jack will not be able to come up with a condition that will be scarier than Dane's ability and playful nature. Classmates surrounded his desk, preparing to hear everything he would say. The guy says that since her ability lies in the fact that the girl makes people fall in love with what they previously did not like, the students will have to psychologically convince themselves before she has time to use her powers that they like the things they hated before, and Dane's plans will collapse like a house of cards. Even if a classmate wants to apply her powers to them again, she will only make them love them, so no one will lose anything. Even the usually stupid Y agrees that it makes sense, but it is too difficult psychologically to assume that they will like the thing that previously caused only hatred. Jack pulls a string watch out of the breast pocket of his shirt and says that he used to learn a little hypnosis from TV shows, so all they have to do is try this method. Dane sits dissatisfied at her desk, tapping her finger. She still doesn't understand what's going on. The girl even thinks about the fact that last time she could abuse her ability in relation to her classmates, and therefore such consequences happened. This version sounds pretty plausible, although there is no evidence of that. Attention is suddenly attracted by Jack, who has been sitting in front of her all this time. A classmate professionally turns a pen on one finger of his hand. Dane decides to cheer himself up at least in this way, and puts his hands on the guy's shoulders. She greets him and remembers that she hasn't seen Jack here before. Is there really a newcomer in their class? Jack, feigning excitement from such close contact, replies that he is an ordinary exchange student who was transferred here. Jack says that he has not seen a girl here before and therefore asks who she is. 3 neat scars peek out from behind the collar of the guy's shirt, which were most likely left by a small cat's paw, which is quite understandable. The Jack of Hearts was crazy about cats. Dane gives her name and says that she just got out of the detention cell, not even afraid that the guy would be afraid of this, because good Leoli do not get into the punishment cell. The girl asks to come to her room today, because she has a gift especially for him. She squeezes Jack's cheeks, who accepts the invitation and calls a classmate a good person, although he knows very well that there are no good thoughts in a girl's head. When the stars appear in the sky, and all the students have already gone to their rooms, Jack goes to Dane in obvious tension, which he tried not to show during the day. Classmates begged him to promise that he would return alive from her. Why let out a tear again? Jack only gets more nervous after their words. The guy stops in front of the door, on which hangs a miniature of the face of the mistress of this room. Jack can't even guess what the hell Dane is trying to do. It's generally hard for him to understand people who have superpowers. Jack hesitantly knocks. It remains only to look at what will happen next. The door turns out to be open. The guy looks into the room, awkwardly informing Dane that he is going to enter, but does not even finish the sentence when he sees what his classmate is meeting him in. It was such a revealing cat costume that blood immediately sprays from Jack's nose from the excitement he experienced. His eyes turn into hearts, and he clearly liked Dane's gift. He violently attacks the girl, pinning her to the bed. Absolute deliverance from feline addiction and male hormones flared up in Jack at the same time, because now he is completely out of control, barely restraining his drooling so as not to drip them on the girl. Dane takes his face in her hands, dressed in cat paws, and with cheeks red with delight says that she finally caught the Jack of Hearts. The hearts in her eyes seem to emphasize the extent of the girl's obsession. These words make Jack come to his senses. The blush instantly disappears from his face, as well as the obsession that he experienced only from the sight of a beauty, because no matter what anyone said, Dane was irresistible. Jack tries to pull himself together and says that a classmate made a mistake and called his name incorrectly. He reminds me that his name is Jack Chen, but it is obvious that the amorous mood disappeared somewhere as soon as the girl revealed the secret of his identity. Dane puts his hand under the pillow to get a knife out of there and without another word hits Jack in the face with it. The killer's reflexes worked instantly. Jack changes their positions. He sits behind Dane, clasping one of her arms and neck, and puts the tip of the knife to her carotid artery. The girl, without losing the admiration in her eyes, still starts to get a little nervous, because even with the ability, the classmate still physically loses to him. Dane tells how she found out that he was the one. Jack turned the pen on his finger more than 20 times, and there are 3 scars from cat claws on his neck, showing that he is a hopeless cat slave. There is only one person in the whole world who possesses all these characteristics at once. Jack listens in amazement as she exposes him. He frowns. Even Interpol and his colleagues in the skill do not know these 3 points, so the guy does not understand how she knows everything in such details. Dane squirms in his arms to look the Jack in the eye and asks not to think that she is trying to harm him. On the contrary, the girl is his devoted fan. Even though the Jack got rid of all the surveillance equipment after each crime committed, the same habit of twisting the handle on one finger appeared in the guy and on missions, which gave him away later. However, the Jack did not take into account contacts with random passers-by during the attempts. As long as even such a person has contacts with people who have seen him at least once, Dane will use his abilities to force them to obediently disclose all information about the Jack. Dane goes to the main point and asks who the guy wants to kill since he was here, because she couldn't find any other reasons. Jack's eyes light up with hearts again. The classmate apparently used her ability on him again, although her beauty could still act on him, and answers that he came here for the head of the director. Jack immediately berates himself for the oversight. Dane asks to be allowed to be his partner, because she will have obvious benefits, superpowers to make the leader and everyone else in the class subordinates of Killer Number 1, so it will be much easier for him to complete the mission. The Jack presses on her shoulder blades and knocks her on her back, and then twists her hands behind her back. It was obviously painful. Dane's face is distorted in a grimace. The guy seriously asks not to involve the leader and the students of Class F in this matter. Dane thinks about the words. She turns her head to ask if Jack has feelings for all these idiots. Personally, the girl does not have any of them warm feelings, and if this happened, it was only at those moments when she used her ability. On this note, they diverge. Jack returns to his room, but can't sleep and just stares at the ceiling, thinking about everything Dane told him. It really knocked him a little out of his rut. No one in this school has ever been able to find out his true identity so easily. Dane can't sleep either. She's lying naked in bed and staring into the void. She remembers everything she had to go through. Her mother despised her own family, from which little Dane suffered. The woman, unable to survive such an attitude to herself, hanged herself, leaving her daughter alone, who later found herself alone on the street, without a roof and means of subsistence. One day, a happy family with a girl of her age was passing by the trash, near which Dane lived at that time. Maybe the girl didn't want it, but she used her ability on this family. She forced her parents to abandon their real daughter and accept her as their own, without even noticing the substitution. Now Dane hated everyone she loved. That's why she was so excited by the words that Jack is not indifferent to classmates who, in her opinion, did not deserve the love of the Jack of Hearts himself. Hearts appear in the girl's eyes, which happens when using the ability. The women from the disciplinary committee are waking up from sleep, but they were clearly in a deranged state. The same thing happens to everyone, with Patton, Xintong, class students, and even Leader Zhao. Jack wakes up as if from a nightmare. Lin is sitting next to his bed, wearing a strange-looking helmet of his own production on his head. Jack twitches with fear when he notices him. He shouts, asking what Mr. Lin is doing here, but a classmate interrupts him and intensely informs him that something has happened. There is a real bacchanal going on outside. Liuxian, reincarnated as a monster, breathes fire, destroying everything in his path and having already destroyed half of the buildings of the school. Condensation is fighting Lai Kai, although she had been looking at this guy with delight before. Even the disciplinary committee succumbed to a strange influence. The sisters, who usually communicated well with each other, were now fighting each other almost to death. Lin's drone looks at all this from a bird's eye view, so as not to be touched by the high head of Liuxian or the portals of the sisters. The guy says everyone hates each other. This is Dane's true strength. The scientist admits that he truly did not expect this. Her abilities turned out to be strong enough to influence almost the entire school, even the teachers. The director's true abilities are still unknown. Jack wonders why the director still hasn't taken action. Lin says that the director's actions were completely blocked in time and space by teachers who were under the influence of Dane, so there was no need to wait for help from him. Lin looks at him and tells him the terrible news. Now only the 2 of them are left here, who are not affected by Dane. The scientist created a special helmet that protects against the girl's powers, because Lin had been deceived by her abilities before, but he still does not understand why this did not affect Jack. Jack decides to keep silent about the true reason. Jack nervously bites his thumbnail and asks if it is possible to launch the production of this helmet in a short time to give them to others. The scientist says that it takes at least 3 days to make only one, while he has only 2. Jack encourages a classmate and asks him to do what the guy wants. Lynn smiles as if there is no apocalypse outside. Dane is sitting in the middle of a fire and sucking a lollipop. She asks how the Jack of Hearts can stop her. Several missiles are flying towards the field at once, which fall into different parts of it and even into the dense skin of the monster Liuxian. Dane covers his eyes from the green smoke that is beginning to spread in the air, and looks at the neighborhood in disbelief. In front of the small figure of Dane, a huge robot appears, which in height almost exceeded the height of the monster Liuxian. Lynn, the controlling robot, asks a classmate to stop doing this and informs her that if you don't go to bed late, as they do now, the risk of getting cancer increases 3 times. Jack makes his contribution and asks to talk one-on-one. Dane smiles and praises Lynn. She didn't expect the guy to hide such a big robot, but no matter how formidable he is, it's a toy anyway. However, this toy has done its job and almost everyone who is on the field begins to walk slowly, and then fall asleep. Lynn says that what they just launched was a rocket packed with a powerful reduced anesthetic that quickly evaporated after the explosion. However, for some reason, anesthesia did not affect the main culprit. The girl smiles and demonstrates that Kiripanov kisses her palm. She has the real #1 fighting dog of the whole school as her faithful mutt. She looks at the robot with a challenge and orders Lena to disassemble this big toy. The guy does as she tells and directs his power to the robot. The huge machine rises into the air, and after squeezing the fist, the robot is torn apart by hands and feet. Jack starts to panic. Their main weapon is about to be killed. Lynn asks to calm down. The robot is equipped with equipment capable of coping with the superpowers of teachers and students at school. The scientist will launch a directed high-quality gravitational wave that can destroy the spherical Kiripanov rack. The time interval during which Leonid will recover is about 3 seconds, so they have nothing to worry about. Jack understands what he is driving at and will have time to put a helmet on Dane's head in these 3 seconds. This will be the final battle. Lynn presses the control button and the wave breaks the Kiripanov dome. However, the unexpected happens. A portal opens, which is usually used by the sisters from the committee, and the robot falls into this space. This portal was managed by the elder sister. Dane smiles contentedly. The guys seem to have forgotten that Feng is wearing a chemically resistant mask. She says goodbye to the guy and wishes him a good swim in the Pacific Ocean. Jack stealthily approaches her from behind and puts on a helmet that blocks Dane's ability. He knocks her on her back and twists her arms. Dane's power of influence immediately disappears. Jack says that before the operation began, he and Lynn hacked into the information base of the school's students and saw the girl's dossier there. Dane asks what the Jack of Hearts wants from her in this case, unexpectedly, but the guy offers the girl to argue with him. He throws aside the veil that hides them from the rest. Dane thinks that he wants to escape, but during this time Jack manages to take off his disguise, puts on a suit and returns his hair to normal white color. He tells her that if he dares to reveal his true identity, then the girl should find the strength to become happy. Jack hopes that he will be able to stop her. A memory comes to mind of how little Jack talked to his teacher, not understanding the reason for her leaving the profession. Obviously, the woman is the strongest, so the boy does not see the point in this. She tells him that if Jack has someone he wants to protect, he won't want to be a murderer anymore. Someday that day will come in his life.